Peace. Back with the fourth installment of Q&A. CultLectures.com-ish. Brother Panic. My man Elijah, a.k.a. Kamani. I'm going to set off and do more questions, see what we get into. I want it to be less than 5 hours today. I can't make you that promise.
Yeah,
but,
so we'll see.
See where this goes. Alright. So remember, we keep hyping it up because we want y'all to be prepared. We're going to do a little radio show. Get into these Q&A with the people like we used to do. Get the family back together. Get that pandemonium posse back in full effect. You understand? So we're going to do that via radio show. We're going to use that company TalkShoe. And it's real simple. You call the TalkShoe number. You dial the code to the show in a pound. Then you dial £1, then you're in. So those codes and numbers we'll give you. We're going to do them Tuesday, 9 p.m. with my girl P. Nicole Gills and Daniel Saxon. And yours truly, Elijah, Kamani, and Brother Parent. I'll be on the show most of the time, but all these people that I mentioned can hold it down with or without me, which makes it beautiful. So we're going to get this family going where it's a Q&A, deal with the shows we need to deal with, whatever subjects you want to deal with, have guests come on the show. Going to make it full functional, 100%. So it's perfect. That's what we need. That's what we're trying to do. Remember, you can always go to my website for services. You need readings. We do readings at the website. My wife, Khadijah. You just, her email's on the site. So you can email her direct, find out how things go, her timeline, and the types of readings she does. Readings for kids, fairy readings, gateway readings, Akashic record readings, which are the most popular. Find out who and what you are, what you're doing around these parts. Find out that bloodline. And believe you me, she's not going to be sitting around telling you, you were Queen T and King Arthur and all the rest of that bullshit that everybody want to hear. She's going to tell you something that's very relevant and very, very important to your plight here as a conscious person. And again, you don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You go read her testimonies. They're all up on the website, CultLectures.com. See for yourself. And of course, there's my classes, which are magical. Been doing the thing for about 3.5 years. Certified. Those testimonies are up as well. You can see for yourself what people are talking about who took it. See, this is some sure shot shit. Shit been in effect for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing this type of, the products that I sell are institutionalized in the conscious community at this point. You know what I'm saying? This is not new fly-by-night, seat of your pants, new concoctions that's on this Meat Mills-esque Young Money. Got nothing to do with that. This is old school hip-hop consciousness shit. Mm-hmm. Certified in this herb pack. No drugs, don't show up on piss tests, all organic, all food products. It's a magical secret combination that I put together, that I actually did for myself spiritually, that now has been selling to the public, which I was told spiritually to sell to the public. I wouldn't even have the notion or idea to do it. And it has been a success, and there has been many, many breakthroughs. There's people who live and die by this shit. I told you before, I actually don't never have to mention it ever again. My repeat business is actually what helps pay my bills. So I don't need to impress you or make a magical speech about something that is not. If I did any of those things, they have already been done and it already has worked. But the reality is I didn't have to do anything. Just let the product speak for itself. Because at the end of the day, when you get it, if it ain't doing what it's supposed to be doing, that's when you know. You can go see the testimonies and see what's up. Mm-hmm. And you can get all those products if you ain't heard about them at my website, occultlectures.com. If you're still confused about what I said, The very YouTube channel that you're watching it on, if it's mine, is the same name as the website, occultlectures.com. You'll see all my products, my classes, and now my book as well. That's always out. I know it's a little expensive, but shit, nigga, if y'all went through what I went through, that's some cheap shit compared to the research. This is research directed towards us in this end time. See, I'm what you call an end time eschatologist. I deal with the eschatological side as opposed to the esoteric side, the mundane side, or the human rights side, or the black pride side of it. Should it be dealt with? Sure, but it's not what I deal with. I deal with esoteric science, and an end time esoteric teacher, I deal with what you can do now, not how great, which I acknowledge and understand the importance of understanding our past and how great we were at as Kemetic folk. But what are we going to do now? What can we do now? What should we be doing now? Now, I leave it up to you to figure out what you should be doing now, because you may say, shit, what I need to be doing now is stripping. And I say, well, get your torque game up. So if that's what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm not here to be a moral judge on what black people should do. I can care less what black people are doing. As an individual, if you're finding light, then you're doing your job. So as an end-time eschatologist, I'm supposed to deal with events that are current now, that you can work with now. That's what I teach in class. End-time spirituality. What we got coming soon, I'm developing a class on how to speak to spirits. Because we seem to need to just give it down to the nuts and bolts of some shit. It's that time, the fish and the grits. And so I'm gonna supply that because I think that's relevant for what I teach.
And along those lines with class, for those of y'all who haven't taken the class, I did last year around this time.
Right.
And just from my own experience, I'll say that what the class did for me was the class was able to show me how to tap into parts of myself that I didn't even know how to reach. Mm-hmm. As an example, when I was in the class, at the time the job I had, I was in sales, and we had to reach a certain number every month in order to get our money outside of the base pay. Mm-hmm. And so in the class, one of the things you learn how to do is basically Pan could give you a format on the basic structure on how to create your own formulas, how to create your own magic, how to take from herbs, how to take from various different processes and rituals. I'm not gonna give it all away here, of course, but I did some of that, and I created what I called my magic bag. And when I put together this magic bag, I brought with me to work every day, and I was just sitting on my desk. And that month, I had the biggest month of the year that I had when I started basically implementing that type of magic into my life. That same year or last year, basically, I was able to walk away from that job at the time because of lump sums of money that came into my life. Where normally in the summers I have my daughter, and most of the time I take her to day camp or whatever we're doing at the time, and then I can pick her up after work. But last year I was like, I love to just spend the whole summer with her, travel around, go to see family, be able to kick it. And I was able to do those type of things because of a lot of the magical abilities that came into being. I mean, trust me, Panic, this bro right here, has studied so much of this stuff so thoroughly. I'll tell you right now, I would never read as many books on this subject as this man has right here. It's just not going to happen. You can now out of the library. That's I love my spirituality, and it's number one in my life. That's not necessarily my gift necessarily in this life where
that interests you.
Right. Where this
We say this right here too, and I want you to continue this, because people say, "Well, is it all about the books?" The books trigger a certain amount of logic, but then you're on your own spiritually. So all that melanin, kundalini, and pineal shit that you like to talk, that's really going to make anything you would ever learn in the book a true reality. But you're really learning. Remember, I said there's two types of books: source material and the author's interpretation. So you got black people, the author said he's a white author, and they worry about this author's interpretation. They're only interpreting source material, which is your material. So because you were so lost out of it, these are the ways that you're going to have to trigger back these memories to add light back to these places that are shut down from your goddamn Willie Lynch slavery mentality. So books are a tool to begin your work. They are not your absolute work. Everything I study goes to the next level, basically on with something that must come outside of me, because it's about you, it's in you, everything's in you. It is, but how do you bring it out? Right. Because the people who don't read books, they say some of the most dumbest shit I've ever heard about it. I can see where they're lost at even, they're with their feelings, but they can't give their feelings direction. See, anger is good. Like, anger shuts down the music. It's good if you could direct it towards your enemy, or directed towards something that's going to shut down something that's bothering you. So so in other words, anger is good if you have a direction, but me sitting here just mad ain't no good.
Right.
If I was sitting here on this tape happy right now, it's no good neither. You know what I'm saying? Only if you have a direction. If I could say I'm happy, then I could show that to people around me. This is my happiness, and I could express it this way and make you feel good. Then I'm giving it a direction. So when you read all this shit, you still need to give it a direction. Still ain't got no direction. I got melanin, so I'm good. Well, maybe on the level they are. You're on that. Well, technically, everyone is going to evolve naturally. So you're only evolving with the flow. The masters take control of their evolution. And a true conscious and a true occultist understands that concept. That's why you can't dictate to black people, this is how we should be and this is how we should act and this is what we should be doing. Because everyone's evolution is their own. And everyone's reasons and direction of evolving is their own. So you have to truly give black people the respect. If you're going to teach something, teach them the tools to have their own realization. As opposed to trying to share realization I have.
And that's what the class does. I mean, it definitely, it doesn't tell you what to do. It just gives you a structure on how to do you better. You
evaluate your situation, your life, and now you have the tools to dig yourself out of what hole that you are particularly in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? As people email me trying to get me to dig them out of a hole. I'm like, no, nigga, my whole entire existence here is about to save yourself about this. My whole entire existence, learning from Bobby Hemmett, is, no, this is about equipping you with your business, teach a man how to fish type story. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Instead of me telling you, the first thing I say in my class is this. After this class, I never want to hear panic, can I do this? Panic, should I do this? Panic, what should I do? I see you now as my equal after this class. So when you email me, you hit me with panic, this is what happened when I did this. And we can have a peer-to-peer conversation about your results. But you're not going to ask me, you don't have the right to ask me whatever no more. I am now no longer your lecturer / undercover preacher, even though no matter if you say we're not your preacher, we're still your preacher. Because niggas cannot live without a fucking preacher or someone giving them rules to follow or a whole list of what they cannot do. I can't do this, I can't do that, I shouldn't do that. I know it's not right to do that. Says who?
Right.
Says who? You're only following a tradition that you have know nothing about and not a science. See, this I teach you how to become a scientist. Scientist is not bound by the rules of you can't and I shouldn't and on this day I can't. Even this in your thinking is totally beyond niggers. Because even after they get into, well, if the moon is full, I can't do this. If this not on this day, this can't be done on Tuesday. You can't do that by the river. Where the fuck you get that from?
Right.
I know where they're getting it from. They're getting it from African traditions that have nothing to do with them. So what they need to understand is how to get beyond that. What was we doing before that? Was we following a certain rule? Certain shit is common sense. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to put fire underwater. is that a rule, or is that law by science?
Right.
So so based upon what was law by science became superstition, became cultures, tradition, superstition, religion. So we have this problem of having faith in ourselves. That's what I'm dealing with in class. Not even the science of teaching, man. That people having faith to walk on their own and believe in what comes from their own mind, as divine as they think they are. When it comes down to you and your mind and your own decisions, that's going to run your life now. That's when shit gets shaky, fucking flaky. That's when I start seeing niggas start getting shook.
So you mean by your own mind, your own decisions? Are you talking about the ego?
Your own decisions that come from, instead of a hard, thought out plan, put it on the chalkboard, run it by people decisions, which is human. You're using reasoning and logic and deduction, saying, well, I had 5 things and 2 were too stupid. The 3rd one didn't stick. The 4th one I'm iffy. Well, I guess is the 5th one because that's the only thing left. That reasoning process is not what you're using in spirituality. It's that subtle voice that says, no. Yeah, do it. You're really feeling a subtle, small voice. The more you deal with it, the bigger it gets. And that small voice doesn't come with logic or reason. Therefore, you can't put it up on the chalkboard and throw darts at it and see if it stays, sticks, or survives.
And that's another thing that you get into in the class, which was one of the most mind-shifting parts for me, was when you get into breaking down the differences between the minds. So under the intellectual mind versus the intuitive mind, right? And how to utilize those, which, you go into in the class, which was, for me, shifting, because at that point in time, I had never looked at the intellect in a way where it was, a mindset that was inferior.
That was inferior, right. Most people they think that's what's getting you over here. But you got to understand, the Kamites, show me the hieroglyph where they spoke on intelligence. We're using our intellect to interpret what they were doing as that's why we don't understand the shit. What these hieroglyphs really mean. We got the gist and the idea, but there's so much that we still don't really understand, and these had double and triple and layered meanings. So we understand the gist of the meaning. Well, that means the king walks in the west, and what does that fucking really mean? The king. So we can say, oh, okay, well, looking towards the west, that's looking towards death. He's going towards death because death meant what? So you know what the symbols meant. But they were so much more complex and talked in different parts of the mind. They weren't using logic and reasoning. They were using symbology, which is what I teach in class, the bigger, and how to use that, at least on a level where you can activate some things magically because, you're taught to be raised up by your reason and your intellect. That's what this place is. In fact, the person who's the most intellectual in America is the highest paid. When you hear a doctor, as dumb as they are, you'll still say, oh, yeah, he must be smart, he's a doctor. He must be smart, he's a lawyer. Now, my cousin, who was born with Down syndrome or some kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, for 4 years of his life, he would just do his fingers like this and go, that. Shit was wild. No, that. Shit was weird. Then by 5, he just niggas started talking. Apple! Like, niggas 5. So I was like, it's a wrap. They're gonna be rolling this nigga around. That nigga's a doctor right now. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Certified MD. Dr. Keeley. Dr. Akil, still Keeley, Marsh. A doctor. So when I seen that shit, I already knew that shit was a hoax. When I seen that shit, I was like, no.
From knowing, knowing doctors, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I do know some, and I watched them go through schooling. And when I saw them go through their schooling, what I noticed more than anything else was memory. Rote memory.
Right, they
was the primary
right.
The primary thing needed, because they teach you in med school, for instance, that when this happens, this is how you diagnose it. This happens, this is how you diagnose it. So it's not like they're being taught to.
It's not genius. It's not smart. They just have an intellectual capacity to deal with the study, the book smart.
Yeah.
That's all that shit is. Every doctor I had to talk to says the dumbest shit in the world to me. Do you know what has more salt in it? McDonald's apple pie. They really asked me, is a McDonald's shake or McDonald's French fries? I said, bitch, I don't eat McDonald's. I don't give a fuck what they got in it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, it was a shake. like this is so shocking. You know what I'm saying? They're telling me sodium means salt.
Great.
Yeah, bitch, yeah. Fucking, like she said, do you know another name for salt? I'm thinking NC, like the periodic table. Right. I'm there. I said, well, I can't remember the period. I know it's N something or something like that on the periodic table. I'm really saying this shit. Mm-hmm. She said, no, sodium means so. I mean, oh, sodium? Get out of here. Smack your dumb head. So, like, right, it's not like they're so smart, but they feel they're so smart from doing this that they feel everybody's really fucking dumb. Mm-hmm. They was telling Khadijah something one day. How the kidneys work. Khadijah she's like, well, then the kidneys and and then the little train goes up, diddy, up. She was doing this. Khadijah said, bitch, yeah, say it. What the fuck? I know. What do you say the shit, bitch? You know what I'm saying? You're explaining this shit like you talking to them. I mean, I'm sure they talk to a lot of dumb motherfuckers, but dumb, and I'm sure motherfuckers ain't even that dumb. They just feel that the doctor is so smart. Mm-hmm. That's this intellect thing. Lawyers, Einstein is the most brilliant man, so people with intellect get paid here. Why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. Jill Pogram talked about it in her 7 circuits of the brain. So there's pretty much 7 circuits of the brain on black folks. First is the reptilian or the medulla oblongata. And she talked about the behavior of people who focus or whose, what's the word I'm looking for, existence is based upon the first brain. They're loners. She gave their characteristic. They're loners. They like to be alone. They fight or flight, blah, 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 blah. Second is the B brain. And she said a lot of black people are there. B brains can't operate alone. They need a hive. They need a collective to make a decision. So now you have anything from gangbangers to churchgoers to PTA members. They're nothing alone. They operate well in the group. So that's how they got us back in this B brain. And so the third is the bird brain. The bird brain is intellect. So that's the ceiling on how high the white man can go. So now that he reordered your thinking, he made you think that's the ceiling on how high you can go. So you think you're going to outsmart him with the low, and it corresponds to your chakras. These are the 3 lowest chakras. They can't get here. So she said the 4th part is actually taps into the love frequency. She said, know what gets you there? Only chemical on the planet. Weed. True THC. She said it opens up the 4th center of the brain. So when them niggas is going one love and Ja, because they was actually opening up the 4th circuit of the brain. Yeah. Now she said the 5th, 6th, and 7th is clairaudience, clairvoyance, clear knowing, basically your psychic abilities. So we shut down the higher functions of the brain, which is our psychic abilities. So when I'm telling you we can get into it and everybody can do it, yes, if you got a black brain. But they don't know how to hear from that part. And then when they hear it, they funnel it through the intellect and fuck it up. And that's the sad part about it. They tell you this is more of the fall. Yeah. That's crazy. They tell you basically it's the fall because the deity Obatala coming from heaven represents the powers, and then he starts at the level of the intellect and all the way down for the rest of the guys, all the way to Legba, which represents the root chakra. You begin with Legba and all these guys up, Ogun, Shango in the solar plexus, and so on. So Oya in the throat. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember the rest. Yemen Ya also here. Oshun in the sacral. We got Shango, Ogun, Oya, Yemen Ya. Yemen Ya is also a little bit high because it's a mother aspect too in what's the priest, Orunmila, I think, is, I think that's the priest, Orunmila? Whatever, there's the priest, that's the pioneer of land, Batala. So, all that shit was science in the first place, and niggas is worshiping them like they're really up in the sky, or wherever. Well, it's a fucking root chakra. Niggas worshiping the dark side. Satan's a polarity. And so is Jesus, for that matter. You know what I'm saying? So this intellect thing, because they raised it up to be the ceiling on it, we fell into it. So that's why they allow us to do everything we're doing, because they understand we're not, as long as we're not using that other part of our brain, doesn't matter. We can be as intellectual and as comedic as we want to be, but we're fighting their fight still. We're not thinking. If we bring ourselves to their level of thinking, and we're trying to save ourselves on their level of thinking, which for us looked at as a part of how we would think, but like more or less the childish part of how we would think. So we're thinking like children dealing with our advanced information and don't know how to access it based upon our thoughts, based upon where we put our energy into this information to try to reflect it. We're reflecting it from the wrong place. We're reflecting it from the intellect, and we're not reflecting it from the heart. The heart is where you know. The heart is where you know. So the knowing. So every question, as we talked about before, if every thought has been thumped, every question actually already has an answer for you. That's what we need to really understand. That's really one of the biggest keys, that there's nothing outside of you that can't be answered or satisfied. You just need to know where to listen. That's what I teach in class, how to listen to those parts that we are calling spirit. Because your heart actually can speak to you. Everything can speak to you in your body. It is just that intelligent. It's just that intelligent. So you didn't know how to speak to different parts of you. You get what I'm saying? And hear things. Now, the place that knows and houses and encompasses the whole understanding, I would have to say, is this. It's technically from your subconscious mind. That's where it's pulling from, but it's going to reflect through here, because the subconscious mind is the part that knows. It doesn't reason. It doesn't debate. It doesn't wonder. It doesn't ponder. It doesn't say this or that. It doesn't say, I like chocolate, I like vanilla. It sees it all as ice cream. It's holistic in its thought. You get what I'm saying? It sees it all as an experience, and later you figure out, was it a bad or good experience? But if it happened, it's just happened here. So your heart comes from that place. No, we don't debate. We don't know. I know what it is. I am that I am, right here. So if you can start listening to that I am in you, then your answers will always be as best as they possibly could here. The most intelligent in a place where you guessing, speculating, and seemingly living off the cuff. You technically made all these choices, but if you made all these choices to come down here and go through what you're going through, that means you already knew the answers. The work is finding the answers. So, it's not the destination, it's the journey. The journey is being able to find the answers within inside of you.
And that takes courage.
That knowing. Very much courage.
That takes courage, because
courage.
Divorcing yourself from
yourself,
using logic, right? Yourself, using logic as which was my, a lot of things that I did was definitely based on pure logic,
right?
You know what I'm saying? And divorcing yourself from that way of thought first takes time and a lot of courage, because you are going to feel like you're suspended in nothingness.
Right. You're going to feel like, well, where do you come from? Well, how do you even? Because that's what I could hear niggas saying right now. Well, how do you even do that? That's what's going to take a while, because you're putting on some very old shoes that you haven't worn in a while. So the techniques, I teach people, these little techniques that I'm teaching you about fairies and altars and all that, it seems like you're doing magic. But what you're doing is starting to enhance this. These are nothing but symbols all around us. These symbols speak to the knowing part. When I see this symbol, I can logically look at this Egyptian head or this pan. So if I use logic, I'm saying he's Greek, he's the white man, he looks white, I see him in pictures with homos, That's where they get the devil from. I can give you every goddamn thing logically what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But see, here's what I do know. When I was 13, I needed a name. I asked my friend, find a name. This guy who I knew, I was 2 years old. And he just started humming and drew the word panic and said, that's who you are. That's undeniable for me. So by the time I could logically look at this, say it's white, it's Greek, and it ain't ours, which ain't even true. All that shit is ours. But let's pretend. I say all these things. I can logically shut that down. But the knowing part, the place where it came from with him, which was a knowing in him,
mm-hmm.
who I know knows me before we got to this planet. We came to this planet together.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't no mistake. And the presentation and me just being blown away by it, all it was to write graffiti. You get what I'm saying? That's all it was. Oh yeah, I need a tag name. That makes me, if I can reason with this and say that's some white people shit that ain't got nothing to do with me. My name is Panic or whatever. Or I could say this must mean something and look at this without judgment and just pure of heart study. Pure of heart study. Now, I teach the detail of this in the chakra portion of my classes, how to approach this pure of heart. But I see as black people are not approaching this pure of heart. They approach with agenda. So much so, even when I originally started selling my classes, one of the things to get niggas even interested in the teaching was having to say, you know, your money problems, you can use it, which is true. But my hopes is you're not getting in this class just for that. Because what I tell you, if you pure of heart, and could you judge if you're pure of heart when you get into something and say, why do you want to know Kamani? Why do you want to know Elijah? Because I just want to know. No other reason. I want to know because I just want to know. And then from that pure of heart statement, that's the symbology of why this guy can pull the sword from the stone. Because everybody, see, when they were going to the stone, watch me get it out, I'm strong. Watch me do this, I'm a man. Watch, after you went to bed, I'll give you the modern day version of that. Thor lost his power. Odin said to him in the movie, the only person that can lift this hammer is the true Thor, who's worthy of it. So Thor's trying, he said, let me go get it with his arrogance. And all them other niggas trying with their arrogance to lift it, that's just the sword and stone. When he was willing to die for those people on earth, that's when he said, you're worthy. Because your heart is now no agenda. Now I want to be the king. We should go. Remember, he was real arrogant. We should go kill those frost giants. They're just biting off the mythology. And it's basically, as soon as he said, I'm willing to sacrifice, I'm not more important than everything. They made it a more new agey message, but the idea was in the original that this guy had no agenda or no ego. Most people are getting this for the agenda. I'm going to do magic to fuck people up. I want to do magic so I can be a better rapper. Do magic so I can get women or whatever. But then there's the people who say, I just want to know because I just want to be enlightened on this. That's a pure heart agenda. You don't want to be a lecturer. You don't want to be able to drop science in front of your buddies. You don't want to be able to impress your woman. You don't want to be able to feel better at your job when you're sitting there doing what everybody else is doing because you know something or heard something that you know the rest of these niggas ain't here, and you feel better about knowing more. Each time somebody asks you, you be able to tell them off, and none of that shit matters. None of that shit matters. None of that shit is even cute to me no more. Niggas say, oh yeah, you know, right. Thank Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Jesus, for another day. I said, I guess so. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, well, Jesus in there's no J in the alphabet. You know, still trying to prove that shit. So, as real as it is when people need to write, how are you saying Jesus? There's no J before 13 BC in the Jewish house. They doing all this proof shit. I'm like, the fact that you need to say that to anybody who's still into it says something about you a little bit to me. You know what I'm saying? Says something about you. What do you have to prove that to anybody else? You either know or you don't know. That's not just some newfangled shit. That's even how the Kamites looked at it. There was the humans and there was the motherfuckers that was worthy of these goddamn trainings. And that was based upon their consciousness. And their consciousness was based upon their mentality, really. What they were willing to, how far they are willing to go in this. And that's based on how much you're willing to let go of your human deficiency. And a part of your deficiency is trying to reason. in Aleister Crowley's book, which they say is, which I know is the only, everybody's, when you hear dark magic, you hear about Crowley all the time. But technically, when you read Crowley's story, he never really did nothing that was too significant. He did, you gotta remember, the time was a big deal. So him working with like MacGregor Mathers and coming up with the Goetia, which is the description of 72 demons or 72 chakras on your pineal, which I explained in my book what that means, that's a big deal. And then the way he wrote in stealth, he wrote a lot in stealth. I therefore killed 10,000 babies and this and that and this and that. And what he was talking about was tantric sex in sperm, when you break it down. But when you hear that in 1920 something, oh my God, that sounds crazy. But it really wasn't. He was not popular in his time. What really got him popular was the Beatles did an album where they put a whole bunch of random faces on the album. And one of the faces they put on there was Aleister Crowley. And then he became famous. When he was famous, he was a spy and all sorts of corny shit. But the thing that he really made the most progress in is actually something called the Book of the Law, where he was in the desert for a whole heap of time with a translator and got a transmission from a deity called Aiwass. Aiwass said he's the new Horus. And he told him who he was in Egypt, someone named Ankh-Afnakhunsu. And then he proceeded to give him a book, which you get the handwritten version and the typed out version. White boys follow that book as if it's a Bible today. This is where you get do as thou wilt as the whole of the law. Where you had Jay-Z with the do as thou wilt shirt on, and people say, oh, he's dark side and Crowley and this and that. The statement alone makes a lot of sense. But one of the things that Crowley talked about that Horus or Aiwass revealed to him was the coming of the new age and the mentality of the coming of the new age. And this was called the Aeon of Horus. And in this Aeon of Horus, he gave a whole bunch of rules on the mentality of this new age. And one of the things he said was, such and such, I don't remember the whole line, I'm paraphrasing, such and such will die with the dogs of reason. And what he was talking about, if you, in this new age, which is here now, this new age is here now. If you in this new age is still reasoning, you're going to die with the old regime. What does that mean? Well, here's code for that. Because people tend to twist this around, this story, and they don't understand the metaphysical concept. This Moses story and this golden calf. People misinterpret it and say the humanist, because they think it's a real history story instead of a metaphysical story. So they think this really happened still. Black people really still think motherfuckers was in the desert for manna came from the sky.
They believe every word of the Bible.
Not even the Christians. We talking about conscious niggas teaching this shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Still believing that fucking manna somehow existed and Jesus was really happening. But okay. So one of the things they say is, well, when he was in the desert, Moses went to get the law from God. They believe all this shit happened. The law from God, getting the 10 Commandments, they started, making this golden calf and worshiping this calf. They were doing it because they were worshiping Horus. No, they actually said Hathor, but the calf was Horus. Hathor was the cow and the bull was Osiris. So I don't even get that. But they were actually worshiping Hathor, this little golden calf. Calf is a baby. That's Horus. So they was worshiping this calf, and they were doing it because they were used to worshiping the old gods of the Egyptians. That's not it. What was happening was, if you remember, they used to show Moses and Joshua in them, which not real people, didn't exist. They used to blow the ram's horn because they were ushering in and talking about the age of Aries, and the calf was the age of Taurus. So what they were saying was, when Moses came and he stood on the mountain, when he said, those who want to stay in the fucking age of Taurus, basically, y'all stay down there. And those who are willing to come into the new age of thinking, y'all come up here on the mountain with me. And boom, they all get destroyed. Because what they're really saying, if you hold on to these old ideas in the old aeon, you will die with it. So when Crowley is talking about the new age coming in, He's talking about when you're using logic and reason, because that's what we just got out of. The age of Pisces was a lot of logic and reasoning. All these astrophysicists and science trying to drop science. That's why all that flat earth is coming out and really putting it in NASA's face like this. It don't even matter if you live on a flat earth. The fact that NASA's being challenged and making you say, well, what is real? Is the earth flat or is it round? How the fuck would I know? Right. That's the real question. How the fuck would you know? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Yep. At least the flat earth's got a lot of experiments that ain't even been answered. And all you really seeing from NASA is the picture they show me. And when I heard them answer it, oh, come on, flat, get out of here. This is gravity, boom. I'm saying that we can't drop that mic in water, then what is it then? You know what I mean? There's always a story after story after story. So, if nothing else, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it makes you challenge, where am I, who am I, when am I, what is going on? And the fact that this challenge is happening is enough for me to understand what this new eon, at least in that context, and there was more in the Book of the Law. He was talking about when you dying with reason. Reason is dying. Because NASA was the ultimate in reason about what you are. And even the fact, while we still talking about the Illuminati, the mere fact that everybody, the dumbest niggas in the world ask me about the Illuminati. Not in conscience, when I'm walking up the street. I heard you say something. Like now that they see my book in certain places, I'm going that the dead people are. So I'm like, I have to explain this shit to them now as simple as I can. And they got that, well, if it's free. I'm like, no, bitch. But then they'll ask, well, what's the Illuminati? You know what I'm saying? Because that's the next. I'm like, they hear it so much now. So even that, you know what I'm saying? Now, a way to hide is in your face, but the niggas is falling apart. They don't even have the power that they say they have. That they standing in this karate stance, but they ain't throw a kick yet. Because, you know, when we seen Bruce Lee go, whoa, 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 we knew an ass kissing was coming. But he delivered an ass whipping. Illuminati's going, nah. And you going, whoa, maybe we shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? You scratching your head. No, you know, oh, why you do that? Whoa. You know what I'm saying? They can't handle. It's not happening. Else shit would have been happening a little bit more profound than Beyonce dancing at the fucking Super Bowl. You ever think about that shit for a second? Oh, yeah, Super Bowl. Oh. Everybody's watching, but you ever think the artists are reading the same shit y'all niggas are saying and say, well, maybe if I wear that, they'll talk about me tomorrow. Maybe if I wear a goat ring, I'll be in Beyonce's video.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe if I wear this shit, it's not hard to tell. I worked at a rock label. The whole entire motif was Baphomet and pendulums, and you meet these guys, hey buddy, hey, how's it going? You know what I'm saying? Niggas was scared to print up some records. Deicide was the name of the group. The whole fucking Panamanian team of record printers left based upon the artwork.
What?
Sweetest bunch of white men you would ever meet on the planet. But they considered die. The music is. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? And I mean, hey, buddy, what's going on, man? Yeah, I came up to get some posters. All right. I'm like, it's all hype. And they know what they're selling. They were supposed to be selling devil-worshipping music. Mm-hmm. The day you said you turned Led Zeppelin or the Grateful Dead backwards and heard something was the day you immortalized the shit. Now they turning Beyonce records backwards.
Oh, wow.
Hi, I'm Satan the Devil. Hi, I'm Beyonce the Devil. I'm like, wait, here, what the fuck? Beyonce, I like Satan. I like Satan. And they turning Aaliyah records backwards and hearing all these fucking messages. Jehovah, Jehovah, I'm Jehovah, I'm Jehovah. He's saying Hova. So even this bullshit is actually putting it out there a little bit more than they would like, if you will. Now I'm sure if the Illuminati, based upon you niggas saying it so much, now has a new name that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? The Sasquatch Posse. Mm-hmm. And they're working under that. So you could have the Illuminati at your house for dinner and you wouldn't even know if you talk real Illuminati shit. And the Illuminati is actually 13 families that run it. So Beyonce couldn't be in the Illuminati. The Illuminati is called the Blue Bloods. And that's based upon DNA. Simple as that. So, no, she could be in the secret society. She's probably in some Masonic shit. And Masonics use those symbols, especially the black ones, but empty. So she may have all of that, and she's doing all the right moves.
They
and
don't know what it means.
Right. And if they know what it means, it doesn't mean nothing that you niggas think it means on the Illuminati level. Right. It means they're saluting their Masonic brothers that know what that means as a way of saying hello and I'm with you, but not really on when they go home. All that shit come off. I bet. Why do I know? Why can I say that? Because people who are really affected by this can't do what she's doing. And if she's really affected by this, the best she got is doing some Black Power fist. So if she was really a threat, first of all, let's think logically. The Illuminati, if they're going to empower some niggas, you think they're going to empower some niggas with some real science?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So nothing they know is real. So then the other hand, they're Illuminati shells. So let's say they are Illuminati shells and Illuminati goons. Then what? What the Illuminati really just has Beyonce wearing a ring and doing a move and wearing an outfit, and you like, oh shit, that's the best the Illuminati got? What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? What ritual are you trying to bring down when if you're the Illuminati, you could knock down a 9/11 building and kill 3,000 people in one sitting and go home and eat Cheerios? So what are you getting from Beyonce wearing a fucking Baphomet shirt versus you can kill 1,000 motherfuckers in one sitting and niggas won't even blink? Oh shit, you know what I'm saying? And you don't even need American lives. All that shit that's happening in Al-Qaeda is all blood rituals in Zimbabwe and Rwanda. You can create situations to create war and drought. That's what Illuminati does. Not have Beyonce do a couple of fucking 23 skidoo moves. That doesn't make no sense to me. What are you showing me? You hear what I'm saying? What are you doing? I understand the concept of ritual and all of that. They don't need Beyonce to do their magic. You know what I'm saying? They don't need Rihanna to do their magic. Them niggas take lives. They will kill Aaliyah to do their magic. You know what I'm saying? They will love R. Kelly, then they will shut him down by showing P videos, which half these niggas are doing all sorts of freaky shit anyway. He just got caught in his. And stop that career. Stop that sexual energy. They ain't playing with you. They showed Beyonce, when you act black, what we can do to you. We give it and we take it away. She just go like, I didn't even know. We watched it. Was it us that watched it? Yeah. I watched that whole shit, didn't even see nothing that even mattered. I didn't know what she was doing. Then now I get it when she did the X. I don't know what she was doing. And the other dude, Bruno Mars, I was like, they doing a Mars ritual. That's a war. Bruno Mars is Mars. He's doing a war. Also, Superman and Batman, don't forget, there's 2 comets that they talk about in the Hopi prophecies. As soon as these 2 comets came, Batman and Superman came out as a fight. Then they become friends, Justice League. So that, I'm going to investigate more, but that has something to do, because people's like, what's the science of Batman and Superman? I didn't get that off. But, those 2 comets, real close to it. But anyway, they're not trying to do that on the level of conspiracy that people are making it. They're not putting them on that level. Those are for people who's in by blood. And you can even see this system, some of them tried to step out because Kennedys are part of the Illuminati family. And all them niggas is dead. Because them niggas was coming out with it.
Yeah, Kennedy, President Kennedy, I heard the speech.
Right.
Where he was,
talking about he was going to put secret societies and put them on blast and Front Street. They did it and revisited that again. There's a series on Hulu. This number's like 11, 26, 68, 64, whichever year he got killed. And it's really, real good. What's the little white boy? James Franco. He played in Spider-Man, the first one, he played the Green Goblin. He's a young dude.
Okay.
He's in it. Goes to a time portal 3 years before Kennedy got killed. each time he goes through the time portal, it resets. So he went in, had to stay 3 years, and he was fixing shit. Eventually, till he killed Lee Harvey Oswald. And when he came back, Kennedy lived, but the world was a whole different. So he went back through the portal, reset it, but the whole thing was he found somebody he loved, he couldn't bring him back, blah, blah, blah. The story's actually good. It's a Stephen King, J.J. Abrams collabo or something. Or Steven Spielberg, J.J. Abrams collabo. And the point is, they revisit that Illuminati shit with Kennedy. Now, so if you, Dr. Aleem El-Bey did a whole lecture on the 13 families of the Illuminati. Perfect. I think he put it online. And these shits is good as a fuck. You need that lecture candy. Like, he did it, he put it online where he actually explains all the family. Reynolds, Rapp, Vanderbilts, Kennedys, the Merovingian family, which is the royal family in Europe. The Lee family, which would be Bruce Lee and Jet Li, which is the triad. I'm missing a hell of a lot of them.
What about the Pillsbury's?
I don't know. I can't remember. I don't sound familiar.
Or the Rockefellers? They in it?
Rockefellers, of course. Definitely Rockefellers. They the main motherfuckers. And like the people like Bush is not an Illuminati family, but they work under, I think, the Rockefellers or one of them. Like the families that run it, they have their whole legions of secret societies under them.
I thought the Bush was connected. I thought they were connected with the Bin Ladens.
Bin Ladens, they're not an Illuminati family. All them niggas are working under Illuminati sets. And the 13 family pretty much sponsor the game. So the ones that stayed in politics are the most active. Kennedys, Rockefellers. Rothschilds is another one. The richest families on the planet. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember, that's not my subject. I don't care about it enough to remember. But these people, those are the real ones in their family and their bloodlines. All the Kennedys, they keep getting killed. Because they the one stepping outside the box. Even the young Kennedy in the plane, all that shit was Illuminati hits. You know what I'm saying? Little John Kennedy. And all of this because there's an internal fight between where they should go. Now they said these 13 Illuminati families answers to another higher group. And the Bilderberg group, where all them niggas get together once a year in a closed session. They bring media people, heads, and a whole bunch of key people, and they basically say, this is what's going to happen on the planet for the whole entire year. This is going to have a comedy, we're going to have a war here. All the shit that you think is just random, all planned at the Bilderberg group. Allegedly. And they tell the news people what they wrote on, what they're gonna play up, all that Black Lives Matter and all that kind of bullshit. All that shit comes out of what we're reacting to. Because all they gotta do is show what they show and tell you what's important. And we'll react to it. They don't know it's gonna be Black Lives Matter, but they know we'll come up with a slogan. As short shot as we came up with no justice, no peace. We'll come up with Black Lives Matter. If it don't fit, you must acquit. So they're banking on it. It's a little bit more higher up and hidden than the shit on TV. The shit on TV and on YouTube is supposed to distract you. And that's secret societies on the Masonic level. They all know the symbols. If they have these same hollow textbook meanings that is not really an understanding, you just you join the Masons, you're supposed to know what the book says. That's what Hiram Abiff means, the three ruffians. They don't have a real deeper meaning, even though it does exist. Most of them, I'm sure, don't.
So most of those groups, they seem to have a very shallow or very little understanding of the spiritual matters. Maybe only the super higher ups amongst them, understands the spiritual matters and how these various different things have.
Well, they understand spiritual warfare. That's a difference. So these white folks understand spiritual warfare. They understood spiritual matters. They would be coming from a different place of transformation, evolution. It will be based on the heart and understanding the union between the two worlds. They understand that the logical part of it, which is it's all energy that can be directed. That no one owns energy really. I don't really own electricity. It's in my house and I can plug into it. But if you plug into it, it's not going to say, wait a minute, that's panics. It's going to say, I'm just doing what I do. So these spirits do what you do. You get what I'm saying? What we need to understand, they do better for us because they're based upon our archetype. They're based upon our energy. We come from that energy and materialize here. They're able to access that energy as spiritual warfare. So they know how to direct it and direct ritual, basically, because ritual is logic. So they know how to knock down buildings at 9/11 and set this up and set up a whole plan to get a war going and use that energy and freeze those energies. But like I said, I tapped into 9/11 energy. Instead of lighting white candles, I light reverse candles and got the power. Now I got my soul name that night.
Nice.
And I talked to thousands of my name is such as they still wanted to be heard. My name is such and such. They was doing like they were still in the moment of they needed to identify who they were because they was just a mass of faceless motherfuckers jumping off buildings and got flattened. So they were still stuck there because the ritual keeps them locked there based upon our thoughts. Who's directing our thoughts? That's an Illuminati agenda. Remember 9/11. Remember 9/11. Never forget. We're here again. They give you a whole few years talking about what we're going to put in this building. We can't do it. Look at the victims. Look at the firemen. Look at this.
And when you talk about the mind control and even it had to be planned that the number 911 for emergencies and 9/11 is the same thing.
Well, let's because we niggas covered that shit for 20 years by now.
Right.
So, without getting into the obvious thing, trying to stay into the place where where we understand like the spiritual or the agenda of it beyond the obvious. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, David Rockefeller has a picture. He's the one who built and pushed to build those towers. And when he did it and they congratulated him for getting it done, he was on either Time Magazine or Newsweek, sitting like this with his watch showing, and his watch said 9/11. So they knew that shit in the 60s, this would eventually get knocked down. So we pass if and what. So we know it's a bullshit hustle. So spiritually, trying to get people to understand, well, what do they eat? How do they eat from that? When those sacrifices or those died, those energies in the air, those energies who don't know how to direct themselves because they're not conscious like you and I, or I'll pretend, they are. What it is, they're waiting, they need to be directed. Most people wait for Jesus or wait for Buddha or wait for whatever they're waiting for. And they will have their version of it. They just don't realize it's them who's making it up. They just really think somebody named Jesus is coming. And depending on your mentality, nothing may come. And I've seen motherfuckers hanging out in the astral world, still looking. In that motherfucker since the 30s. Because your energy is actually trapped in purgatory. That's what that means. So those people who just went unsuspecting one day, and this happens to, where you can't come to terms with your death, purgatory.
So how do they use that energy, though?
Excellent. When they direct it, when they say, they tell you, that's exactly what I was beginning to tell you. This is how they direct it. When they tell you, think of the victims of 911. Close your eyes for a moment in 911. What they're doing is, they have an agenda. Their agenda is directing it. They're getting you to add on to it and the energy up there. That energy is now like turning on a generator. See, if I have no electricity in my house, so damn, I ain't paying my bill, I put on a generator, I have electricity in my house. So now they're saying we need to create this war for our agenda, our money, and what we do. So we need a blood sacrifice or a sacrifice. So for the logic, it becomes a reason to go over there. See, remember, so they're dealing with two different places. Spiritual ritual, spirituality, and then reasoning. So they knocked our buildings down. We got a reason to go over there. So they gave you a logical reason because they know that's what they're up against. But now they got to sacrifice of 2,000 people. And the energy from that people sits frozen in a place where they don't know what to do. These are regular human people. We didn't say we must remember this and now people must move on. So they didn't even send the energy to move on to whatever they believe. They're holding the energy there. They're not conscious enough to know how to free their mind from any purgatory or any release yet, or pulling down. We're pulling on them each time we see these buildings. They show you an old movie with the buildings and you go, I remember that day. All of those emotions are what hold us in that place where when they do their ritual, they know exactly what to call on, the number frequencies, the geometry, the symbology that they created. So basically they created a sacrifice and then they create things that go around with words, weapons of mass destruction, Bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, Iran, Iraq, now ISIS. These things are like keywords that you really don't know what the fuck ISIS is or Iran or what the fucking Al Qaeda is. You get the idea, and then if you watch CNN enough, the regular, you know all of what they tell you, but you really don't know. But you know these are key words. You don't go in the airport and go Al Qaeda, ISIS. You know you don't do that because you heard it enough to know that these are actual trigger words. Like if I came to you saying Hotep, beloved, oh, he's conscious. If I came to you say Al Qaeda, ISIS, oh, that nigga's a terrorist. So they create buzzwords that actually lock you into the energy. That's what they're doing. They're locking you into this memory, this thought. Never forget. Now, if you hear 9/11, like you said, 9/11, not only is it a time, it's how you call the police, but if I said 9/11, I'd do you one better. When the Hindu dudes came from India and I was talking to him, he started telling me, said, I know you guys know 9/11 from a day before. 9/11 is a different day for us. It's a celebration. Because Vivekananda came over and he made a speech in America. And he started out saying, my brothers in the West, and he got a 5-minute standing ovation just by saying that. That's a big 5 minutes of me to stand up clapping just by you saying to my brothers in the West. And then did his little religious conference speech. He said, for us, that's a big day, 9/11. So 9/11 actually means 1,000 different things. But they locked it into a meaning for you. That's ritual. That's the Illuminati word. When they lock 9/11 into a meaning, no matter you say, oh, it ain't real, Bush ain't did it. The fact that each time someone brings up 9/11 and you say it ain't real, Bush's did it, wasn't Bin Laden, the Pentagon plane wasn't did. Did you ever see that on it? Look at this and it didn't blow up. They still showing proving that shit wasn't planes that did it. But that being said, that's the ritual. That's the Illuminati working. That's how they got you. They're locking you into a blood sacrifice which your thoughts feeds it. So they understand what they're doing in the name of 9/11, because all that ISIS is still in the name of 9/11. Even though we ain't saying it, they got Bin Laden, fake got Bin Laden, and they fake got Saddam Hussein. But so we're like, well, I guess that should be over. But now we're locked in. But Obama's going to get us out. He sent more troops there. While you had this mentality, he's getting you out. They working this 9/11 ritual off this sacrifice. That's how the Illuminati work. They're not working through fucking Beyonce. They're not working through fucking Rihanna.
Right. It's the bombings in Paris. It's the bombing in Belgium. It's where people are dying, you know?
Glad you said that. Glad you said that. The word Paris means ISIS. Let me say it again. The word Paris means ISIS. Paris is the city of ISIS. Napoleon Bonaparte from Paris raided Egypt and brought all the ISIS shit from the Temple of Dendra to Paris and built their city. The ceiling of Dendra was the ceiling of the cosmos. One of the famous at the Temple of Dendra is in Paris right now in their museums. The pillars, the obelisks in Paris. The way it geometrically sits, Paris is a geometrical path to the city of Dendra. you got to watch sacred geometry and all these paths that lead. Like you look at all our key places, all that shit is a straight line to certain paths in Egypt. The temple of Isis is all connected to Paris. It's Paris. So now, Friday the 13th, which is the day of Isis, she found 13 pieces of Osiris. Venus is the day of the goddess. Is actually the luckiest day, which they told you was the worst day. Friday the 13th, Isis bombs Paris. Come on, niggas. Know your shit. That's Illuminati agenda. It ain't Beyonce at the Super Bowl. It ain't that. I promise you that.
Nice.
So Paris is ISIS. ISIS blows up some shit in Paris. Come on, nigga. They not even really doing that shit no more. That's tricky. If you know what symbols and what this shit means. Most black people don't. They know enough to say, I know it's the government that's in it, but that's as far as it goes. Understand, they work on ritual. You can say whatever you want and come up with whatever theory that you think is going to work against them, but unless it's still dealt with in the world of energy, true energy work, which is knowing how to direct the world, the ether, the world of the hidden, do magic, they're not scared of you. They showed on YouTube the white man got guns that turn around corners. You're not coming with your guns to beat him. He's the manufacturer of guns. If I'm the guy who makes dicks, you're not going to teach me how to fuck pussy better. I make the dicks around here. You're not going to teach me how to do it. I don't give a fuck what technique you may have learned watching pornos. I'm the dick maker. He makes guns. You're not going to buy guns from him to beat him in a war. You're going to have to use what you got that he ain't got. And that's the war he can't fight you in. He took you out of your fight. They got a machine where there was a crowd. They pressed the button. Boop. They said it sends out an array of microwaves. Like you're a honey bun. You know what I'm saying? Or a McMuffin. The whole crowd just started feeling the heat. And they were about quarter block away from it. They just dispersed. And all he did was press that button real quick like that. What are you going to do with that? What are you gonna shoot your 9 at him?
Right.
Bust off your gun? Get your AK? No. Do I think there are winners and outfight is impossible? Absolutely not. We get into this shit, you won't have to fight them. That's what Neo told you. That's what Morpheus told Neo. Once you get into your shit, you won't have to dodge bullets. You're like, I'm just trying to get ill at dodging bullets. It's like, no, once you do your shit, you won't have to dodge bullets. You need to believe, Neo, in what you are. You won't have to worry about what war you're going to take to him. There is no war. You have to get into your right mind. I'm happy to say I'm teaching niggas to get in their right mind. I'm not wasting my time here giving them bullshit stories about what we need to do, hyping them up.
Now, kind of a little bit of a backtrack. When you mentioned 9/11, 2,000 people dying, a lot of souls or their spirits caught up in purgatory. Recently, I had an experience where, I'm staying over at my friend's uncle's house, and it's a big mansion of a house, kind of dark and gloomy, for lack of other words, you know what I'm saying, just because he's an older guy and hasn't been able to take care of the house like he did, or it was when it was full of life, people. But when we got up in there, she was telling me stories about how the house was haunted and all this other stuff, and how they can hear people come up the steps and whatnot. And I'm like, well, I can understand that. But when I got there, I could definitely feel the fact that, there was some energies in that place. You know what I'm saying? I could feel what she was talking about. And so when you're dealing with that on a level of like your house, or, going to a place where it has a whole lot of displaced spirits or spirits that don't know where they are or spirits that don't want to leave or anything along those lines. That's kind of creating an environment that you don't want to be in, or a negative environment, things like that. How do you deal with that type of situation?
Well, this is really talking about cleaning your house. It just comes down to what I was just talking about, which is all this shit is, at the end of the day, when you move all of it around and get down to the heart of what's going on, it's just energy work. All this shit is just nothing but energy work. So it's about directing energy. If you're not dealing with the energy is going to deal with you. So much so you may understand the presence. Sometimes you may not even be aware of the presence, and it may be the person's awareness that makes it a little bit more real about it too. Because he said, this place is haunted. So that makes it a little bit more real too, more than hidden. Because it's not really like it's doing something or has an intelligence to hide itself or show itself. It's doing it based upon your thoughts, his thoughts. So we don't know how to get or direct our thoughts and put them in order to start directing energy. It's not hard. It's simple. So there are surefire physical rituals and elements you can use to clean your house. If you have a real hostile energy in your house, we need to call them energy so we can say, because once you say spirit, it's something they start seeing something from TV. So I'm trying to say something maybe that you can see it a little bit more practical. Mm-hmm. If you have a hostile energy in your house that's disrupting the flow, think of it more on this level. If you lived in the house with your wife and your kids, if she comes home with an attitude all the time, the whole house is kind of fucked up. Or if I come home grumpy and punching the walls, everybody's going to feel affected. Well, what happened? I didn't touch them. The energy I'm bringing into the house is saying that. It's saying something. You can come home, your wife is mad, she's bringing that home. Or she's happy, she's bringing that home. So we understand this concept, we just don't really pay attention to it as spirits being the same thing. Mm-hmm. As energies that didn't incarnate, but survive based upon an existence that was thought up by somebody's either low energy thoughts. I'm depressed. It never happens to me. I never have the luck. I never get the girl. I'm clumsy. I'm short. My penis doesn't work right. Everyone's thinking that somewhere. Well, where does those thoughts go? They become entities. And they become entities and they feed off of everybody else saying, I'm short, I'm clumsy, and I'm this. So clumsy is actually a spirit like Jesus or Oshun or anything else. So the more you sit around and say, I'm clumsy, I always fall, I always trip, it always happens to me. It does, because you asked for it. You're a deity that just commanded or magnetizing energy. So the same thing happens in your house. In your house, in these corners in your house, they begin to live. So if he says, when he walked in that house and said, this house is haunted, guess what? You just haunted it. And now you're pulling the energy of your insecure thoughts. I think it's haunted by a rape deity. Why? Because my ass is always hurting. And it's not necessary, but he called it, actually. That's what he's really doing, without knowing it. And that may be something he may be insecure about, or something that may have entered his mind that now is now entering his bottom parts because his mind said so. You know what I'm saying? Now, you can do things to move and remove energy, or what is actually called thought forms. You got to look up thought forms, formation of thought. Your thoughts are bringing it there. Or the last people's thoughts. See, before we bought this house, we were going to move to a even bigger spot. I didn't want to move. There's too much shit in here. There's too much shit in this room alone. So our landlords were showing the house to Craigslisters, which I didn't like that. Not at all. But as soon as they got to this room, motherfuckers would not walk in it and look at that shit and go, all right, I've seen enough. I'm like, this bitch ain't gonna sell this house. And when we leave, what we leave behind is so much energy we pull down. Oh, they're going to walk into it. They're going to just feel. You get a feeling in every house you walk into.
Mm-hmm.
This house stinks, smell like roach spray. This one dirty, it feels dark in here. Oh, wow, nice house. Right? Feels like I can relax here. What is that? Furniture? It's the energy that's in the house based upon thoughts or thought formation. Your thought formation will call down deities that either exist or create deities, thought forms, that actually will torment you, not because they're out to get you, because you said so. You said I'm clumsy. You said this house is haunted. You said I can't get no sleep here. You said I think something's in the attic. So it's basically said, okay, you want me to go in the attic? That's what I'll do. You want me to make noise in the attic? Okay. Thank you. You're giving me an existence. Mm-hmm. And then when you say, no, I don't think that's in the attic. It goes, he's trying to kill me. Then it makes more noise. You ever notice when you're trying to get rid of something's like, damn, this shit is it's fighting to survive. Because it only survives based upon your thoughts. So it tells you that in practical reasoning as well. How do you want to get rid of something? Think different. As a man, think different. Or I should say for the spirit shit. Your thoughts made that house haunted or energy that was left over. That's why you need to know how to clean out your house. So that's what the sage, frankincense, myrrh, and all the rest of those things are to kind of bang out those thoughts. But if you have the same thoughts, you're going to magnetically pull the same bullshit. Mm-hmm. See, if you know how to go harder, you could call on deities, which are nothing more than formulas or energy patterns. So Bobby said he went in the house, this spirit would not leave. Heard it banging, playing the fuck around. It was like, I'm not leaving this motherfucker. Now, what does that mean? All that means is it could have been a nigga who lived there, who built that house from scratch or did whatever to buy it and impressed his whole family and raised them. He dies, and now, spiritually, purgatory, he has nowhere to go. There's no Jesus. There's nothing else to do. You stay in the house. And mostly, that's why they call it white noise. Because when white people get up there, they find ain't none of this shit for them. Let me say that again. When white people get up there, they find out ain't none of this for them. So those are the ones, who's in the house? I am, get out. Because this is all they got. When they die, they go live in their same old fucking house. That's what's real about them. They ain't got nothing to look forward to, kid. Nothing that went through so many lifetimes, even if they didn't remember in this lifetime, they can remember and say, okay, I did come to be a dumbass Christian, but now I remember, and I'm going to go back to Zamunda, or wherever the fuck they're going to do next, whatever mission they on. Even if they were the dumbest of the dumb down T.D. Jakes down this motherfucker. I get it. I remember now. I came down to be somebody dumb like T.D. Jakes. Now I remember, and I'm going back to Zimbabwe, where the fuck I am from. And for them, they get up there and there's just nothing there. Jesus don't come. Mary don't come. Joseph don't come. You know what I'm saying? Yeshua, none of them.
Just in a what is it? Just like an astral abyss.
Then there's different levels in the astral world, and they're finding all they can really see is the stuff they just left on Earth, because that's all that's really for them. They have no place to go but here on Earth. There's lower parts of that, and that hurt. Some even say they're on the animal level or the astral world, because the astral world, you're seeing animals dream, but they're on a different level in the astral world. They said they're on that level. There's more animal in them. Then they hold on while they can stay in the astral world for a time. If you stay in there too long, you'll get absorbed back into a body. So the idea is, there's some, like my father, I was going to do all the stuff to get him past the astral world. He said, no, I'm coming back. Why, nigga? No, I'm not leaving. I'm going to set up in the astral world for a while, and the time is right, I'm coming back. My nephew, his grandson, had a son. I promise you I'm looking at my father. It's scary. And I tested with my sister. I said, yo, he look like that. She said, oh my God. She said, the shit he do. And she was describing all my father's shit. Like my father had a way of looking at electronics through his glasses. She said, that motherfucker be doing this same shit. I'm like, wow. my father was intrigued, and you can even look at all them pens and shit. He was just weird with these gadget shit. Said that motherfucker can't. So I know that's him coming back. He already told me up. So he knew he was coming back for another lifetime. So these were conscious, not I wonder if decisions. When I was talking, this wasn't like, should I come back? It wasn't that. It was like, no, I know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in the know. We're not gonna get to, I wonder, should I walk towards the light and do all of this shit? You really have to be at a level where you ain't been through it a lot. If you're conscious, you've been through it. Even the consciousness on the dumb level, where you like, that motherfucker ain't conscious. Even if I'm saying it on, that's really socially, you know what I'm saying? But he'll be alright. That person will be alright. Because even on that level shows that you've been through it enough. Just enough to have an inkling to say, something in this motherfucker is wrong. See, my sister, on the other hand, I remember one time she was telling me, oh my God, this is the American Story. Lindsay Lohan. What a good story.
What a good story.
This is before, I said, that bitch is going crazy. She's in the middle of going crazy. She's like, Lindsay Lohan, oh my God. That's the American dream. Like, it's just so funny. She just believes anything in this motherfucker. And so I know she ain't been through it enough. She's the one that goes through a purgatory. And even in this so-called purgatory, I'm only using it as an example, this stuck place in the astral world, you will get absorbed back into a body eventually. You can't stay there forever. The astral world is not a forever place. Eventually, when this is gone, there'll be no more astral world, no more earth. We either move on. And if you are not made from that source material, which is what they call in the soul, you ain't going. It ain't nothing to do with your color and how people tend to wrap it up. That's racist, or you talking about white people. No, we're talking about genetics, and we talking about this shit is based upon genetics, not because. See, when they hear that, they think it's a racist thing because of that little stunt that Hitler and them did with genetics and the SSS and the pure blood. But that's more white people doing white shit. Get what I'm saying? That's their idea with it. But what they were talking about is genetics. Genetics that they didn't have, that they was fronting. Because they understood, and black people understood, this shit was about DNA. And it was about genetics. But we understood we had that DNA and had that pure genetics, that pure light in us, the advanced and superior genetics. They went on a whole world scheme front like it was something in them. But it's truly something in us that's magical. Now see, here's where I don't want to get it twisted. Does it make us feel better or superior? I'm not talking about that. Because when you say it, kind of lends itself to, well, y'all must be superior then. Or you must be think I'm saying we're superior. Our genetics are hands down superior. Ain't no doubt about that. But socially, should we make you lick our ass like you made us lick yours? Or beat you like you made us? I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in doing what we do with our genetics. Now here's the deal. If I'm totally, absolutely wrong, you ain't gotta waste your time proving it to me. See you at the top, baby. See you when you get there. But if I'm right, you know what I'm saying, good luck to you and yours. You know what I'm saying? Which I think I'm right. But you ain't got to debate me, just do your work. The fact that you need to debate me because you're trying to get me to say something to make you convinced about what you should be doing. They still complain about melanin and they think it's all about melanin and melanin don't really matter. But they're not reading the study on melanin. They just think it has something to do with dark skin. Shows their ignorance in this, and I don't care to enlighten them about it. We enlighten us about it. And based upon your melanin, which is light, which is chaos comes before creation. Out of chaos came the realm of creation. And chaos, the chaos element, is nothing more than melanin. Chaos on earth is nothing but melanin in the blood, and it manifests as creation. And hands down, we are the most creative people that this place has ever seen. Ever, forever, ever. And this is a result of your melanin from the realm of the unformed. We're able to go into the unformed and bring it into formation as a form of creation. That's the process. Even our existence comes from the unformed to the form, spirit to material. So how do you build this room, do your house, create your music, create the style of clothes you wear, create the slang that America followed? Watch every commercial, it's a nigga slang thing. What's up? Even that's nigga shit. What up, nigga? What up, nigga? Then you got a whole commercial. What's up? What's up? What's up? Like, nigga, that's us. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was done in 1988 when Fred and Barney dressed up like Run DMC and sold Fruity Pebbles.
Right.
We got this. This is our fucking reality, whether we know it or not, and whether they admit it or not. But if you pay attention, it is what it is. Mm-hmm. So, because we are the masters out of bringing nothing into something. And that's coming from, in the occult, chaos, order out of chaos. And that's what they keep saying, that little bullshit in these Illuminati secret society phrases. We bring order out of chaos. They're just trying to take your birthright. They're trying to say we control the planet. Because bringing order out of chaos, creativity is our role and what we've been doing. Bringing creation from the realm of chaos. They cannot stay in the chaos. So they need you to be the lackey to do it for them. So everything we invent becomes a tool for them. Rap is a multi-billion-dollar industry for them, not for us anymore. It never really was for us. We may have came off and made some standing on the stage, but it was always a multi-billion-dollar industry for them. I just finished telling you, Fred and Barney selling Fruity Pebbles on our shit. Fruity Pebbles is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And they felt they needed to put on Run DMC suits to do it. The Tricks Rabbit had a rope chain on before. So it's a multi-billion-dollar industry for them at this point, not for us. So they need us to bring order out of the chaos. The chaos realm is the realm of melanin. We think chaos is havoc. Chaos is just before the realm or the reality before creation, before formation. See, to create something, you have to say words, those sounds are the realm sounds of chaos. Melanin. They don't have it. Not this phenomelanin, this whole melanin. No, there's melanin in the ears. That's why we hear better and hear music better. Melanin in the tongue. That's why shit tastes better. Their food tastes like shit. And ours tastes better because we have more receptors through the melanin. We can smell better, see better. You ever see a white person try to look you in the face and they just can't, they keep blinking? Because they're actually looking at the sun directly. For them, they don't have the receptors in it. It is known their shit is weak in all aspects of genetics. Real is real if you want to deal with real. So what does that mean? That means it is what it is. I don't care what they do. I just know I'm not involved with them. I do not feel jealous or feel superior to a monkey. And his genetics are not like mine. But it doesn't make me... See, black people don't think like that. We didn't look at monkeys and say, we're better. We looked at them and said, they're our brothers, and let them do them. We won't step on your toes. Don't come in our village and rape our women. And we won't go in your village and rape no monkeys. It was like that. It was a mutual respect when we recognized them as a different species on a different grid with a different agenda. White people have a different agenda than us. Can they evolve into something that matters? Yeah, because they come from our bloodline. They're our children, and they come from our bloodline. Their plight in their job, in what they have ahead of them, is not involved with us. We're trying to involve them too much in our shit. And genetically, I don't see how it could add up. And if they can make it add up, good for them. If they're better, good for them. But I recognize there's a difference. So they may say, you're all wrong, Hank, and our shit is better. Okay, good for you. Just as long as your shit ain't got nothing to do with my shit. You know what I'm saying? And black people need to stop involving ourselves in that and get into us. So, and the key to doing that is we need to now know how to redirect our energy back into something that actually can benefit us more than just being pimped around by it. So certain things I sell them on my website to clean your house, thought forms, powders, dust, shit you could burn. One of the easiest things you could do, see, what spirits do is they settle in the corners. So if you know in your house, you always got that pile, like see that pile of shit right there that when you got that shit you don't know what to do with, it always goes in a corner somewhere. You naturally put it in that corner because the energy becomes stagnant in those corners. So you know you always got in your room that one place where you throw all your shit. That's a corner where the energy is actually slowing down and stop. Now, how do you know this? Remember when you were young and you was hyped up and your parents said go stand in the corner? That comes from more spiritual than it was some slavery shit, which was they knew that's going to slow you down. If you're too hyped up, you stand in the corner, the energy slows down. So you and that motherfucker just pause. Now, all your thoughts at the end of the day are in corners. That's why if you see them rich motherfuckers in their houses, they have them round houses, the mansions, because they understood the round houses can't house your thought forms. So one of the things you could do is take salt crystals, sea salt or kosher salt second. If you could get Himalayan sea salt, which they sell it at, they sell it online, Himalayan sea salt, and they sell it at Walmart where you can put it on your food, the pink salt. Mm-hmm. And you can put it in all the corners, definitely in the corners in your room, and those salt crystals will absorb negative energy into them. So just put a little, and that alone will start to clean your house. Water is also liquid crystals. Put that under your bed when you sleep at night, if you can, or next to your bed. If you can add that laundry bluing to it, that turns it up. When you sleep next to it, it pulls down negative energy. You know what I'm saying? And it captures it at the end of the week or so, dump it. You know what I'm saying? If you had a bad night, dump it. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, keep the crystals going. Sage, lavender to calm the house. You could burn cinnamon to get rid of negative energies or low energies. You can burn rosemary, basil, and bay leaf. Rosemary, basil, bay leaf. That's one of the good books to get is a book by Robert Laramie called something in psychic self-defense. Spiritual Baths in Psychic Self-Defense, something like that. It's a purple book by Robert Laramie where he gives ABC formulas. You can boil walnuts, take a bath with walnuts. Just ABC things that you can get around the house that are real easy to get. If you don't have a Botanica near you, stuff from your kitchen. There's another book, I don't remember the author, called Kitchen Witch. Excellent. Where everything in the regular store, it'll explain what it is, what it does. So rosemary, sage. Rosemary is probably one of the hardest things you could burn. The cinnamon to clear out your motherfucking house. And then if you could get places, Medina is in Brooklyn, and it gives you incense oils and frankincense and myrrh. One of the things I know they sell, which you probably need online, something called benzene. You burn that. That's a what do you call that shit when it's in the rock form?
Rock salt, no.
No, it's like that frankincense and myrrh in that corner. The resin. It comes in a resin. So frankincense and myrrh, you know them rocks you burn on the charcoal, that's a resin. So the benzene comes in a resin. Excellent. Devil's, I can't believe I can't remember shit. Dragon's blood.
Okay.
Not devil's, dragon's blood comes in a resin. Excellent for clearing out your shit. So we'll burn that, sage, that when we have to, just in the house will feel lighter. Because what you're doing is, to those negative or slow energies, the frequency becomes high. So it's kind of like plugging a car battery into your Walkman. The Walkman, I can't take it. I'm going to shut down, turn off, and blow up. So they got to leave because you're upping the frequency with these particular herbs. If you have an energy that you having a hard time dealing with, because if the energy is more powerful than the frequency, then it's not going to go. That's when you have a problem. You burn sulfur. It's going to stink to all shit, but nothing will make it. Everything's going, even your friends. Even your friendly spirits is going, all right, y'all can come back now. Maya, Anubis, Congo woman. Somebody was asking me what spirit I had in the back. I said, you need to show me. I don't know which one he was talking about, but you know, you're going to have to call these motherfuckers back. Your whole shit will be on blank. Sulfur. Have some sulfur in there. Stinks the fuck when you burn it. Smells like pure shit. They can't fucks with that. I got some shit. I got concoctions in it for soap. You power shit in front of your door, ain't nobody coming in that motherfucker. Should be like that shit from Skeleton Key. They can't walk in your house. I got the brick dust and all that shit in there. Can't come in. Can't come in.
That's good stuff.
I got niggas bringing me from that in that pile. Niggas bringing me all sorts of rocks and dirt from graveyards wherever they go. I got this from Cairo. Put it in. Got this from the mounds and my Shabazz used to give me shit from the mounds. The Native American mobs. Put it in. Shake that motherfucker up. And just. I used to put it in all my new shoes and walk the planet with that shit. Fucking niggas up. What the hell? There's so much shit you could do. It's energy direction. That's all it ever is. That's all this is.
So along those lines, talking about energies and, you bringing those energies in and then you were talking about Melon and the chaos, bringing from chaos into order, things along those lines. So let's talk about portal magic or utilizing portals. Because it would seem as though, as we're talking about Melon, that Melon itself is a portal. In some manner. Or
well, I would say I would look at it more as a key to a portal. A key to a portal. That's why without it, they're not getting in these gateways. And how do you get through portals? Your level of consciousness. And not the level of how much you study from a book or how much you know or can repeat. Is how much your mind is actually freed yourself for the experience of something new. Which happens physically. You could say, I can't swim. But you could say, fuck it, I just jumped in the water and started swimming. What did you do? Did you read a book? Did you become smarter? You actually immersed yourself in it. So that's why I said it was a big deal when these niggas don't have the confidence because you're not able to immerse yourself in what would be considered the next level. Half the shit is just your confidence saying, I'm doing this. Not, I'm going to do this. Why wouldn't I? I use the logic and reason to get it out the way is I say, well, if I'm God, and we all saying we God, not that I'm convincing myself, what could I encounter that is not me? What could I encounter that is beyond me? What could I encounter that I'm so-called not ready for? What is a portal when I'm the master of the gateway? So I started to have to, the true understanding is none of that shit exists as anything you have to go through. At the end of it, when you go through all of that, which you seemingly did in your mind, you're only going to see your black ass staring back at yourself. They did that metaphorically in movies in Star Trek, The Final Frontier, I think it was, where Spock's brother came and was like, I finally found out how to find God. And the whole movie, they're on the way to God and all this tribulations. And they get there, is a picture, is him looking at himself, laughing. And niggas thought it was stupid. And I'm like, oh, that was very profound. You are the God. So, and this is in advance. Instead of thinking there's a portal to go through, remember there is no portal to go through. It's only what you now can be able to say and experience as your realization, your re-realization again. And that becomes the portal that you went through. So I can say, yeah, it looks like we had to define it. We define it as where you're going through portals and different levels. Oh, let me get this ass pillow right. Oh, nigga. Get it right on the hump. You know what I'm saying? Like, we going through portals, but the real true magnificence is, and none of that really exists. And that's in advance, it's really in your thinking. And a lot of this came from me dealing with Bobby. Like, nigga, none of that exists. It's only you. So what would, see, to say portals and gateways and all these things are like structures we give ourselves because we need the logic sometimes and need the reasoning to pace ourselves and say, I'm ready to deal with this. So that's a portal I went through. I'm ready to deal with, that's a gateway. That's a level. But there is no levels. There's, you know or you don't know. And you really don't know. You only think you don't know. So it's a form of ignore or ignorance. You know what I'm saying? But you actually know. The realization is realizing that it's all in you. And to begin to trust in yourself and what you get when you tackle something. So I may say, let me tackle sacred geometry. So I'm going to go through the regular ABCs of the books and the YouTubes and everything you could get. But then things will start to come that of, I guess you could say, how I figured it out or how I come to terms in my understanding, how I fit it in the whole picture. That's what you trust in. Because you're going to have somebody who always can come and say, let me give you a debate on that and show you what's really smart and what's really better and it didn't really come. Who gives a shit? We can logically go back all day. But what you want to do is be able to find these answers within yourself to a satisfactory level. Because here's the real trick. That's the only thing that matters. There's no such thing as this is the fucking way and you have to figure out the way. That thing is when we're gone and have no bodies, what builds your reality is your mind and what you think. So it's never about, okay, I have to figure out what Kamani figured out to be smart. I have to figure out what Pamela figured out to be advanced. That is totally missing the point. You have to figure out to your satisfaction whatever the fuck it is you say it is, because that's what makes it real. If you drink cups of tea upside down, or what I consider to be upside down in your world, guess what? It still works and it's still right. Why? Because it's right for you. And that's the trick. That's the trick I understand. We're still thinking of logic and reasoning and ways to come down to this common ground, a common understanding. I think dark magic, he's a dark magic guy like me, so we're supposed to say, yeah, Baphomet's the greatest. See, I'd rather you say Baphomet's not the greatest because you don't give a fuck, because you understand, and maybe something else is the greatest. Oh, okay, I get it. That's working for you. Not just, I don't like it based upon reasoning and it's got something to do with the white man. That's silly to me. So come to the understanding based upon understanding that your world is what you're building. See, we was watching, you ever see the nigga Kearney Thomas? He's a preacher. Me and Bobby was at some hotel. Bobby was doing lectures in Baltimore. And we chilling, you know what I'm saying, drinking. And this nigga come on. It was James Brown's birthday. And this nigga goes, God! You got to see this nigga. You never seen this nigga?
No.
In reason. This shit is the funniest, craziest shit ever. Bobby's like, see, they wouldn't put this on nowhere else but fucking BET for niggas. So he's telling him, get the little red anointed blood, you know, of Jesus. So Bobby, I'm laughing at it. And Bobby says, you know that shit will work. Now, of course, every nigga now is going, why would Bobby say that? That don't make no sense. I said, oh, I know it will work. Because that's the basis of magic. You make anything work. In fact, I'll do you one better. If the first person sold this anointed cloth that Jesus wiped his sweat off with and wiped his ass with and sold them little pieces to all the people, they've been doing this for years. You mean to tell me nobody said, wait a minute, this doesn't work? Why can they keep doing it? Because we make it work. See, to be conscious, you need to understand how your mind works. And you can't do it by falling into the traps in your minds. Debating, arguing, picking sides, and all the rest of the do. You step out of it as a scientist, investigate the human mind. When I investigate the human mind, I said, it's not about believing this is right or this is right. I notice to all these people, all this shit is right to them. Tell a Buddhist, Buddha ain't real. Tell a Christian, Jesus ain't real. Tell a Muslim, Muhammad never walked the planet. Tell them that. Not to them. So now me stepping out and not trying to argue and see which one is right or wrong, I started to notice, God damn, everybody's right. Because they making it right. Maybe that's the trick you're supposed to understand. I can make whatever's right. And I said, wait a minute. That kind of sounds like magic. You just take what's in your mind and you just make it real. Then I started thinking about this. I should talk to Bobby and be like this. Bobby, I seen this movie, Avatar. I think we talked about it, not. Seen this movie, Avatar. The white boy comes in and takes it. That's what's wrong. They make all these movies. They never show the original man doing this. The original man always, everything people said. The next day, I said, Bobby, they make this movie Avatar. They got the white boy. See, they need that. Because, we got this black element that goes, so you need this different outsider to come in to shake up the routine on the left-hand path. I'm like, motherfucker, what? All right. Then, talking to him on the phone at a Chinese restaurant. Chinese people start arguing on my food. I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Ate this shit, threw up. Sure enough. Tell him about it. They was arguing my food. I thought, one day he'll be like, see, you never need to eat in there again because the energy is the type of energy of the people that's cooking your food and the energy they put over it. Same story, next day. See, you needed that shit to clean out. You know what I'm saying? So you had to. It was the type of thing what the spirit was doing so you could actually clean out. And I started to notice this nigga it just depends on where the wind is blowing. Then I said, I fucking get it. His mind works in a way where he's creating his reality in every moment. He's not dealing with right or wrong or picking a stance to be in or a way to be besides his way is spiritual. Not, I'm for this and I'm for that. There's some of that's there. He's still having a human experience. But I noticed on most things, he could go either way on it and make it right. And I said, wait a minute. Ain't that what we all want? This to be right all the time? If that's not magic, what is? I'm like, he can make something right all the fucking time. If you dealing with the concept of right or wrong, you have to say pick a side. But if you're no longer in the realm of reasoning and logic, you make whatever you see and whatever happens to you work for you. Everything becomes something that serves you instead of something that's against you that you need to do your magic against. That's where people are fucking up. They don't know how to make things. Once you start to understand, you could see that's what he was trying to say, which I already at that point understood. Because I was laughing so hard, he felt he just had to teach me this, that shit will work. He said, if niggas believe it'll work, it'll work. Whatever you sell, it'll work. If they believe you enough, it will work. Whatever it is, however it is. You tell niggas you got some shit that can make them fly, you stand behold. I flew a little bit. You're going to hear it. Because people want to make it believe. But what's really happening is you're triggering in their mind their own power. It's not your power that's making them believe in your shit. It's whatever you said they already believed in you. How do you know? Because they bought the shit. And it's going to work not because of your power, because of their power. And that's really what you don't understand. You can activate any of this shit with your mind, your own power. And that's really what so how do you do that to the fullest? You have to break down things like gateways and portals and times and all of these things. You have to first be able to evaluate what keeps you locked down on levels. See, Bobby used to hate that, talking about levels. He said, when this is all said and done, we all on the same level. I'm still more like, no, fucking niggas, these dumbass niggas, I did all this work. These niggas ain't on my level. He's like, actually, they're going to be. Because their work is just being down this motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Just staring at other motherfuckers wearing skinny jeans or wearing skinny jeans is enough to get into heaven. You know what I'm saying? Just going through this is actually the work. This isn't the work. This is just a part of what we are for someone to come in consciousness and all of this.
So the work of, going from doing meditation where you learn how to, or you become more acclimated in the unconscious, in the let's say the astral realms, right? Where mm-hmm. I've noticed, at least when I meditate more, it's easier for me to have a lucid dream, right? Okay. Right. So I call that doing the work so that my impression was that when you do those types of things, it conditions your mind and your being for being able to have that consciousness when you move on, let's say,
Well,
to the
that's
astral.
called building up spiritual intelligence, basically. Astral traveling and meditation builds up that spiritual competence, intelligence. But when you do spiritual work, you know how to operate in that world with competence, with awareness, because you're now used to sleeping in that world. You shut that down. You no longer did enough push-ups to keep your chest up to par to wear a sexy shirt anymore. So you wearing, you on grandma jeans and a goddamn, old people shit now. You know what I'm saying? And this is because you haven't did that work. So these type of practices make you spiritually aware. So when you are in states of meditation, your consciousness. Now, actually, that's where intelligence does come into play a little bit better than using your intelligence, because now the intelligence is something from the human world. So while you're doing astral traveling, while you're doing meditation, you're trying to bring something from the spirit world back to the human world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where your intelligence from the human world now comes into what it really is for. To be able to bring reasoning into something that is so raw and so complex, to be able to bring it here and then reason it back down to something doable. It's different. It's different from taking everything and intelligently dealing with it and not being able to bring it back up here. Mm-hmm. So now when you come up here and you have to make whatever you found up here in the spirit world useful, that's where it's good to be able to, the meditation and the astral traveling is a methodology for bringing the reasoning and intelligence in there with you. As a student, not as the thing that's running it, as a student of what you see spiritually. Lucid dreaming. So my lucid dreaming now, Brother Panic is sitting there going, okay. And then when I wake up, now all of the spiritual shit that just happened, now I have to rationalize and intelligence that. Not intelligence the spirituality out of it, but put it in an order where I can understand more. You get what I'm saying? So your intelligence means something on that level. It's not running it, but it does have its place. Because like my son telling me advance, say he got 3 roommates, Keenan. He said, Panic, yo, I was getting high, you know what I'm saying? And I heard someone going, kill myself. Just weed. I said, what? He said, yeah, I just kept hearing it. And then he said, I put the weed out. He said, I've been smoking weed for years. I never heard that. He said, but then I started feeling it was coming from my roommate. And then he said, the next day he walked by me and I heard the word suicide. I said, oh, you picking up on his energy. He said, sure enough, next week, this crybaby ass nigga, I wanted to kill myself. And he said, he found out from him. I said, oh, you picking up on it. Then he said, yo, Keenan, I had a dream and somebody was robbing me and you helped me. No, I killed somebody and you helped me stash the bodies. This is what my son said. I want to kiss him in his fucking lips. He said, I don't know what, I don't really know this. I would tell you talk to my mom, talk to Panic. But what I feel is you trying to kill something yourself and you need my help. So I help you. I was like, oh, nigga. What a man. Khadijah got all excited. Nigga. He said his other roommate, the Christian dude, I think God is trying to show you something. So your intelligence after this spiritual thing, because this guy can't interpret with his intelligence, he's not, another way, let me be clear. You're supposed to make your intelligence serve your spirit. Now we got our spirit serving our intelligence. That's the difference. So to do the astral traveling meditation, you now turn your intelligence into a tool that can help you on planet Earth decode and deal with your spirit. My intelligence serves me. That's why these books don't make me. These books now serve my spirituality. And we used to say it all the time in consciousness. Before I used to read the books to understand it, now my spirit leads me to the books I should read. That means my intelligence is no longer running this. I don't look on Amazon and say, what do I need to learn next? I know I said I get it all in my library, so when I deal with what I deal with spiritually, I have intelligent references to deal with. So now, let me be clear, my reasoning and my intelligence serve my spirit. I don't serve my logic, deduction, reason, intelligence. So, of course, he's going to go to what he knows. Jesus is talking to you. My son did that shit. I was so proud of him. And he did, perfect example. Listen to his own words. I don't know what I would say, but here's what my parents would say, and said something that I think was more intelligent than me and his wife put together, because it's in him. But to make that work for him, he had to mimic what me and his mom would say. But technically, that's all him.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have said that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have said that. And I would have probably said, well, you need me to be more of a friend, or that type of friend. You see me as someone who is that worthy of that trust with you. You know, I went on that direction perhaps, which it means that too. All these symbols are multi-layered. Mm-hmm. But that intelligent answer, how he tapped in, he just mimicked what he thought. To fake it until you make it. Niggas think that's some shit Tupac said. No, that's straight out of occult science. Because the more you fake it, you're going to make it, because it's all in you. So you just act the part, be the part. And that's all he did. He just said, this is what my parents would say. And he said some of the most intelligence I heard. And that's what you're really doing here. That's with all of this.
So, with your logic and reasoning, then being there to serve the spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And dealing with astral travel,
mm-hmm.
how that's a way for us to use our intelligence in the spiritual realm, or a way for our spirit to use our intelligence.
Or I would say yes, and I would say another way of saying it is for your intelligence to become now a tool instead of a liability.
Okay. So, with all that practice, I don't understand then how someone who ain't done shit,
mm-hmm.
right? For those to work on that, how can they be at the same level as somebody who's been working on that when on Earth,
that's where we get into levels. But when it's all said and done, we're all black people from the same source based upon genetics. So I may be good at doing cartwheels and you may be good at doing backflips, but at the end of the day, we're all acrobats. And that's really the thread that makes us all equal in the end game. That we all came from that source. We all go back to that source. We are that source. That has nothing to do with teaching and learning. That's the part of I am. So what you are is what you are.
Mm-hmm.
What we are down here is under the illusion of different levels, but these different levels are only a caste system or society's way of dealing with people of intelligence and where we should be in that. But technically, we all doing some work. Again, when it's said and done, which we talked about, the stripper's job is just as important as me or Bobby in the grand scheme of things. But socially, she's just sucking dicks on the pole. And you know what I'm saying? Same thing the crackheads experience, because what all this is on Earth is nothing more than experience and what we going through, and at the end of the day becomes one big entire experience that existed for Akashic Records to access and watch that shit just like movies. Get the understanding, there was a guy named Kamani in Atlanta that went through this, that, the other. And they'll be studying your story as a part of our understanding. And a part of a way to now build worlds with our mind. How do you build worlds with your mind? Or new worlds with your mind? You got to go someplace to have new experiences. How do you have new experiences if you're the all and all everything? Well, you got to make yourself act like you don't know. That's the three ruffians, third dimension, gets bumped on the head. And you wake up, you don't know who you are. That's when you having all these adventures, and then you go home, I'm the king of Zamunda. Oh yeah. Well, what do you have? Well, let me tell you about this shit. And then you have a body of everything, of knowing, because this is all about knowledge. We know because of this. And we'll be talking about white people like, remember that shit? Why they think they the biggest thing going, they from Pallades and all the shit. Their existence in the afterworld is just as valuable as plastic. There's nothing. You know what I'm saying? But they biodegradable. You know what I'm saying? At least they biodegradable.
That's fucked up.
It is. That's real. Like, you're not saying, yo, it's plastic. The plastic come from Pleiades. No, that shit came from some invention on planet Earth. And so the white people, a bad invention on planet Earth. That's real. You know what I'm saying? Show me the proof. Show me something else. Show me something real. Don't tell me. It just doesn't feel like it. Show me where they came from. Like I said, it doesn't mean you should treat them inferior. If you do, that's up to you. Probably doing it anyway. They do it to you. That's not enough to push me to treat. I just don't care enough to want to treat them. I don't want them around me because they're just weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of them are cool because they got more nigger in them. I know plenty of white boys that's cool. I see them and have compassion for their story. Some of them used to work for me, just meet through the years at record labels in New York, and you just know them. And they cool. But the average white person, I don't know, it's a weird thing to me. They move and operate weird. Some achy breaky energy, you know what I'm saying? Some Macarena shit. So to me, it's like, nah, it's not my thing. But at the same time, we gotta be real. A lot of niggas don't fuck with neither. You know what I'm saying? Weirdo motherfuckers too.
Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it ain't really just that. White people are guaranteed weird. Some niggas go, oh, I like this nigga. I guess some white people you can do the same shit too. I like this white person. You ain't gonna come to my house and embarrass me. But I like you hanging around, Whole Foods. Oh, it's a guy. It's a white guy from Whole Foods. Hey, buddy, tangerines on sale today. Mm-hmm. But that's as far as it gets. I guess for the most part, that's how it is anyway. I don't think they should be killed. Well, yeah, you see certain shit and you're like, you want them dead. But like as a theory, in terms of how the Nazis did, we must kill all of this and kill that, that's their thing. So when they hear this gene thing, that's it, because they know what they would do. And we say that all the time when we argue with our significant others, like, you're talking from how you think, not how perhaps the masses would think. So they think from how you think. When you start talking this shit, it's like, oh, what's wrong with you, Panic? What's it? I hope something. I'm like, no, you're talking as if I have an emotion of hate. I'm not emotional. I promise you that. I'm telling you who and what you are. That's the difference. You're going to put me into somebody who's just emotionally upset and want to see you hang and all the rest for what you did to the black man. You did nothing to us that we can't recover from in the real scheme of things. And if anything that happened to us, I understand the spiritual concept. We allowed it, is what we deem. You're a tool for us. You need to know that. We've been here too long for you not to be a tool for us. We're here for millions of years. And if you don't even believe that concept, thousands of years before you. You ain't been here thousands of years. Everything they do and try to propose fail. Even white people, even black Christians, like, well, how could Jesus be white and there's so much fucking sun out? That just shit like that alone is funny to me. Then, it doesn't matter what color Jesus. Well, he was a color motherfucker if you're saying he was here. So all of that is like the arguments they want to draw you in. Because the reality is they can't deal with you on the facts. And the facts are, they put all that shit Elijah Muhammad dropped about Yaqub, and he got his shit from ancient information. The Rosicrucians, no, they was in the Masons, and what's the other one? There's another old one, but before it was outlawed and they just made it a fucking place to do Beyonce videos and boats when they was getting real science. So much science that they came out with two, Noble Ali and Elijah Muhammad came out with whole different groups of shit that served black people well for that time. And they knew that shit from ancient sciences. And so when he talked about the making of the white man, he was on point. Now there's about 4 or 5 different books of not only talking about Elijah Muhammad's theory, black men, but because they're heavy researchers, going through the research in the bibliography in which I went through when I did that lecture about dirt, the bibliography of that history that backs Elijah Muhammad's statements of them being made on the island in the cave through gene splicing, up, through cloning, up. Broke it down. So, and I did it because, and there's a book called Dirt by Terrence McLaughlin. Dirt. And it's out of print. I had a copy. One of the witches was mad and I didn't get it back. But my brother Azazel Bey, who swims with the dolphins.
Oh, that's that, bro.
Yeah, that's Azazel. He's a cool brother. And he sent me a copy of Dirt. Thank him for that. Did a whole lecture out of this book. And it talks about pretty much dirt in Europe. And the things I gave you, what they was doing in Europe, I dare you to defy me that they didn't come out of caves. And that book talks about the dirt from the caves all the way to the dirt of them creating a city with no sewer. Nigga. The whole movement of chivalry is based upon their dirty asses. You ever remember Bugs Bunny when they used to lay the coat over the puddle so a woman could walk? They said there was so much shit pooled and sewage pooled in the streets. That was an act of chivalry, to actually take off your coat and lay it over the shit so a woman could walk, and then put the wet, nasty shit coat back on and walk. That was normal. They said once a year, the Queen may took a bath. They talked about fucking King James, who did the Bible, how dirty and gay. They said his mouth was so nasty when he ate, no one could look at this shit. It was just wow. This whole book is like, they said one of them priests was so fucking dirty. When he took off his robe hat, there was so much lice, it looked like his head was swimming, they said. Damn. No, it looked like his whole head was moving. So they said, you know them pajamas you see on Bugs Bunny, them one piece with the seat out? You used to always laugh, Bugs Bunny's ass was shown. They said that's what they wore. They wore layers and layers, and because they never took off their clothes, not once, that's what that fanny thing was, to button up just the shit and keep it moving. He said a man was known by his fleas. Oh, when I went to, you would throw up just reading this book. It's so disgusting. They said when leprosy hit, what they would do for the Queen is cut off a pus bubble and drink the milk of the lepers, because what they were trying to do was create an immunity for the disease. And that's where you get vaccinations today from the shit they was doing, because they didn't have melanin to protect them. And I'm going light. They talked about the sewage in London and the dirt. They said to get niggas out, they would pick this anywhere you was at, just reach on the floor and come up with a handful of mud, which was the shit dirt. We talked about the rivers, where the London bridges, how overflown and stink and dirty it was for years. They went through eras of how dirty it was before sewers, and it was just incredible. The Paris, all this shit. They went through all, and I skimmed through. I didn't even read the whole shit. I went through just a couple of chapters of how fucked up this was. And he started in the caves. He said they used to put shit on the outside, rub themselves with shit just to hide, close it and cool off with shit. See, Dr. Aphra talks about, because they had nothing else, they would rub themselves in shits and have mud wrestling fight. So that's why they find today mud wrestling sexy, because it's representing shit that they used to roll around with in the caves. Yeah, dog, you don't want that life. They came from, let's say they wasn't born the way Elijah Muhammad said, then where the fuck are these people from then? How the fuck did they get here but this? You can't say you God's creation, not doing what the fuck he was doing. You're still really ain't evolved out of that savage behavior.
Did Elijah Muhammad channel that information? How did he get it?
He was in those old secret societies that were teaching real shit. Aleem and I talked about it. I said, well, how come none of these Masons know shit? Including, as you can see, all that Masonic shit over there from my step family. They didn't know none of this. He said, was it Harry Truman or one of them put on the list all whatever groups that are teaching this type of shit? And Aleem had all the names and all the titles. And after that, they were able to still do Masonry, but they couldn't teach the real science in it. after this particular president. Aleem talked about it. It's on his channel. And I said, oh, he said, so he debunked the science, but he still had the empty rituals and the empty things going. So all these black people joining up with I am a Mason stickers on my car, but not really getting the science. Elijah Muhammad was in the old school of this shit. And there was another group. I don't think it was the Rosicrucians. It might have been the Rosicrucians or something. But when you said it all, we had a thorough conversation about this. Because that was my question. How the fuck you get so dumb there? So now, just empty symbols. So now, so much so, these two guys, Noble Drew Ali and Elijah Muhammad was in the same group. They knew each other. I didn't realize this. So they knew enough to go off with this sign. Because it's not just this Elijah Muhammad was talking about. The shit he's saying is very heavy in occult science. Where you come from triple darkness with a black man from Asia. So when you know Kabbalah, there's Ein, so far and so far, which is pretty much where you come out of into being, into Ketha, which is into existence, and you exist in Asira, I think, or Asura, something like that, which is the last world, which used to say black man from Asia. He was talking about that. And there's other thing. I'm like, damn, he's saying all of this? I'm like, that's Kabbalistic. So much so, with the science, he went and taught some of his advanced key people. Malcolm X, and another nigga, let me say another brother, because I don't want to just, even though nigga is divine, let me put it in the another brother called Father Allah. Now when I talked to Shabazz said Father Allah was getting this information, said, wait a minute, we eventually going to tell black people we gods? Why don't we tell them now? Elijah Muhammad, they're not ready for that. We got to get them in this Allah shit first. See, that's why the real Muslim, I'm not the Elijah Muhammad, the real one from the real shit. Because they know they couldn't deal with what he was really trying to do, which is there was no real beloved Allah giving instructions. Anything to get him off Christ and say the white man was the devil. Now, I don't have proof of that, but that seems obvious to me. Where the proof comes in is when he was telling Father Allah, no, we gods. He said, I'm just going to tell niggas that first. He said, don't tell them that first, they won't get it. He went to the hoods and said, you God. And they was doing gematria, numbers and words. That's advanced shit. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, the supreme alphabet, 1 to 40. They were starting to introduce them to concepts. Killed them. Because it was trying to do their thing. It was too advanced. So now you had the gods left behind with just still the thuggery, because he was reaching the real niggas. In jails, still with the thuggery, but they couldn't get to that next level. If the Father Allah was around, he would eventually got him on it. If you a God, you a man, you know what I'm saying, raise a nation. So it was there. That's why there's a little Muslim vibe there, because he stepped out for it. So they knew, and those niggas knew something deeper than just what was being, because they already knew he was God. Because he learned that from Elijah. Said, what? Let's run with it. What the fuck are we waiting for? That was the problem. And he's like, no, we ain't ready for it. So Elijah Muhammad knew we was God. But he knew we was praying ass motherfuckers, so we had to get a new God. So first we give him a new God. Because all that shit just means arm, leg, head. So it's you. Allah is you. I, self, Lord, and Master, Islam. Niggas wasn't getting that. They didn't get to that lesson yet. It turned into, I can imagine, a war with Elijah Muhammad and this and that, and white people and whatever. And Father Allah got killed. You know what I'm saying? I think I got a picture of Father Allah up here somewhere. Yeah, right there. Yeah. It's the God Father Allah. So they knew, and if you read their books, I'm like, oh, and you know, called concept. They were spoon feeding these concepts, geometry, all this kind of shit. So they knew something. And then when Seti did the debate with the Moors, he put up a picture of Noble Drew Ali, which I didn't even know. He broke down so much occult shit in them. He was, of course, shitting on it. But I'm sitting there going, well, that's great. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize. It turned my whole thing for Noble Drew Ali to another level. He was like, yo, he's in this move. This hat means that. That's the lotus. the females. I'm like, oh shit, you be a badass occultist, nigga. Come on over. And but it made me say, oh, they would, it showed even him on occult principles besides what was left over as the Moors. But it showed the occult science that they was into the occult shit. That star and that moon and all that kind of shit in Islam. So they was there, but they was under the understanding you spring this on niggas,
Right.
It ain't gonna be. So it just didn't turn into what they was hoping. I would imagine. So he knew. You know what I'm saying? He knew. And like when you hear his shit, like and read his shit, logically you want to say, well, you need to prove it. But your heart goes, I know this is right. And that's what you need. See, now I don't want you to just follow your heart sometimes. Your heart will take you anywhere it wants to go as well. So that's why you can read those other books where they give you all the history. When I read a book like Dirt and see that this is Terrence McLaughlin is a white man and they banned his book for telling their truth, his own truth about Europe and Dirt. So when you read that, it then starts to make things that maybe let's pretend, I don't even have to pretend because you can prove Elijah Muhammad's work, but let's say you can't prove it and it's only his statement and you have to believe him. I tend to believe him when I read all the other statements they make of themselves. When I look at what they are and who they are today, how they interact and some of the answers they give to questions when I know my thinking is different and brothers and sisters' thinking is different. I'm like, these are different people. This is people who are actually traumatized, suffered in some sort of way with a fucking vendetta that's genetic in them. And you just know certain things you feel that are right. Even Brother Phil was saying one time they did this whole Al-Qaeda video where they cut off the head of some American. And Phil said, look at these motherfuckers in these masks. They stand white. You know they ain't no Iraqi motherfucker. You could just tell. You could just tell. So when I read Muhammad, it's like, that just feels right. Not even on my emotion. It makes everything I think of them, it starts to put them in perspective a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I was even more advanced. Of course, the biggest deal with what he called white people is the devil. I was like, they don't even get that credit from me. So I wasn't just, I was following anything. I was never into anybody. I just would read because it was there. So when they say it was the devil, I'm like, nah, they ain't that cool. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't been around that long. But I said, I get it why you would need to tell black people the devil. Because black people think they Jesus. Still do. So I get it why you would need to tell black people. So I see that move. So it wasn't just believing it because he said it about them. I didn't really give too much of fuckers about them more than understanding them in a perspective because I'm so different. Black people are different in how we think, how we act, react, how we move. Our rhythm is something else. If rhythm means rise him, rise him. That's the song of the sun. And we got rhythm and you ain't got rhythm. You tell me. And then I'll add that you can't even stand in the fucking sun. And then you convince black people that they can't stand in the fucking sun. The concept of you being born here in an entity of here, and there's anything in nature that just by standing in the sun is affected, it doesn't even add up to logic to me. Mm-hmm. But if you're not of organic being, I then understand why the sun will fuck you up, and then you would tell every other black person to hold on to that bullshit too. I'm staying in the sun too long, the ultraviolet, nigga, no. That's not our story. I don't see how that would, I don't see that. How can that happen? Even in your scheme of God created us here, why would God create you here and then the sun kill you if you stand into it too fucking long? What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't make logical sense to me. That's coming from somebody who is different, unorganic, a stranger, not ready to come out the oven yet. You know what I'm saying? That's what I hear when I hear that. And it has nothing to do with hating you or feeling better than you, because really, if you want to get down to it, I already feel better than them. You know what I'm saying? I feel better than them when I dance. I feel better than them when I fuck. I feel better than them when I look at my woman's ass. I feel better than them even in a fat body. Better than them. I feel better than them at my worst. So it's not like I need to say that to make me feel better about you. I already feel better than you. You niggas is the achy breaky. That's corny. Your goddamn line dancing shit is corny to me. Rock and roll is corny to me. You know what I'm saying? Corny. So I already felt better. So it's not even a personal self-esteem. I'm not talking personally. What it is I'm trying to figure out how you're trying to put yourself on in our level and you can't even stand in the fucking sun. Not because we're the sun people, because we're actually not the sun people. We're the melanin people. Because if we didn't have melanin, the sun would be fucking us up too. So they downplay melanin because melanin is the key, is a very much key. When this sun, which is an artificial light, when it hits us, the melanin comes to the surface in the form of a tan to actually protect ourselves and give messages which that light teaches. But the melanin people, that's what we are, the night worker. They have no melanin and nothing to protect them. That's their problem. So it ain't the sun that's bad. The sun's doing what it's supposed to do. You ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is that melanin. You don't have it. That's what it is. That's just what it is. I don't, that's, show me what's different. You know what I'm saying? And that's symbolic, because I don't even want to hear your story. You may have the rightest story in the world. Go with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going with this one. So the key is we need to stop really focusing on that shit, and really all our work should be focused on us, really. It is definitely your work here. And anything else is meant to distract you, because there is energies that now, after all this time, do survive off of your ignorance. And that's more what we need to probe. So when you ask why did the inspiration for white people come into being, it's also study on that. Not white people in per se, but there's understanding, especially the Gnostic understanding of an energy, demiurge energy, that is content with the feeding off the people, and feeding off the people's ignorance, and feeding off of your humanity, and the ignorance of your humanity. In fact, it created humanity. And your light or your soul was placed in humanity later in the mythology to raise up humanity off of a level of debauchery, of an animal level. So the human man was just another animal, like a monkey or a chimp. But the divine light of your soul got you to walk upright and became conscious and aware. Now, and that's in, you can say, in Gnosticism. Let me pull his fucking pants up. Shit is annoying. So that's in Gnosticism. And basically the divine spark or the divine light was made you man who was just but a worm, meant to worship this energy. So there's a lot of distractions that come your way. And I'm going through it lightly, based upon to keep you involved in human endeavors. Because the work is done once you realize who and what you are, and your power is from the source, which is older than the creator. So the creator, the creator, that's the motherfucker that got you here. He created humanity. Yeah, he's the creator. He created humanity. So how does he feed off of human anxiety? So each time you getting your ass digging your ass out the ditch, that energy feeds back and puts you back in the ditch. So one thing after the, if it ain't one thing, it's another. That mentality. Until you free yourself from that energy, that human energy, is how you actually free yourself, and now you control this. That energy has no control over you. The more human you think you are, the more this creator or this demiurge or this lesser God actually runs your life. And to really take control of your life, there are certain mentalities you have to get. Stop following this zodiac. Is it real? Yes, it's real for your humanity. So each time you co-sign and deal with the zodiac, all you're doing is saying, yes, that's what I am as a human. That's the whole concept of the 12 disciples and Jesus, the Christ energy, which is nothing but conscious energy, as the 13. You're the 13 and you sit in the middle. You disciple or discipline those animal energies. So the more you say, I'm a Taurus, that's all I'm going to do. As a human, that's what you're going to do. Now, argue my wife, that's what we're going to do. When me and you have she's like, you always cut people off, you don't let them finish. Well, welcome to Taurus. So that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But the more I co-sign and buy into that, is the more I'm buying into my humanity. The more I concept into that Christ and that third, I'm becoming that middle point. And that's your quest, to become that leader. Mm-hmm. So, and the more you buy into humanity, the more this energy is going to give you more humanity. Give you more humanity. That's the story of Adam and Eve. And people will never live, but the concept of them biting on the tree of knowledge, becoming conscious, and they become naked and ashamed and kicked out the garden. Well, the garden represents ignorance, so ignorance is bliss. So people say, the whole planet was the Garden of Eden. Well, congratulations, motherfucker. The whole planet was the Garden of Ignorance and the Garden of Bliss. The two trees. There's either a tree of knowledge or the tree of a life. And that represents the Kabbalistic tree of life and the dark side of the Kabbalistic tree through the Darth, which is a Sifra, which represents the fruit on the tree that leads you to knowledge. The word Darth means knowledge. So what they're saying is a Kabbalistic story. You can bite on the tree of knowledge, which is the so-called dark side, which is what we've been talking about, or the tree of life, which you can do all this Kabbalistic shit through the tree of life. And as long as you co-signing with humanity and human endeavors, well, we need to do this because the moon harvest is here. We need to do this because it's a good time to have babies. We need to do this because it's a good time for prosperity. We need to do this because it's a good time for work and work jobs and harvesting your crops and all of these things. That's the tree of life shit. You can do that all day. We need to do that because Pluto's in this one, and this one's in conjunct with that, and can't do this because Mercury's in retrograde. Mm-hmm. Don't give me like, is it right or wrong? Oh no, it's definitely right, and all that shit is real. But I think what we're missing is when these guys were stargazing, they were not looking to co-sign the shit as much as they was looking to understand how the human psyche is going to act and react to these moments.
I'm glad you brought up that point, because that's right along something that, you know, I've been curious about, because when you say, you know, the full moon's at this time, and so you do this, boom, the river's flowing, so you do that, right? This is feeding it's in connection with nature, right? So it's a little higher mindset, but it's still controlled by time, right? And just earlier we was kind of building on the fact that even in ancient Egypt, right, not everybody was on what's called Christ level consciousness. Right. The majority of people weren't on Christ level consciousness. And what we're talking about is Christ level consciousness. Right. So even in the event where, let's say, black folk, you know, in the what you call it, the unconscious, it begins to spread where there's a higher consciousness spread amongst black folk. We still can't expect for everybody to ever be on Christ consciousness level, right? So I guess my question, the question, or the, you know, where I'm going with that is, are we, you know, because did the Egyptians try to give everybody the Christ level consciousness?
No.
And with us, obviously, this is YouTube, right? We're broadcasting this to the world. Anybody wants to tap into it can tap into it. So when it comes to the golden age and the evolution of consciousness, does that mean then that those who when this new age of consciousness exists, it's going to be at a lower level than Christ consciousness, and then you still have the very few who are Christ consciousness? No.
And real interesting point to bring up. First of all, understand that it has always been, will always be, and is right now a calling. But just like the Egyptian or the Kemites that had all the mystery schools there, not everybody just was invited or was able to get in. You had to have that calling on you. And they could tell that based upon your mindset, really. Just like I could tell it now. I know who takes my class, who this shit is going to be just fun hearing me talk, and who's going to be like, you're going to be somebody someday, boy. You're going to be somebody. Or you could just see it in them. And it's not really up to me to say, I can see something in them is going to be able to hear what I'm saying and it become a tool for them. And then someone's going to hear what I'm saying and it becomes, I'm satisfied with paying you and hearing this, and I feel smarter. Then there's someone's going to be saying, I just want to sit there and while panic this, do that, to say I was loud in the class. And it's going to be there. Sometimes I could call it, sometimes I can't call it. It doesn't matter because it's not up to me to judge or call it. It's only up to me to give you the best I can out of me based upon my understanding if that's what I came to do, and then let you figure all the shit out. And that's really what the Egyptians did. Those schools were there, but you would have to step up to get in that mystery system. So they made it all available, but you had to really be of the mindset for the benefit. There's layers to this. I can understand this on a Christian layer, on an Islamic layer, on a spiritualist layer, on a Wiccan layer, on an occult layer, then some shit I can't even name layer. But it's the same thing, same symbol. So they put all them symbols, they could bring you and all these well-wishers into the same temple and tell you the same thing. You're not gonna hear it. When you read the Kabbalah and it says, this information falls to deaf ears for those who cannot hear. Or in other words, the teacher will appear, or what the student, what is the?
When the student's ready, the teacher appears.
Right, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. This is all metaphysical ways of saying you can't learn it. You can't push this learning on somebody. They have to be built for it, and they're only going to go as far as their mind can free themselves to accept information. One of the biggest things Bobby Hemmett would do, purposefully now I can see, was challenge what I thought I knew. And not what I thought I knew in this shit, because that's no match. He's been doing this shit and has a fucking photographic memory. He could tell you everything that happened in 1974. I promise you, he's done that. He did that after that his stroke just to prove to me. He said, say a year. 1968. This one happened, they first day, that's when they fucking invented the hula hoop, and you be sitting on how the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Do you know this shit? So there was no challenge there with him and the information he knew and retained. By the time niggas got involved with him, he was playing on those videos. I got the videos when he was, and he's saying something like another entity. Bobby, why you ain't doing the shit you was doing with Bert on the tape? He said, oh, that was Bobby Hemmett, the researcher. Now I'm Bobby Hemmett, who's been in it with them. I sit amongst them now. So you hear him joking as someone who got the victory. And that's what I started to understand. One day he called me on the job, panic. Let me tell you, out of all the years I've been teaching, he said, no one has ever went as far as you have in terms of dwelling amongst the gods. Oh, Bobby, are you going to say that to me? And I just said, oh, wow, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, damn, you know what I'm saying? And I know what he meant because I was so aggressive, not to just to talk about spirituality, to be deep and drop science, to become my shit again. I don't want to hear this shit. I told you I was already an intellect. I didn't want to become more intellectual with new. Fuck that. So he was like, no, I've never seen nothing like that within all the years I've been teaching. You know, kudos to you type thing. I'm like, wow, you know what I'm saying? It's a big deal. And what I noticed he would do, just like I told you with that Kearney Thomas when he was trying to tell me, you know that shit will work. He was really trying to, because you know, the average nigga's like, how is that spiritual shit going to work? But he didn't realize that I already understood that concept from really understanding what he was saying. That anything, you would say it and because you're really trying to get people to understand their mind is what makes it work. They're looking for something that's a way. Because that's what you learn in church, the way to praise God, the way to praise. Then you become Islam. You don't do that. You bow down. You do this. You must do it to the east. You must do it. What you're hearing is restrictions. You Catholic. You must go and you must give confession. You must bow before you go into the pew. You must do this shit. So you hear all this. You must. Then when you hear magic, how do I do that? What must I do? It's like, No, you must understand that it's you and it's your real mind you're only reflecting in the shit you've been doing all your life. How did you make fish out of grits and grits with no fish? How did you figure all them niggas to tell you stories about how they just got over, how they just got in school, how they was the last one, how they just made it, how their car almost did that but it didn't do that. They can tell you all this just and miss and that because you felt and you thought. Now you're doing that as a science instead of just haphazardly happening. Mm-hmm. So you've been doing it. So ain't nothing to do it right. Is do it how you've been doing it, but believe in what you've been doing it and understand what you've been doing. Mm-hmm. Anyway, understand thyself. Know thyself. You already the magical nigga. That's why I said there's no portals, there's no gateway. You're already the magical niggas. Now you must understand what it is that makes you magical and how to direct it as opposed to oh, this seems lucky and coincidental. Mm-hmm. There's no coincidence, it's all synchronicity. So how do you start to synchronize what's in your mind with your reality? That's your real question. And so when he was saying to me, you know, he's always was constantly trying to say, oh, really? Do you think that's air you're breathing? That's what all that shit means. Mm-hmm. Do you think that's this? Because as soon as you say, well, this, that, the other, he really would get me to question, really, where you get that from? Where'd you make your mind up from there? And then you really get down to some shit your mom told you, some shit your pops used to say, right. Some shit you tripped and fell one day, hit your head, and like, that's painful. I'll never do that. He's like to try to leave it. The real teaching was leave the shit alone. It's not like when I fuck with Paulo, Bobby taught me Paulo. Could you teach me the Paulo? No, he just told me the mentality of dealing with it. Basically, when I got the book, I think I gave you a copy of it, right? Yeah. When you read all that shit in the front, all that shit to do, he gave you the mentality. You do all that shit, you an asshole. He said all you need to do is deal with the energy. Those are for them religious niggas to go get a pot and put all this. Can you do it? Sure. If you want to do it, not so. I got a pot right there. Naganga, whatever the fuck that Naganga, whatever. Nanga. Got one of them shits right there with shit in it. You know what I'm saying? Right. Right in front of my my Santísima Muerte. Mm-hmm. But that's because I want to do it, not because I'm under obligation to deal with the Paulos. You deal directly with the energies. There's 11 energies up there. The motherfuckers are a motherfucker. Took niggas out and everything for me. Mm-hmm. On the wrong side of the law. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's because you deal directly. But if you have a slave religious mentality, you ain't doing it right. We got hit with that. You ain't doing it right. That's not the right way to do it. Like, and then when people will say that or things like that to me, that's when I say, oh, now I get what Bobby was doing. That's some of the teaching. Like, question what you say ain't right and ain't the right way. Where the fuck did you get that from? Says who? Mm-hmm. Especially when you start to understand that the worlds that you create when you're going from the human body is based upon whatever the fuck you say. That means all I need to say is things in my favor. And that's when I started to understand when Bobby started saying, well, don't eat the Chinese food, you're going to get sick. Or eat the Chinese food, you need that, it's going to help you clean out. When I started seeing these so-called contradictions, I started to say, oh, I get it. If he understands the concept, it's only what you say it is, then you say everything that works for you in that moment. And ain't that what we want anyway? To be right all the fucking time? Yep. So he showed me to be right all the time because what we call him right and wrong, it does not exist. It exists socially. So smacking a grandmother, touching a kid, or looking at a kid in a program. Morality. Mm-hmm. So morally, stick to those codes. I don't think you should be spitting in old people's face. I don't think you should be tripping white people in the street. I don't care, you know what I mean? But if that's your thing, trip a few white people, I'm not going to be mad. You know what I'm saying? But you get what I'm saying? The moral concept when you go, whoa, what, as black people, we need to do this and that. No, I don't follow that rule. But as black people, certain shit is just balance. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. But we're talking about your mind escape. Not what you infringe on others. Smacking Kamani and saying, well, you know, we're free in God, that's not it. Because he's a free God, too. So when he shoots back, you know what I'm saying? I go, is he wrong? That's not the sense we're talking about. But where doesn't infringe on anybody? The escape of your mind. See, I can spit on every old people I want. in my mind. You know what I'm saying? I spit on a white man every day in my mind. You know, you spit on the wall, right? Get against the wall, nigger. Then you be like, niggas, I spit on the white people, get me out. Crickets. Crickets. Where's all the power? Where's all the black people? Hotep. Your ass be shit and get in the rain. So you like spitting on whitey, huh? Okay, yeah. Look at this nigger. Where they at now? Hotep? I don't see them. 5 to 15. Poof. Ashe.
Right.
So you can do whatever you want in your mind. That's what we're talking about. And that's where you do the challenges. You're not challenging right or wrong, good or bad with other people. That's not a winning thing. That's a human act. So I'm not talking about bringing it to a human level. I don't I can do that. I'm a god. Like, nigga, you bothering me with that. It's always gonna bother somebody. So we're not talking about expressing yourself. I go to Walmart and follow Walmart's rules. I don't say I'm a god, so I'm gonna walk out of here without showing this old fucker my receipt. So I stand there like everybody else. Wait till he check it off. I got it, bitch, and leave. But so I'm gonna follow those rules. Not because I'm a god, I can't do that. That's your ego now. So we're talking about what you think in your conformity in your own head. You're only limited by your own thoughts. You're only limited by your own thoughts. And most of us think in the same conformity of social groups. Think about it. All the niggas sitting around telling what black people should do and how we should act, you know that's what they restrict their thought to, which is just as scary.
Mm-hmm.
I would always go, if you got to tell black people how to act, at least tell me, but I'm thinking orgy, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear these black people never did orgies and black people never had sex and black people only had sex this way, I'm like, your fucking mind must be so limited. Because the fucking shit in my mind that I'm doing is so fucking nasty. I told you, I like to tickle the part between the vagina and the anus, that whole area. I'm just thinking of whole Harry Potter sagas that I could do with just that fucking area. But when it's between a man and a woman and the black family, I'm like, God damn, your mind is so fucking limited to something that's a minute in your reality down here that's not even really real. That to me is the true crime. Ain't no white man and what they did to us as slaves. The true crime is how stuck and small your mind is, even in the freedom of it. I understand it. To so much you need to talk morality to other black people. I understand if you live a moral way because you live in a society. I don't walk around here naked. My son is around. It's moral. I can say I'm a god and do it. We're not talking about that. They confuse this line. You're dark nigga, so you do all bad shit. No, we do what everybody else does. But right up here in my mind, and my son's my see when my son said in your dream and interpret this dude's dream, I said, we did it. We did it. We got him thinking in a freer way. And that's not our way, in a freer way. That was one of our proud moments. This was today. You said that? You know what I'm saying? We not that we expected because we so deep. We were in awe. You said that shit? I'm like, look what this nigga said. She was like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Like, it was amazing to us because we wouldn't expect that. But it's rubbing off a free thinking mind. And of course, we took the opportunity to see the difference. That's the parents you had. That's why we go. We did all of that bullshit. And he was like, I don't see it, motherfuckers. It's all me. But okay. Then we just said, you know something? It is all you. Whatever. Because we don't need the ego credit. Good. But we know, wow. You know what I'm saying? He's a free thinker. He could think more. And I don't know if he's going to be conscious or doing whatever, but he's not going to be a stuck motherfucker, and that's the best we can do for him. While his friend, and I remember his friend came over years ago and was giving me real shit. I'm like, wow, all this fucking friends looking at me nasty. So I'm thinking, he's my fucking stepdad. So years later, he's telling me why I'm with Savon and Savon, this, that, the other. And I'm like, oh yeah, what the fuck? He gave me some shit. He said, because, they real religious at his house. He seen all the Baphomet and the statue. That's what it was? Little bitch. She's like, he wants to come in. So you know something? Let him. I said, I get it. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying, you know. I said, even then I was, you know, because half the other niggas walked, I used to give you shade too. You know, hey, Mr. Panic. Because, you know, that's their boy, the new guys in town. Mm-hmm. Now they're a little bit older now, and they just Mr. Panic. But I said, no, let him come in. I don't care. I said, I understand, you know, maybe he grown up a little bit more. He said, yeah, now, he did come a couple of times when he wasn't here, and he's asking, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? So, okay, well, he grew up a little bit, whatever. I don't care either way. And so when he said, well, maybe God is trying to tell you something. I'm like, motherfucker, why don't God just come down and say the shit? You know what I'm saying? Hey, nigga, you know, beef is $35 a pound, and go and get you some. You know, it doesn't just stupid. But that's where his mind is. You get what I'm saying? And really, that's our suffering. How far we see ourselves in our own mind. Because when you're dead, all you have is your mind. And the limits that you're not able to get out says do-over all over again. Mm-hmm. Do-over. Because you all came down here for a purpose. And that purpose is supposed to be a freeing. And you're actually trying to beat this little puzzle called humanity. How do you do that? Through freeing yourself, through light, through having a realization that I'm speaking of. Because my realization says one thing. I'm over it. And that's what it is. When you still want to fix it, when you still want to do this for black people, fix the economy, show black people who and what we are as historians and what we did and what we mean, get black people to stop loving Jesus. All of these things that we have is another way of saying, you're still trying to figure this thing out, son. I get it. You're still trying to figure this thing out. Good luck. And I don't think you're going to make it in this lifetime. So I won't see you next lifetime, but good luck with it. Mm-hmm. Because that's what it's really telling, and that's what the true conscious Christ energy nigga understands, who's finding light, not finding more information to repeat, but who's finding light. You understand when you look back that, oh, these people are still trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube called humanity. Whether you mask it as black people or you mask it as white people saying we're trying to find peace on earth and hell. Maybe this is never supposed to happen. Maybe that's your understanding when you're supposed to say what's in me is greater than humanity, and now I've mastered humanity. I feel I have mastered humanity based upon my living condition, my family, my friends, the way I have my self-esteem about myself, how I can get anything I want to get. I'm good here. And I'm not better than anybody else, but it's an individual thing. And we try to find it all together as a black person when we need to find our individual power. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? And express it and become that power. There's nothing here I need to complete. There's nothing I want to see for the masses of black people besides perhaps them figuring out their own shit. I don't want to see us having... listen, if somebody said, Panic, you had to press a button, black people will be better, black people will have an economy, black people would give up Jesus, black people would finally get all the houses, the education, and they'll be in their right mind, would I press that button? Fucking immediately. Would I die to press that button? Fucking immediately. You know what I'm saying? But that's not a reality. The reality is, what would I do? What would I do to get black people in this position? I would empower them individually as I've been doing. Because I realized through all my study, that's really only the way. You're going to save yourself. And you're going to save yourself with your ancient technology. Mm-hmm. You being in your right mind. That's it. If there's something better, introduce me to it, and I'm going to reflect it because I'm willing to give all this shit up tomorrow if I find something better. But you're not going to get me with human moralism, stop there, human ideas, and what we should do as black people. See, because one person texted me, oh, I love your work, you're the greatest, it changed my life. But I already knew the but was coming. When you talked about your boyfriend, you called her dark skinned and black, that's still the Willie Lynch thing. I'm like, no, we're not at a place where we're not intelligent enough to say an ugly motherfucker, whether they black or light skinned, is just what that is. Now, see, I could have told on the email, but I'm not going to waste my time. It's easier to say it. Whoopi Goldberg is the standard of African beauty. Lips, skin, dreads, nose, perfect. She's one ugly bitch. And you get that not because of her African features, because of her fucking energy. So y'all need to understand, I'm a little bit more complex than writing a book about Willie Lynch and then me saying black people are ugly. And while she's typing me, I'm driving next to one of the finest black women. She helps drive me around. One of the finest black women that ever walked the earth. Her fucking energy, her attitude, her mannerism is fucking phenomenal. I know her and her husband, Miss Dolores. You know what I'm saying? And I really could call her Dolores. She's around my age. Beautiful. So that's not even a fucking thing that occurs to me. And you got to keep telling people, because they such on a baby level, and tell them I like all your stuff and I'm into all your stuff, then you should know that's not the thing to even try to actually question me on. This chick was ugly because of her spirit. She's like, because you call her Miss Jane Pittman. Motherfucker. Jane Pittman didn't even exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, you remember them niggas, Arrested Development? So I want to give a shout out to the ancestor Jane Pittman. It's a made up fiction character. It gets deeper. On Facebook, I put Ashe to Jane Pittman, 1,000 Ashe, Jane Pittman, like Jane Pittman. I said, look, mother, like, I think my girl Kim Perry was like, well, she wasn't real, was she? I deleted it to see how long ago. 70 likes. Wow, fucking 35 comments. Yeah, that queen, Jane Pittman. Like, Jane Pittman didn't exist.
Where did that come from? Jane Pittman.
It's a book to try, a book to try to get niggas excited. It's a whole story about how she fought for this water at the water fountain, colors only. So make you get for the civil rights, get involved more again humanly with a plight or an idea that is so stupid, so human, so unreal, to be able to drink at whatever water fountain that you wanted to drink about to keep you out of your shit. So they make it like it's a historical. And I said she actually looked like Cicely Tyson. Cicely Tyson got a weird look. Not because she's dark skinned, we're supposed to embrace her. See, what the person is hearing is she's dark skinned and may feel a certain kind of way about it. So I can't help you with your self-esteem. I never proposed to be a self-esteem guy. I'm not trying to help you with that. It's nothing more than a joke. And actually with this girl who I was talking about, which I used to always say, and I'll bring Khadijah now, she'll tell you now, when she grows up, she's going to be beautiful when she becomes a woman instead of being reflecting her nasty mother. You get what I'm saying? With all this weave and all this bullshit attitude that really doesn't exist in her. When she finds out who she are, and when she finds out her actual African features as a form of fucking beauty, that's when she'll be beautiful. Instead of dressing herself up in all this fucking cosmetic fluff from the fucking Jetsons. So if you want to get into detail on what makes her ugly, yeah, I can do that. It's not just she's dark. That's fucking stupid coming from me. For you to even propose some bullshit like that to me. That's more offensive to me than anything else. Like, bitch, listen, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm offensive when I'm typing back. Like, motherfucker. And I can type back some shit that's so complex, I don't have enough time to type it. Whoopi Goldberg is ugly because of her energy, but she has the African features. They ain't got nothing to do with Willie Lynch. That's that bitch. We picking up on higher concepts of fucking ugly and beauty. You get what I'm saying? Light skin is, nigga, who's doing that? Spike Lee ended that shit. We got good and bad hair. That's known. Nobody's sitting in a confusion writing a book about Willie Lynch and then sitting around Willie Lynch the fuck out. No, this is her individually. And that's this ignorant mentality, because what I'm really fighting is their own problems. And really, I'm trying to do my best to talk beyond your personal issues, to give you tools to now deal with your personal issues. Don't worry, I'm going to say whatever I'm going to say. We joking, we talking. I guarantee you I'm going to say something that offends you. But see, I'm not coming from a moral standpoint of black people. So to offend you, I don't give a fuck. Not even a little bit. I do not give a fuck. You offended? Don't listen. It costs you nothing. Pay me no mind. Don't listen. So I'm not trying to have a moral cheerlead routine that I say that makes black people feel good to be black and feel like they have a purpose of listening, because I don't offend them personally, morally, and their essence. I'm sorry, I'm not that dude. don't fuck with me. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna say nothing that makes me go, oh God, I'm gonna change that now. I don't give a fuck. Have you heard what the fuck I said? I said what the fuck I said. Fuck you. Don't listen. And I'll understand it, but if you're coming from your perspective of it and your personal agenda, I'm really not interested in your personal agenda. You know what I'm saying? Make a YouTube about your story. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. Instead of worrying about what I'm saying about one dark-skinned girl who is is really fucking ugly, not because she's dark-skinned, because she was an ugly fucking person. When I look at Jane Pittman and Cicely Tyson in those slave roles, that to me is super fucking ugly. Because you, who are the epitome of African features, you have turned that shit into a fucking nothing. And then when I look at what she's doing now, it's the same bullshit Tyler Perry shit. When she was in that, Cicely Tyson was in that fucking, I've never seen her in a role of fucking power. I can't even think of one. When she was in that fucking movie with Lawrence Fishburne, they shot her bodyguard. I on me. No, you're the fucking queen and all this. I'm like, bitch, do you ever show you in a joyous mood? And then that fucking movie, Idlewild. She was stuck on, Lord told me just to get in my car and drive, and I didn't know what was coming, and I just stopped on the road. Then you came, and he gave her a knot of money. Here, man. Oh, Lordy. I'm like, that to me is ugly. She portrayed, if you want to have a dark-skinned spokeswoman, I think should be throwing darts at that bitch. You know what I'm saying? And she done fuck you up all sorts of ways. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised that bitch wasn't in The Color Purple. You know what I'm saying? That would have completed the fucking scenario. So it ain't, their spirits makes them ugly. You know what I'm saying? Then you look at the other girl who looks like Cicely Tyson. The young one that they say is the young Cicely Tyson, at least something. The little black girl that was in Set It Off first. She's in a lot of other movies now. With the big eyes, look just like Cicely Tyson. Fine to motherfucking death. You know what I'm saying? You would cut your dick. If they said you could fuck her, but you had to cut your dick off, you really would be sitting there like this. Well, what kind of knife? You know what I'm saying? Because her name is Elise something. She was in Set It Off. She was in Denzel's movie, The Manchurian Candidate. She's on the TV show now, that little dance show that's on TV1 or VH1, Hit the Floor. She's on that. She's like an elder on that. She was acting terrible in fucking, remember, well, you seen Set It Off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Latifah, Jada Pinkett, Vivica Fox, and then they had that black girl. Remember the little black girl was acting goofy? Come on, she's real famous now. She's been Tyler Perry movies and everything. Anyway, they called her the young Cicely Tyson. She looked just like Cicely Tyson. But the role she played, and she played some dumb shit because she was in Tyler Perry shit. But you take the good with the bad. But overall, Cicely Tyson been playing a slave forever. A hurt slave. Even in Roots. Ay, mi amor, no, they took conta. Like, come on, bitch, does anything ever go your way? Another motherfucker that comes off miserable, not really ugly, but miserable, Loretta Devine. Even Sean Cook was like, does that bitch ever get any roles that she comes off lucky?
Loretta Devine.
She's Waiting to Exhale. Remember the four girls? Layla Rashawn, Whitney Houston, Angela Davis. She was the fourth fat one that Gregory Hines liked.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's always that voice, and somebody's always running over her ass
every time.
Mm-hmm. So these roles, they need to understand these fucking roles, and that's why I use Cicely Tyson to try to explain the energy of this girl. See, this girl that my son was dating, I said it in the goddamn film. Why do you like her, son? Because she's the underdog. She's always going through something. And she used to hit him in the ear and listen, my mother did that and they took that and they kicked me out of my room. She was doing the fucking Cicely Tyson story all the fucking time, to the point where we was starting to bring her around. We was taking her out. We took her to Savannah with us and all that to try to, we said, we just can't take it. You know what I'm saying? She was sick one time. My son's in the car feeding her ice chips. Khadijah was so fucking mad. She said she's gonna wear him out, and she's doing that because that's the only real attention. She's playing on his compassion. He doesn't love her. He's that's how he is. So she figured that shit out. So that same Cicely Tyson, I'm always, will the Lord gonna come and provide and all that shit? That shit makes you love it. Oprah. If you just looked at her, she's the standard of beauty, but that's one ugly bitch. No one's seen Oprah and go like, damn, I'm gonna fuck Oprah. But Oprah got the fucking, them eyes, you know what I'm saying? And them eyes are measured. When you see them big eyes, that's actually spiritual. Khadijah has all that. That's me. And when Dr. York drew all them pieces, they had them big eyes. What we call that? The spiral, the Fibonacci spiral. Was we talking about that?
Well, I know about the Fibonacci. Like,
that's what it's called.
Spiral light.
Mm-hmm. Spiral light. And that spiral has a measurement that can be measured in everything. Like they said, especially when a white girl, when their hair is wet and they lift it out the water and their hair spirals, it's that curve. You know what I'm saying? And of course, black people too. That 9 ether curl that's in our hair naturally is that Fibonacci. It's all the same measurement that's in seashells, pineapples, pine cones, starfish. Anything with a curve, you can measure this same frequency. Now that shows you that this place was made with an intelligence. Number one, sacred geometry. So this idea was made randomly, and this random creation that NASA's trying to push, that's a fantasy because there's too many numerical patterns that exist. That's an intelligence. Pi, Phi, that Fibonacci, and even more numbers when you get into 23 and in the shapes and all of this shit. So in the tree of life, in the flower of life, rather than the tree of life, all the patterns that come out of that, including the Kabbalistic tree of life, and all this shit comes out of these patterns. Now, Oprah has that look, but when you look at her, nothing you see in her is sexy, fine, or you want to fuck. She's not that because her spirit is so ugly. You can see it and say, that bitch is ugly. You know what I'm saying? If you can't tell her, you're not listening to me. You're supposed to be listening. That's what I teach. That's what I do. You just see it. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard. So when I'm speaking on her and teaching, this girl is ugly because I see those energies in her. We wanted him away from her, not because he was truly in love and she was truly something to be in love with it. She was really ugly. You know what I'm saying? Really ugly. Really ugly. We did everything in our power to the point of where we just stopped and let him figure it out, and he did. But actually I came upstairs and his grandfather's altar is right there. I did what I needed to do and told his grandfather. Talked to his grandfather. His grandfather said, don't worry, just don't do anything else. That's what his grandfather told me. Their grandfather. Her name was something Bear. I ain't gonna tell her first name. So she left some of her clothes here. Got a bear, took out the cushion, put her clothes in the bear, stuffed it with it, closed it back up. And that's this bear right here. I actually showed the shit. Right here. As you see in this hole, here's her shit up in here. Let me get it. That's her shit up in this hole. I can pull it all the way out, but I'm not. Put it up in this hole, restuff this fucking bear with it. Try to get this thing out. And it was her shit. See that this little pin in the eye or in the pineal gland? Shut it down, baby. Put it on the altar. Talk to my son's grandfather. Said, we're frustrated based upon she's manipulating his compassionate heart, and we see what this person really is. If you think we sit around here working on some goddamn Willie Lynch technology, we don't want him with the dark skin. And know what the funny shit is? Let's even really get to the beef of this shit. If you really want to get down to it, when we was in our old house, she used to come around because that's where he know her from, and I could see she was smitten with this little nigga. So I'm telling her, she like you. Know what he said to us? I don't mess with dark skinned girls. Know what we did? We lit a bonfire in his head. What? Let me explain to you what that means. And the next week he was dating her. And we said, oh, wait a minute, wait, nigga. So we actually set that up because he wasn't even trying to fuck with her. And we gave him a whole ass full about dark skinned women. So that's why I'm offended When somebody's like, well, you know, it's the Willie Lynch thing. You know, it's like, I'm like, what? It's offensive to me. I'm like, that's so beneath me. You know what I'm saying? For what you're teaching. Me personally, no, I'm laughing and, you know, the other day, I'm not sitting around going, what did she say that for? But it's like, no, I want people to be clear on what I'm talking about at least when I'm talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Without having to go into what we're going into now. Now I feel now I have to address it, because if she's the one person that was brave enough to say it to me, or bold enough to say it to me, I mean, somebody else may be hearing this, and I want to clear this up, because the thing I do not want is people to be misinformed because they can't take either a little joke or have an understanding of what I'm saying. And it's sad that we have come down to having to explain explanations about shit that's not really deep, but I'm turning it into something that people can understand. Maybe for a reason that they need. So when I hear from her, I'm not mad that she sent that, where I'm like brewing. I'm mad at the how I'm being interpreted with misinformation. And the knowledge, or what I can do about it, is speak about it again, because I'm going to assume she represents, let's just even say 100 people that may need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to understand, what I do is not about self-esteem. You have to find your own self-esteem. If you had it hard because you was dark-skinned and you came into consciousness because you felt people going to love you because you black and you have melanin, you're misinformed again. They're going to say all of that shit, but then when you get with them, they're going to treat you the same as you've always been treated. Because it's not them that they really love. It's the language and the dialogue and the network that they love. So they're going to say, oh, black is this and black is melanin and black is this. And then when they get with you, they're going to say, look, you black bitch, get in there and make me some eggs. And you're like, when did this happen? It happened because you were looking for self-esteem and not looking for someone and what they're really saying in their heart. And what I was saying is quite simple. That woman, that little girl, was not right for him based upon his heart and what she manifests. You get what I'm saying? And the joke was she looked like Cicely Tyson. But that's as far as when we wasn't getting that deep. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And really, if you want to get that deep, those people are ugly based upon their energy, not based upon their African features. Mm-hmm. Who the fuck don't know African features are the truth? Wesley Snipes proved black motherfuckers rule. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He did that shit in the 80s, fucking these hoes up, and, you know what I'm saying? And fucking Mo Better Blues. He proved, okay, light-skinned niggas, if y'all didn't know, now you know. You know what I'm saying? Dicking these hoes down ferociously in Mo Better Blues. You know what I'm saying? Come on now, we not Willie Lynched on that level. Mm-hmm. Good and bad hair, black and white. We Willie Lynched on the level that I'm bringing out. It's more scientific. And she's right, some of us are still just, I don't like niggas, but them niggas are lost. We ain't trying to save them niggas. Mm-hmm. If you still can't see, I think, what I think is actually really stupid, which black conscious people are falling for? India Irie and the rest of them still making songs about how beautiful and precious their hair is.
Right.
To me, if black people still need to figure that shit out, how beautiful and precious their hair is, showing how we really lost. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? There's still some girls there.
I call that, mm-hmm. Introductory level consciousness. It's because
right.
I've heard you talk about on the tapes, where you'll say, there's black consciousness where it's a lot of pride about your heritage and all those types of things, and then you get into a consciousness that's spiritual, metaphysical, occult consciousness, where
which is scientific.
It's beyond
right
worrying about where you came from, because you're here to just do your work.
Right. It's not where you're from, it's where you're at.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I totally get that thing, but when I still look at the average black person that still needs to hear that shows you the real state of what your human endeavor is. So when people bring to me this human concept that we need to be correcting, I'm like, you will never fix that. We're still talking about, my hair is beautiful. It's beautiful, little black girl. You're beautiful because of your hair. So we still talking that. Mm-hmm. Why even tackle that shit? Are you supposed to tackle that shit? Well, if you feel you are, sure thing. But you better know your teachers, know your lecturers. I'm not dealing with human issues like that. The human issues I deal with around this motherfucker with my woman and my kids.
Mm-hmm.
But why I'm here is to teach you metaphysical concepts. If you can't hear the message beyond, he called that little black girl ugly and that's the Willie Lynch, maybe this message ain't for you. Or if you're going to listen to it, which it is for free and you have the rights to, if you're going to involve me in your thinking pattern, just know what you're talking about. Because I'm going to come back at you with not really that much regard. And not really that much regard because of, I don't regard humanity and human thoughts and self-esteem as something high on my priority list for strangers. It's high on my priority list for my woman and my kids. You're the greatest. You're going to be the greatest. No one can do it like you, son. Tell them that every day. You're the Prince of Stone Mountain. I say, who you are? Describe yourself. I'm the king. No, I'm the king, nigga. But you are definitely the prince. You spoil. I spoil you. That's what I tell them. I ain't going to tell that to fucking grown-up black people who I don't even know. Now, I don't want this particular girl sent me the email. That's why I'm not saying her name and all that. To take it like it's personal. How I'm using her as a subject for other emails I get like this. Because she was very respectful. You know what I'm saying? Because I've gotten worse. Fuck you, nigga. Who y'all don't even listen to you? What the fuck you buying an herb back for then, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Here's your money back, nigga. Like you said, like I'm just trying to get black business, yo. That's what's wrong with black business. I said, you're probably right, but all I'm doing is selling my herb packs to survive. I don't consider myself a business guy, a businessman. We do business with balance. You pay me, you get your shit. You don't get your shit, you get your money back. It was nice to meet you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you wasn't supposed to get it. Maybe the spirit is talking, and here's your money back. Mm-hmm. So I'm not, trying to figure all of this out. So I'm really talking. She was very respectful. I love you. I love your work. I love what you do. I always listen to you. I always this. I always that. But when you started talking about this black girl, man, I could tell reality is, and I'm dedicated to not tapping into people's emotion. Because I know what the real answer she wanted to hear from me is. Black women are pretty. Black women are beautiful. I think black women is the greatest ever. Because she wants somebody to say it about herself. And that's not really sad. It's sad, but it's not really sad. You know what I'm saying? Because what woman wouldn't want somebody to tell them they're the most wonderful person in the world? But I promise you, I made this dedicated. I'm not here to do that for you. I'm here to give you a reality check, a reality dose, and the ways for you to find this within yourself. I am not feeding you fish. I'm teaching you how to fish. And I think we need to understand. I think we need to understand and be prepared for that mentality more. Because what I hear with most teachers is they're telling them, I'm teaching you how to fish, while they feed them nothing but fish. The black people, I like it. We're conscious and I like it, and we're black and I like it, and we got melanin, I'm eating it. We're going to have an economic plan, and we need to do all of this to the white man and so on. And I'm like, they're feeding all of this. We're free and we're conscious, but they're really saying is, this is how I feel, and I want all black people to feel like that, and I get my power when we all say the same thing. And I'm like, no, I can derive my power from all us having different minds. Mm-hmm. But the same basic agenda, which is finding light, finding peace, finding harmony within living and talking, and without arguing, debate, understanding that you may see it a different way from me. Just like this person who emailed me may see it a different way from me, so what? But the fact, what really I question is, why do you need to bring it to me? That's really the question. That's where the ego comes in. Because somebody may say, and there are plenty of people who do this as well, Patty was dead wrong for calling that little girl Cicely Tyson. And Cicely Tyson's a fine motherfucker. And that's where they stop. They don't feel, Patty, I need to write you a long ass email about the science of Cicely Tyson and the women. So the need to be able to have to speak your mind says to me, wait a minute, what's up? Because there's nobody's Facebook page, there's nobody's YouTube page, there's nobody email that I email and go, let me tell you what I think and what you said and how this makes me feel. You ain't really on point with that. That to me is probably the weakest shit you got. Do whatever it is you do. do as thou wilt. We need to understand, and I'm saying all this to say is, really our biggest problem, which helped me the reason I developed the class that's been so successful, is because we don't understand the mentality that comes with this. It's not really the science, it's the mentality to really accept the science and make it useful. And I find myself teaching the mentality, how to let go of what you're holding on to that's really blocking you, which you've been using as a form of a security blanket called reason and intelligence. And how I've been getting along so far. It's a security blanket to say, I've been doing this on my wits. I'm the street nigga, so I make it in the street. I'm the corporate hustler, so I make it in the corporate office. I know how to make a dive 15 cents, I'll cut lawns, all this shit is your intelligence and your wit you fighting on. It's hard to say, I'm gonna get into spiritual shit and let's see what happens. It's a hard thing.
Difficult.
But when you did it, because you was telling me today, but you didn't talk about bills just started disappearing.
Yeah.
Talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Actually, I pulled together because I noticed that, like when I was watching a lot of Bobby Hemmitt's videos, I noticed how he was doing libations and he was talking about, what it does and the power from it. And my spirit was calling me to start doing libations, And so I started doing libations with my meditation. And what I did is I put together a whole sheet of family, my physical family, people that have passed that have come to me, other people that I was trying to connect with, reach out to, and a whole list of deities from Kemet, India, Pao Mayombe, just Necronomicon, just put together a whole sheet. Kind of noticed that I was reading off the sheet. If anybody thought I was connecting with or wanted to connect with or anything along those lines.
Excellent.
And started pouring libations to just honoring everybody, with no intent other than the fact that, what I'm saying, you give me some respect, give me some energy, here you go, what I'm saying?
Right.
And I had a bill that came in. It was a power bill, and I ran my card knowing that there ain't no money there.
Right.
But I knew I could get away with it, through this little thing I was doing. So I said, let me just do the check thing online because that give me some time to pay it. But technically, I never put no money in that account. Right. So then the power's on, everything's going well. I'm sitting there like, man, I know the money didn't come on my card. I never put the money, the power, everything's working. So I called Georgia Power and I was like, so what's the status of my account? They're like, she was like,
when is this shit going out?
Right. When is it? And she was like, everything's fine. Your scheduled next time we're gonna check the meters on the 23rd, and your balance is one something else different than my last balance.
Right.
So I was like, so I just had basically this whole $100 and some dollar bill disappear into the ethers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And a number of things have been happening this whole past week, from needed to go out and, find, a new spot to work. And I found potentially, as far as for what I do in sales and whatnot, potentially the best job that, I've ever had as far as potential wise to make money in less than 2 weeks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And all I really did is put my resume online, so I'm going to let them find me.
Right.
But all sorts of things like that began to pop off through, doing libations and connecting with, ancestors, people, energy.
The power that power got you. It's so simple and so clever.
Yeah.
So simple and so clever. And it's really like, that's all I did. And like I said, it's just event after event of like, I don't know how this shit is working, but it's working. But see, that's where if they get in a little thing that happens like them, they start to try to use logic and reason. Well, what ritual I do, how I do it again. It's just I see them logic and think their way out of just saying, I'm just going to just not even think about that shit, just say, Ashe and keep on going, keep on doing what I'm doing. It seems like one thing doesn't connect to another. I'm just pouring liquor. How's that working? No, you're taking your mind and you're directing it. What you put into something, you get out of it. Do a lot of running, do a lot of push-ups, your arms get bigger. You pour this libation and call on this energy. You're calling on these attributes that can help you. Your aunt did a lot of fucking, she's dead. Call on her. You're going to get some dick. You're going to get some pussy. You know what I'm saying? Because that energy is something you can call on her expertise now. Now that it's not in the body, it exists in the ether or like in a light socket. Now you can plug into it. How do you plug into it? You plug it in with your thought stream. So I got the libation, I'm calling on them, I'm bringing the energy here in my house so I can put this power around me. Because your aura is what magnetizes everything. So your aura is generated by your thoughts or what you put around you. So if I'm calling on Anubis, Shakti, Nefertim, and fucking Mayat, and Father Allah, Michael Jackson, C. Freemanell, all the ancestors behind me, Baphomet, all the Apollos, all the Baron Samedi, Uncle, my father, Fuzzy, Khadijah's father, Jiminya, Oshun, Ogun, and Obata, fucking Tupac, Whitney Houston, and this, I'm not even scratching the surface, Venus, Congo Mama, fucking Bobby's mother's up there, Linda's mother's up there, fucking Billie Holiday is up there, my great-great-great-great-grandfather up there, you know what I'm saying, niggas from my hood, Josephine Baker, my nigga KL up there, Lakshmi, you know what I'm saying, just 1,000 motherfuckers, I'm calling on that, their attributes and their power is now walking with me in my aura, so everything I do is being backed up by an energy stream based upon me calling it. We have no power, no light, no energy around us because we're trying to use this to rationalize the gray matter brain and not using your spiritual power. That's what the ancestors are here for, to do the work.
And they do.
Oh,
I mean, it's beyond my ability intellectually.
Right, to even explain.
It's just beyond.
Yeah, I would say about 70% of the shit that I went through, there's no way to explain it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to explain it.
Right. And it was funny because Tupac had come through and he was, because this whole libation thing, I've probably been doing for like the past maybe month and a half. You know what I'm saying? So it's a new practice that I've been doing. And Tupac came through and was like, that's why I was trying to show you when my song Pour Out a Little Liquor. Because he had a song called Pour Out a Little Liquor. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Where he's basically talking about pour out a little liquor to you.
That's what that means.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
That's what that means.
Yeah.
You are giving them some, so it's a remembrance. It's a way for you to trigger in your mind a way to connect with the energy and make it sacred. Sacred enough, whereas it walks with you and it's actually an extension of you. When you walk into the room, your aura's around you. I don't like that nigga. Or something about him, I like him. What is that? That's who's walking with you. So people are so stuck, Bartolomé walks me, or showing this one motherfucker. Like, that's it? You about to get your ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? And we walk with thousands. You know what I'm saying? We walk with thousands. You can't. Can you walk with thousands? Oh, yes, you can. It's endless.
Yep.
Endless. All you have to do is know how to put them. We got them up. And if you can't do something elaborate in this, you're not even getting the roof just to this room. But if you can't do nothing elaborate, you can create a space. Your mind is actually the real altar.
Yep.
Why do they call it altar? Because you alter your thinking. We need to alter our thinking from humanity to a spiritual path. Once you do that, now you're working with your power.
That combined with some sexual magic.
That's just another way.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, that's just another way. The sexual aspect is just another way of accessing it. It's probably one of the best because it's actually a completed form of yourself. It's the best you get as a human is an orgasm. So the best in your human physical act is nut busting. Now, nut busting is what? A release of energy. So instead of releasing your energy into a moment of animalistic aha, release that energy into a moment of direction. It's all about one thing. Directing energy instead of being the victim of energy, being brought back and forth by energy. Directing the energy into a place where, when in those moments, you can stay focused in your thoughts. So in the moments when you busting, you direct.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of it comes back to something that, you talk about in the class too, which is the practice of truly putting spirit first. Because it's a lot easier said than done. You know what I'm saying? Because like I wake up in the morning, a lot of times I'm ready to start, doing things that my logical mind says I need to do this, and then my spirit back, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? Like they start right, you know what I'm saying? Let's sit down, let's get some libations popping, let's, get this day started right. Let's come to this day with the right energy, you know what I'm saying? And by doing those practices, it literally shifts the energy of everything, you know what I'm saying, around you. And the things that pop off is like I said,
phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just beyond explanation for me.
Like what happens is, and I understand this concept, when humanity shows you its ass, you ain't gonna want to sit down and pour no libation. You said the rent is due. How the fuck I get out of it? I'm sorry for you. That is very hard, and it's very hard to stick to your spiritual guns when this happens. So you have to find a place where you can get into the groove, and your life starts to shift for the better, because you have a whole bunch of human thinking on you. So just thinking one spiritual act is not going to drown out all that humanity that you built up years fortifying yourself with. In your security blanket called intellect, reason, and human thought. So it's going to take a while for you to get in it. So you don't want to start saying, let me do something spiritual to pay my rent, because you're going to get disappointed.
Right.
Starting out that way. What you want to do is the little victories that you can find that's not interrupting you, your job, what you're trying to do. And then you keep building up, you walk this path in spirituality, and before you know it, it will be paying your rent. Herb Packs paid my rent. But I didn't just come out, start speaking, say, Herb Packs, baby, I'm on it. It took almost, I was speaking for free, with asking you for nothing and no help, still going to work for a year and change. And then the spirit kept telling me, this is what you're going to do. I had no idea this would be it. I was good with just saying a couple of things for Blog Talk, and when people asked me the many questions that they did, I would say, well, go listen to that one show. But of course it turned into what it's supposed to be, not my agenda. That's another thing Bobby like. He would be speak, you need to speak, you need to do this. I don't feel comfortable saying anything on the internet with Blog Talk or whatever. This is your world. You're supposed to be doing it. One time he was like, I said, oh, that's on the internet? I said, what is it? I'll go listen to it. I didn't know you was doing the shows on the internet, because we used to talk. So I got a show. I'll call you back after the show. We'll pick this up. So he called me back a couple of hours later and like, well, I thought it was a radio station. He's like, no, it's some internet. I said, I gotta listen. All this time. He said, all right, come and listen. So he said, all right, tonight, come and listen. I'll get on tonight. So I'm in the chat room. I'm like, oh, this is what it is. I think it was Miss Blue's show. So niggas start going, Panic is here, Panic is here, Panic is here. I'm like, oh, look at me. I'm a celebrity. Ooh, look. And then, Panic's here? All right, yeah, okay. All right. And I said, yeah. I said, yeah, what up, B? I said, B, and I knew some shit he didn't know because he wasn't studying it. I said, tell him what pineline is. He said, Pan said, what's pineline? I don't know. And Bobby, see, that's what was beautiful about it. If he ain't know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, his ego and the studying shit was non-existent. He did a beautiful thing at stifling that. And I knew it was stomping. Give me out. Remember, it's the pineal gland, it's the shit that excretes in the pineal, DMT. He said, I knew he said he was gonna give me back for that. That's right. He said, nope, I gotta charge my phone. Y'all talk to Panic. Hello, Brother Panic. Oh, shit. I said, oh, this nigga here. Can we ask? I don't know what they asked me. Brother and then, it was, and I'm like, yeah. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. This nigga here, he was a fucking funny ass nigga. So I'm like, oh, this nigga got me in the court, because I wasn't talking to nobody. So like, if you did that now, they wouldn't be able to shut me up. You know what I'm saying? Well, basically, what you got to look at it. So I was not even I wasn't in no lectures. I was just hard in the study. So I ain't had nothing to say to nobody. Y'all talk to Panic. I'll be right back. It didn't even wait. Yes, well, Brother Panic, let me ask you that. What? I think it was blue too. Now, I can't remember why I brought that shit up. But what the fuck was I talking about that for?
I was talking about doing your spiritual work.
Oh, okay, I got it. Well, basically, I was trying to say, I don't know why I was talking about that, but I do know what we were talking about, which was people try to jump in feet first and think they're live because they're looking for a quick fix solution. Like if they pray to Jesus, it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. This is a way of turning around your energy, so it's a process.
Right.
And really, it's not really about gaining as much as about losing what it is you think you know.
Yeah.
Releasing yourself from that. So this special, polite, I want to say nice things. Special, polite, wonderful, respectful woman that sent me this email about Cicely Tyson. What I'm saying is you're missing the point. When I hear you and you're still holding on to that, even if I was dead wrong and talking about nothing but a dark-skinned girl for being dark-skinned and Willie Lynch, the mere fact that it still affects you is the problem. See, when I hear, I remember one time some white boy said something to me on the train. And he was challenging me to a fight, which I know. Guess who's going to jail? Mm-hmm. He turned and said, nigger. I couldn't stop laughing. And he was all put in my girl Shawan's. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. Hold up. I said, yo, your breath is smelling so bad. Just because I didn't react to it. And not even because I was not trying. It doesn't, the word nigger, I studied the word nigger. It doesn't bother me. I know what it means. It's in the book. So that, a white boy calling me nigger and me reacting in order, that's a slight on me as a spiritualist. Mm-hmm. So if I'm telling you something that's straight out of my Willie Lynch ignorance, you should say, that's so cute. You should. That would be the person who has divorced himself from the emotion of these things. And then the last thing was, well, our people go through this. Fuck that. Yes, our people, they're supposed to go through so fucking what? Now that they do, what do you do? Super saver nigga? Our people go through this, and you just trying to teach the world of the Willie Lynch. Like, that ain't gonna work. And I appreciate it and I understand, but what I understood as a spiritualist, which is hard, it's not really what you're going to gain and because they think, well, I listen to you and I'm gaining something. Yeah, but really on your path, I listen to you and now I'm releasing myself from burdens. See, there was another dude, which I talked about before, Jeff Moore, who took the class. Didn't expect it from him. Yes, panic, yes, panic, yes, panic. But, I thought he was just a yes, panic guy. Mm-hmm. That motherfucker telling me some shit, I'm like, that's fucking amazing. But what he's saying, which I know is real, he said, I used to go to my job and be burdened. So instead of saying I got more money and I got that, he said, it's the greatest thing going to work now. I thought it was the slave, the plantation. I'm saying, if he feels at this moment that he has to go through that, he can do it with a smile. Because the emotional burden he released himself from. That's the magic. You are letting humanity go. That's what Christ consciousness is. That's why Jesus gets killed and leaves his body. Because that's eventually the end result of the Christ consciousness. You're about your Father's business. You're going back to heaven. So you're doing all of this supernatural shit, which is not really walking on water and none of this shit. It's really saying, I'm not upset when you say nigga. That's supernatural for a nigga. I'm not upset when you talk Willie Lynch and black girls look like Cicely Tyson. That ain't gonna bother me. I may speak to that justice. So if white people's in front of me going black girls and this and that, I'm gonna say, look, motherfucker, you don't understand. So, and I may say it passionately, but when I go home, I'm not gonna go, I can't believe it. We need to tell the world about black girls and how beautiful they are, and their lips are from the template of the manna that brings forth nurturing from the bosom. I don't need to tell that fucking story. You get what I'm saying? So you might, let's pretend I'm in a situation, I'm talking to him, I'm going to tell him, motherfucker, them lips are the manna that brought forth this from the bosom, you silly white boy. I'm going to say all of that. But I'm not going to go home and, but she's black. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Can I have some breasts?
Yeah, it's like, I remember one time one of my neighbors was over,
Right.
and she was like, you can't think, we were talking about something, and I was telling her how I don't give a fuck about
Right.
some shit talking about on TV.
Right.
And she was like, but, you have to go out there and you have to show them that you're this and that, you're into. I said, I ain't got to show or prove shit. Nobody.
You motherfuckers got to figure it out.
What you talking about?
They the ones on TV.
Right.
They the ones that got to figure out.
I ain't got shit to fucking go prove. Nothing. All I have to do is be me. That's it.
Right. Be black and die. But even if you don't go down that route, it's like what the consciousness is supposed to be teaching you. The understanding is that it's not that you're gaining to become more black and more pro-black and say Hotep more and do all of that shit. That's a form of the ego. What you're actually becoming is less human. That's what superhuman is. You're losing less human attributes. And that's what the story of Christ consciousness or Jesus is. He's now turning water to wine and feeding 1,000 and raising the dead and walking on water and resurrecting. None of that happened because those are stories about the fucking sun and geometry, because the flower of life, that fish shape is the gateway, the Vesica Pisces and all the rest. So we know it's alchemy, sacred geometry, and the story of the fucking sun. But what they're explaining the story in the forms for, because they're trying to tell you the message. And the message is, he actually in his consciousness went beyond human. He's doing magic, or what we now call magic. And what is the secret to it? Not because he had or was endowed with a power, because he didn't exist, or that they're not even talking about he was endowed with a power. He was endowed with a mentality that's seen beyond just you being you. That's where you get, you can do whatever I can do. This is Jesus' words. You can do whatever I can do and even greater. But he's trying to say there's nothing in me that isn't in you until you realize it. And that's the whole point of what I am doing. Trying to get people to realize inside themselves to stop holding on to a fucking superficial rule or a moral code that you didn't even fucking write. You didn't even write. You got other niggas who's either making money off of you or got your attention telling you how the fuck you supposed to be acting. Based upon a moral code they probably read and what they thought was happening with Dr. Ben and them at the time. And when that's said and done, you're like, yeah, that's what we supposed to do as a people. You even make your own fucking mind up to have that moral code. Or whatever you going through personally somehow tapped into this thing that hurts you so much. And you just got to tell me, I don't like the way this shit is going down there. Message. I don't like the way it's going down there. And I'm like, well, then you don't tell me you've been listening to me all this time, because you may be listening, but you ain't been hearing me. Because what I've been telling you is, if these little things still offend you, then you ain't ready for who you and what you really are yet. Tune out to me, because I can't serve you more than a pep talk. Mm-hmm. So because what you're hearing is when I said something which was small and jokingly and not even the real message, that pep talk that you were listening to disturbed your groove.
So, from my own experience, it would seem as though to grow spiritually, to be able to use your to be able to let your spirit guide you versus your intellectual mind, your logical mind.
Right.
This requires a degree of being able to, within yourself, take some risk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I know it sounds funny saying it like that, but because of where I come from, my experiences, right, and how I've lived my life up until this point, it takes emotional intelligence. It takes the ability to allow for the normal feeling of fear, the feeling of doubt, these feelings that are going to come to you when you say, you know what, I'm not going to attempt to make sense of this logically. I'm going to go ahead and use my spiritual resourcefulness and be comfortable not knowing, and just go ahead and move forward as I do, and let the answers come to me as they will. In a lot of different situations, you know what I'm saying, where you're used to a particular approach, and you're saying, you know what, that approach was logical and intellectual. I'm now going to let my spiritual self, show me how this works.
Right. With a little practice, people will get used to the two differences and hopefully, like lectures, when I do like this and talk about it, they'll be able to see the two differences in the sand, at least in themselves, and then be able to question it themselves if that's what they're here to do. I'm not saying everyone should do it, that's the way to do it. I'm saying if you're going to do it, then this is an excellent way to do it, unless you can find something else. This is the way I did it. And this is the way everything I studied pointed to it. And there's actually scholarship on that choice. That's called the devil. But the devil, the temptation of Christ. You're the Christ energy. What do you think is tempting you? Or what do you think the temptation of Christ was? That human safety blanket that's saying, like the devil said, I could give you all the riches of the world. You just do my shit. So technically, if you act like 100% human, which is go all to school, right? Or yes, sir, Mr. Trump, and all the rest of that shit, or Obama, you'll have all the riches if you believe in this shit. That's Satan, because this is actually Satan's world. When you say, like the Christ, no, I'm about my Father's business, I have faith, and all the rest of that kind of shit, is concepts and trying to tell you the real fight that you're having within against Horus and Set, the angel and the devil, Jesus and Satan. They're really talking about this inner fight. That's where wars in heaven. In your thoughts. Am I thinking I'm on this side of the team, humanity? So when I hear people bring up this human shit to me, I'm like, you showing me that you losing the war. Talking about I listen to you and I love you, and I bet you do in your ego, in your mind. But if you're listening and understanding my teaching, then you understand that just by you bringing that up shows me you lost the war. Because the war that used to bother me, but I want to hear the story when you email me. When you said that, before, I'd have been kind of livid, upset. But now when you say it just don't matter to me. I'm like, bitch, what a victory you just made. And it's not about me or what I'm saying, or maybe that I shouldn't be excused from what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about your personal reaction that gave a fuck. That's progress. Because there was a time that white boy called me nigga, I would have bloodied the train. Woke up in central booking. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't stop laughing. I thought it was the funniest thing because you could hear a drum roll. Nigger. Nigger. Like, I was supposed to go, oh, motherfucker, no. To see me act like he thought I would act. I said, started dying laughing. And my girl said, he just really thought you was going to go crazy over this nigga shit. I'm like, no, his breath was smelling so bad. He was close to me. I was like, dude, your breath is wolfing, dog. You need to get a little bit, you need to put some room between me and you. And the white boy was just baffled at how this just really didn't matter to me. Not because I was playing it off and trying to show I was walking the high path. It just really didn't matter. And he could see it in my whole essence. It wasn't an act. And in hindsight, I was like, oh, that's what really advancing is. These things that pull you in. So we could say if it's something obvious, they show you Trayvon Martin, and you niggas is all excited about Trayvon Martin. And so you hear me say that all the time. And other niggas, I ain't worried about that. I'm conscious, I know. But let that white boy go, hey, nigger, hey, nigger. How you doing, nigger? You just like, what? What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And not because you logically say, well, I know it means Naka and it really means K. His energy is so weak with what he's coming at. This little hustle that they got to control you with nigger and inferior. And I'm like, man, that fucking hustle is me. You dirt, nigga. You dirt. You know what I'm saying? He was in Europe stepping over shit. This is you. Nigger. That's a victory for me. That's victory. That shows me where advances. That's stumble. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm in a situation. You catch me on the wrong nigger. What the fuck you say, nigga? What the fuck you say, white boy? Maybe that one day too. Who the fuck knows? That's the beauty of fucking natural consciousness. Right. But the point is, as a general reaction from me of this, is not going to be what you would guarantee. That's the beauty of it. So the beauty of it, if I would have got an email, I've been listening to you, and when you was talking about that would have had me upset. But now, that shit just doesn't matter to me. Then I'm gonna say, wow, you're advanced. Not because I say so, because that's what you're really trying to get through. This shit don't matter to you. You're bigger than this. I am bigger than humanity. We are bigger than humanity. And the day I raise up humanity to be the biggest part of my existence is a failure on my part. Even that's what Jesus and them niggas were saying. They don't even exist, and they were saying that shit. I'm about my Father's business. The things in me, are ye all God. Even in this goddamn crap, they're telling you this story. Not to mention, it's said out in 1,000 ways in your comedic work. It's you fucking gods. You become all the God damn it, what else do you need to understand? The more you pump up and promote human thought, human ideas, is a failure on your part compared to true consciousness. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't hold people like you better and you have to, because if you're not here to do that, stop fronting like you are. You're here to do that. Stop fronting with me. What I can absolutely tell you is you may not want to even participate in any of the fucking things I do. Because there's never a time, if you're not a personal friend, that I'm going to do something to raise up your humanity self-esteem. Now, there's plenty of friends who I do that for. I'm not no disproportioned, incompetent ass, non-compassion filled human. When we on Facebook, I see Nicole Daniels, a fine ass woman. I tell her, oh, you're fine, looking cute, dimples is nice. All the self-esteem that women love to hear. Why not? Those are friends. But we're teaching here. I'm not going to tell you your dimples are cute and somehow you're getting into heaven. You know what I'm saying? Fucking what a smile. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But my friends, so I understand that concept. But this particular person who I didn't know is asking for me to fill up something in their emotions. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do it for you based upon what we're here for. But if you were somebody who I seen and you really needed some sort of help and you were crying, that becomes beyond science and teaching and what my point is. It becomes, well, if I can help you, what do you need? You know what I'm saying? You need a handkerchief, you need love, you need a free this, you need a pep talk, you need me to connect you with somebody that could do something. Why not? I mean, I'm not no monster and it ain't about that, but overall, my agenda here is to give you the tools for you to find power in yourself. Because even if I was talking about the Willie Lynch thing and it hurt you or offended you or you feel you need to talk, what I really hear is you don't feel powerful enough to get over that. And something like that should be, maybe there's some things that are too powerful to get over. You call my mom's a nigga and kicking a vagina, I'm gonna murder you. And I'm not gonna sit around and talk about I'm over that and my humanity. So I'm not talking stupidity. That you can give me an example, or would you not say nothing if that happened? No, but we're talking conceptually here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody do something that's too emotional for you. That's going to tap too much in your humanity. Your mom's is your humanity here. You know what I'm saying? Your brothers are your humanity. Your sisters, your woman, that is your humanity there. The only spiritual answer is to do things where it never happens. But let's say whatever, you slipping and it happens, I'm gonna shoot at it. I'm gonna shoot a nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fucking. Or, hold on. Go to the magic. Go to the magic. fucking knocking you out. Then we'll do this. We'll do that afterwards, after you get that fucking knockout on your ass. If you violate my woman, family members, especially any woman.
Right.
So we're not thinking mystical, magical bullshit. It's practical. But every opportunity you get to go beyond your human is one you should take. See, instead of sending me an email about trying to inform me about Willie Lynch, when my whole fucking first section of my book is about it, instead of trying to inform me and put me up on it, why don't you try to probe within yourself? Instead of sending me an email, send your own fucking self an email and say, why does this bother me? And then you're probably going to get down to, because I'm black and no one liked me. That's what you're really going to get down to. Because if you're a fine black motherfucker, which there are plenty of, you would laugh your ass off. That nigga said Cicely Tyson with my old fine ass. That was funny with my old fine ass. But if you look like Miss Jane Pittman, because I even say Miss Jane Pittman. She said that shit. So maybe she got a Jane Pittman vibe. I don't know. But, you know what I'm saying? Twerk a little bit, maybe Jane Pittman will look fine. Who knows? It's not really that serious. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using this example because we're taking ourselves seriously. That's one of the things Bob used to say. That's one of the things, and I don't think it was metaphysical. Hank Shockley from the Bomb Squad in Public Enemy used to say to me, he said, these niggas out here keep taking themselves serious. These producers, they're taking this shit themselves too seriously. Now I was like, I didn't really get what he meant. But then I started to get what he meant when it became guns, what it is now. You get this money, you get these drugs. When we was from that rap thing, when his daughter was a donut, you tried to glaze me. It was like, you know what I mean? It was fun. And it was, we were serious motherfuckers, but didn't take ourselves too seriously. So now you get in the play, we eat you, run through it. Guns up, niggas, guns up. And we was like, I said, he said, they're starting to take themselves seriously. Instead of selling hip hop, they're starting to believe this shit. So much so that's when all these fights started happening, to eventually Biggie and Tupac gets killed. It's like, okay, now let's return to, Snoop Dogg is a pimp and, fucking Wu-Tang Clan now and, and keep this shit, exhibit. Keep it out of this realm. Because, and so he used to say you take yourself too serious. The next person I heard that say was Bobby. And talking about, do not take yourself too seriously. And what he's talking about is, we take our humanity seriously. This isn't real. That's what you have to come to understand. This isn't real. It's not real. So we like, it's imperative. We must do this as black people. We got the black people and the black race and the black and the Willie Lynch, and this is what's killing us, and chemtrails and the food. And I'm like, these niggas are taking this shit too serious. You can't be conscious and then say, I'm scared to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. You know what I'm saying? It's going to happen. There's no escape. So really, the Kamites were preparing themselves for the death. Bobby Hemmett said it. He said, the Kamites did nothing but study death. Because if you study and understand and not scared of death, life is a cinch. This life to me is a cinch. Because I'm ready to go. Not wanting to go. Now I want to hang around and play with Khadijah a little bit longer. I was ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So wait a minute. Now I had to, twisting my mustache. I like this light-skinned fucker. You know what I'm saying? But if she's prepared, if it's time to go, it's time to go. I've seen the worlds that exist in the realm of what we call death, and they are real life. And what I'm saying is, nigga, I cannot wait to die. I long for death. Nigga, release me, nigga. Oh my God, nigga, it is nothing but... Just think of your own mind as running this. Think of your human man mind on earth and how much fucking you do in your mind. Mm-hmm. Imagine that's your life. You know what I'm saying? My God, you can't. And that's just human fucking. There's so many sensations. Just laying a peanut butter factory, nigga, if you like peanut butter. Cause you may have formerly not had that experience. But now that you came to Earth and ate peanut butter, it can now be factored in something you're having. Because now it was created in this unique place. It didn't exist as a taste or entity, perhaps, just guessing, before. Peanut butter, Jolly Ranchers, bagels. Maybe let's just say we're discovering these new things and these new creative creations that we're making down here. Now they exist, a part of your new reality. So it's like it's the coming to America again. You were already a king, already the prince, slated to be the king. You had niggas, bitches washing your balls, throwing rose petals. Why are you not satisfied? Because you already got that. You already know that. Semi-conscious saying, all you need is to get a bitch with cassava melons, tits like cassava melons, and we continue our fucking rampage. Then he gets to America, pick a bitch and let's go home. It's like, no, I must find that. I must fall in love with you. We are nothing but goat herders. So then, basically, the story is he had to find a new love and bring her back to the kingdom. That's what we're doing here. Coming to America. You know what I'm saying? That's what planet Earth is. Finding what we need to find to have this new adventure becomes what reinvigorates you like it reinvigorated Akeem. He needed the adventure. You know what I'm saying? So the father thought it was all about adventure. He's going to America to sow his royal oats. My son works! You know what I'm saying? So when it wasn't an adventure, he said, no, I came here to find love. See, we think we coming down this motherfucker for adventure, but we actually coming down to find a new love. And it's to fall in love with certain concepts. The same way, what you think is hard, when I was with my moms and my brothers, all we have is this, all we have is that. Then you're not really realizing you're talking about it like it was the most fondest moment of your life. But it's probably the most poorest. We shared bath water, we shared cereal, nigga always sleeping in my bed, this nigga peed the bed, always took my shoes, always did this, I couldn't bring a bitch over. But then you talk about it like, it was the greatest adventure. Remember we used to do, remember we ain't had shit. Mom used to make them fucking matzo balls and all we had was the fucking matzo ball. Put cinnamon on them shits. Oh shit, remember the cinnamon? You like, this is some dumb poor shit. But it becomes the best times in your life. You know what I'm saying? I remember when I had my first job, like, oh my God, this is slavery, this is the worst ever. Then when I got other jobs, man, God, I wish I was working at that other fucking job again. I remember it was so much simpler back then. You know, you think I'm from the 70s, you probably from the 80s, you think, God damn, I wish I was there, it was so much simpler. I was fucking poor, ain't have nothing, was stupid, and wasn't getting no pussy. But I wish I was there. I had a big wheel and a green machine. Slide out on that motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
That blue skateboard with the ruffian thing. Iron skates. You know what I'm saying? Light bright. You know what I'm saying? Lego with all the space. NASA Lego. You know what I'm saying? Shit was the bomb. You know what I'm saying? Bozo the clown. You punch the clown and come back up. Rock'em sock'em robots. Which I have down. Shit, I could look right there and tell you all because I bought all that shit again. Coleco, let me show you something right now. I got shit. Y'all niggas got fucking with the wrong nigga up in this motherfucker. What y'all niggas know about this shit? The ColecoVision. Well, I gotta get that. The ColecoVision electronic football. This may be before your time, my nigga. I got all this shit up in here. I mean, I'm gonna start pulling all this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Magic 8 Ball, Thor hammers, R2D2. This is my nigga right here. This nigga been here so long, he stuck to the thing. Y'all don't know about this. He needed a new battery, but he used to make that sound. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Got all my iconery from my age. Y'all niggas don't know about Robbie the Robot. I know you ain't down with this nigga.
That was from
Lost in Space, baby.
Oh yeah, I know about Lost in Space.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was Buck Rogers.
You see, you gotta be an OG for this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of shit around this motherfucker. Shit. I'll show you niggas Sugar Daddy candies and Jokers and Penguins and Star Wars and Yoders, Gizmos and all sorts of shit. And this motherfucker. You know, I still got to bring my nigga out. My man Cthulhu, baby. Y'all niggas don't know about Cthulhu.
Nice.
That's the ill Cthulhu. put Cthulhu up, stand in front of the book. Cthulhu, and this back. Your Super Friends shit, Mary Jane, all that, because I'm creating in my altars, and at least in that particular altar, the symbology that brings me back to that energy of freedom. You're most free when you are a child. You know what I mean? So I take it back to my childhood in the 70s, and the symbology is going to bring me back to that energy, because it's all about the energy. So it's not just that's cute, it's actually doing work to put me in those places. And that's key if you understand that you're actually trying to create a free mind. So in the 70s for me, as a child born in 1968, the 70s for me as a child, you had no problems. Poor than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? No problems. Your biggest problem is to figure out what you were going to do that day in terms of play. I got all the movies, HR Puffin stuff, and all the rest of that shit up in the stash, because you're trying to free yourself from this burden. You still on me?
Yeah.
Alright. You're trying to free yourself from the burden of what your way down thought was. So it's those times. What this tells you, like when you thought it was the worst thing happening, when you look back, it was like, I wish I was there again. It's not real. Those things you feel in the moment is the anxiety of your humanity, or Satan fucking with you. So if you can imagine to get into the moment and make every moment, even what you now look back on and say, I wish I was back in those moments, how do you do that now? That's in the thought process. That's how you have to unburden yourself of what you think you have to do. Explain to people what the real Willie Lynch is, and explain to people, all of these fucking burdens of why black people shouldn't be wearing Baphomet. So I just need to leave a comment and tell you. You just telling me, just maybe what you were saying are 100% right, but your need to say it is what I see more suffering than whatever point you're making. It's never going to be right to the person who's wearing the Baphomet. So who are you telling me for? You need to tell other people who's wondering about it. Maybe you could tell your message to them who's on the fence. And if they hear your message and you believe it, that's what they were supposed to hear. But you're not going to convince me of it. I'm a little bit too deep into it. You're like, wow, you said that about Baphomet. That's so true. I think I'm going to throw it in the garbage now. So what are you really trying to appease? You just want to get your point across in the form of your ego. That's what it is. So the day you stop giving a fuck about the moral aspect of this shit is the day you start to get on your path to relieve yourself of your human problem. It's not really about figuring out humanity and making it better. It's really about understanding it. Let them have at that. This ain't for me no more. I'm more advanced in it. I got what I needed out of it. And it's not like selfish. It's like, because everyone's supposed to get what they need out. You fucking around trying to find social justice, social goddamn satisfaction. You wasting your fucking time. Even no matter how right you may be, it's not going to work that way. So I may be 100% right when I said that was some terrible shit that just happened, and you should have never said that. I may be 100% right. But you're not gonna appease anything. Nothing's gonna change. That's why it's a plight. That's a waste of time in consciousness. It may be worth your while for a human moralistic or a human front that you're trying to create to therefore then do what? Fight white people? Make black people get better economy? Niggas is rich already. I promise you that. That poor shit is some shit white people told you we were. You niggas ain't poor neither. That's not even real. Puffy shows you that shit. And it ain't even on the Puffy level. What I noticed, which I thought, I used to go easy on my prices with black people, and black people like 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and I'm like, wow, y'all niggas ain't poor. You know what I'm saying? They said the economy. Remember all the recession shit? I never knew it existed. Black people, which means if black people ain't truly personally affected by it, some people's going to tell you, oh, you know, my job, but black people, I noticed the ones who were working and doing what they was doing never affected anything business-wise. I mean, it would have, not because what I sell is so perfect, because what I sell is actually not a necessity. It's a spiritual necessity, and I'm going to say it and talk it that way. But the reality is, people will be able to survive without my product. You know what I'm saying? That's real. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to you. You'll be able to make it without it. So it's an add-on every time, and I'm aware of that. It's something that people get when they have extra money. How do I know that's true? Because y'all niggas, when Christmas come, sales dry up, which is like, all this conscious you niggas are still buying St. Nick gifts. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the shit drop on Easter. Like, y'all niggas still getting bonnets and outfits, which I hear ya. But, which tells me that if something more important comes, I'm going to suffer. Which I understand. I don't sell something that you're going to die if you don't have it. You know what I'm saying? I don't sell water. You know what I'm saying? I sell something that's an add-on. But I will promise black people have supported me well. So, which made me start saying all this. Now I get it. They're telling us we're broke and poor and showing us every moment in these poor situations. Because when I came to Atlanta, I see niggas and niggas and niggas and niggas and niggas in houses and houses and houses and houses and houses. So much so, I had a friend, Malik. He got a company called Kids Gotta Eat. It's pretty popular in New York. Real nigga. You know what I'm saying? Did I see him first? Okay, I seen him, yeah. In my hood, he was my nigga. We used to bike ride all around New York. We used to 4 bridges a night. Real talk shit. Time we rode all the way from Queens over to Triborough, through Randall's Island, up through another bridge in the Bronx. You landed in the South Bronx. You come off this bridge in the South Bronx, Willis Avenue. And we banged all the way through the concourse, blah, blah, blah. Went to the East Bronx, where the Devil's Nest used to be. I used to live over there, which is man's house. They doing whatever. I'm like, all right, we gonna bounce back. We bounce back, get to the South Bronx again. We about to hit the bridge over to Queens again. We stopped, did a little Kennedy's Chicken. So, oh man, I left my keys over there. Gotta go back and get them. Alright, my nigga, I'm gonna get some. I ain't doing that East Run again. Went, got it, came back. We used to just run after run after run. So it was always my nigga. He was always my bike nigga. You know what I'm saying? Malik. And, cool nigga. Remember I came to New York, went to my old barbershop to get a haircut. I was already out here deep. Couldn't stand it. Ran into Malik. He said, y'all in the hood out here. I said, nigga, all this time I was in Brooklyn, which is outside of our hood, because I'm from Queens. So was he. I said, I wish you was out here when I was out here for the 5 years with my cousin. Nigga, we'd have been on these bikes. Y'all live right after. I'm like, nigga. Now I'm going, you out here. So he's like, yeah, let's chill. He's like, yeah, dude, my kids gotta eat shit. And it was like a video music show. But since it's coming, these kids gotta eat, people give them food. This nigga's like, he's like, yeah, Panic, man. I got a whole trunk full of McNuggets right now. He said, because when they see kids gotta eat, I just go to these places after they cater, they just bang me out. I got a whole bunch of frozen cutlets. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm in Atlanta. So you in Atlanta? Blah, 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 blah. He said, yeah, da, da, da. So we hung for that time. Didn't think about it. He's like, yo, I'm coming out to Atlanta. My peoples is out here. He said, yeah, we got a little party for my kids. I said, all right, we're going to meet you. You know what I'm saying? Me and Khadijah go to Chuck E. Cheese, me and his family, kid, yo, lad, blah, blah, Panic, blah, 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 blah. So, we talking. I said, yo, we'll come to the crib afterwards. Now, this is a hardcore, regular New York nigga. I took him on a tour of the crib. Oh my God. I didn't know black people can ever live like this. Like, nigga, I promise you, this is regular living out here. In the neighborhood from Queensbridge, we had a ping pong table in the center. That's sign your name to play a game of ping pong at the pool table. This is real good time shit. You know what I'm saying? J.J. Evans and Bologna. And he seen the ping pong table we had downstairs. How did you have a ping pong table? Oh my God, we only had this in the center. I'm like, dude, it's $100 at Walmart. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm ready to throw this shit away. It's in the fucking way. Because that's why I got it. We only had this in the center. Give me one. You know what I'm saying? So I did the same shit. Now we like 2 games, 3 games, like you know what I mean? That shit is furniture. You know what I'm saying? So so like, I didn't think black people live like that's really the mentality or you see on TV.
It's peer programming.
Peer programming.
I mean, I was working, I was doing IT staffing here in Atlanta.
Right.
And I helped, a good amount of niggas get jobs, but these just weren't no regular old jobs. I'm talking to niggas and I'd be like, I call them up and be like, yeah, I'd be able to get you, $70 an hour for this one. And they'd be like, 70? That's all?
That's it? Yeah.
They'd be like, man, I'm making 100 right now.
Right. And I'm trying to find something better.
Right. So I'd be like, okay, well, they're making 100. That's over $220,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah. I'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, I talked to this one dude, cool ass, bro. He was an architect. Right. Systems architect.
Oh, killing
Fortune 5,
eating.
Killing them.
Eating.
And I was like, yeah, man, over at Coke, you need, an architect to come in. It's only a month project. They need help getting this shit straight down, boom, boom. It was like what they got for me. And I was like, and I feel good about this. I was like, I can get you 150. It was like, I was like, what?
What, nigga?
I was like, man, I'm getting 300 right now.
Yeah.
I was like, 300? It was like, yeah. He's like, I work at home.
Yeah, and I don't come out my drawers.
I work at home, man.
Yeah, you'd be surprised when niggas get that whole shit. You see niggas are suffering and we need an economic plan. No, that's the niggas still saying we need an economic plan. Go get a plan. This shit is out there.
Yeah.
When I was doing IT, I wasn't even going hard. I walked through the door, 50 a year, 70 a year, 50 an hour. Nice. And that wasn't even like, I wasn't even doing nothing. Network support. And really getting those numbers. I wasn't even doing network support. I was doing phone support and shit like that. And they still giving you 50 years, 60.
You was like level 3, right?
Yeah, level 3. No, but I had all my networking shit, but technically they could use me, pay me for my networking experience, but we only went up, I worked for Time Warner at one point, and really all you do is make sure their equipment that they charge the modem is looking like it's supposed to look, that you can communicate with the modem, meaning you can send a ping out to it and it responds back, meaning it's online, has an IP address. You can ping their IP address, meaning from us to them is working. That means now it's from the modem to the computer. Physical wires. And then really the modem is going into, our modem is going into their network card. You only really troubleshooting the network card, that's where the network experience is in. And you're only walking through configurations. You ain't really, if it's broke, then you diagnose it and go fix it. If our shit is broke, we'll send a tech out. Nothing. You doing this shit while I was doing this shit while I was reading. So it wasn't hard. 50, 60. Then I'm done doing network support. 60, 70, easy. My first job was $50 an hour.
Nice.
It was crazy. Remember I told you I got that E5 reading. He said, first job the niggas gave $50 an hour. And they had a contract with a real estate company. They said just go in there and make shit up as you go along just for the hours. I used to go on, just unplug shit and be troubleshooting for an hour, plug it back in, you're back up. Uninstall the operating system and just install the operating system. This shit take all fucking day. Milk, $50 an hour.
Nice.
So, no, that IT, the black people got money. They doing shit, they got more money than poor. Because there's black people, and I want niggas to start sending me email, I ain't really got nothing but this. I send it to you for free. All the time. Send it to you for free. Hey, well, here, here's an extra one. Now, I don't do that regular because, niggas hear me say this. Panic. No. I can feel in their spirit that what's real is genuine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to mention the brother's name, but we had a brother who was conscious, and I really, I like the brother. And, he had diabetes. And he's still online. They took his legs. You know what I'm saying? He's out here in Atlanta. He ain't got no way to make an income, and that little disability shit ain't kick in yet. He still got to fight for it with no fucking legs. And he said his family gave him a place to stay, but he need $40 and shit for painkillers, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you hear this shit, how you gonna be like, well, when you get the money, you know, I'll send you my book. That's fucking savagery right there. So, you know, he said, yo, Pan, I really want the book, I just don't have nothing. Here's the book, I'm gonna sign it, and I'm gonna put a little bit of change in it for him, you know what I'm saying, and so you can get painkillers. And like I said, he was cool. He wasn't the greatest, coolest friend in the world. He was a cool guy, and I knew him, you know what I'm saying? That to me, see, those type of compassions, you know what I'm saying, if you're gonna do something for somebody, do something personal for somebody, you know what I'm saying? Don't try to make a personal change that's gonna make a whole bunch of black people feel good for self-esteem. If you want to be compassionate and still have your human heart, do it for somebody that is a personal thing. Something, you know, not just to do it just to make people feel good just in leaving that there. I mean, I'm not against making people feel good, but I'm not going to systematically say and do things and change who I am just so you can feel good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm gonna do what I can for him to give him a little bit of change, and of course a free damn book at least. You know what I'm saying? It's nice enough. But you know, you hear stories. These motherfucking human stories will fuck you up too.
Yeah, if you let
it get into it. So that's why you have to. But his spirits are up. He's still making jokes and all sorts of shit because I think he did come to the realization this is not him. It's just a body. Mm-hmm. And you better come to that realization and start taking your legs off. You know what I'm saying? Right. Let's see how magical you are. Niggas cut your shit off. You know what I'm saying? So for him to still, you know what I'm saying, you know, it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a big deal. So I feel for his plight, but that ain't my story. But I feel that shit when he told me that shit. He was telling me he was still joking. He said, yeah, you know, because he kept saying, I can't walk. You know, he was telling me all this shit. My shit is swole. All this diabetes shit. And he's like, yo, they took my shit. Like, whoo, nigga, I'm all the shit I talk, I don't know if I can make it. Just take all of me. You know, just take all of me. Oh God, it still itches. Nigga, it still itches not there, but it itches. Nigga, kill me, nigga. Just be walking around, like Khadijah be pushing me around, just vomit on myself. Like, not even this vomit. When you lean over, you ever see a nigga just vomit and look at you? Drunk vomit. When the vomit just be coming down. And you like, yo, son, lean up, son. You be like, just, you like this, you know, they don't give a fuck. They just don't give a fuck no more. You like, yo, son, this is what you doing, son.
Dry heaving on himself.
Now you see it coming with the dry heave. Like, you niggas be drunk and then be like, so you alright? Son, you alright? So you about to throw up? Nah. Then shit come down. You like, it's coming all down his shirt. Son lean up, be a puddle in his pants. Like, fuck's gonna clean this nigga up? Or you ever smoke so much weed with a nigga and one eye be closed and nigga be talking to you, be like telling you some deep shit, but you so high you can't tell him that one of his eyes closed. You told you like, yo, son, what his boy said, I'm trying to tell you what I'm trying to do right now. And you be like, you want to say, nigga, one of your eyes is closed, nigga, but you too high too, you be sitting there, and that shit is deep, nigga. You gotta do that shit, nigga. Hurry up, nigga. And he be like, yeah, kid, I'm telling you, kid, I'm high right now. See, I'm high right now, but see, I'm still aware. You be like, yeah, kid, yeah. You be hearing this shit. One eye be closed like a motherfucker. Danielle, the one's gonna be in the radio show, she sent us some motherfucking edible weed. So she sent 2 cookies. So I don't know how to eat this shit. I'm thinking you're supposed to eat the whole fucking cookie. You know, like a snack. So I gave one to my little son. I'm like, yo, Eat the whole fucking cookie, nigga. She said, no, there's about 6 motherfucking uses in this motherfucker for the pro. They said you're supposed to eat a crumb of this. I said, oh no. I done murdered my son. So the next day I seen this nigga, I'm like, yo, what happened? He said, I ate that whole cookie and went skating. He said, yo, I felt like I could do so many tricks. I was like, what? He said, and then I asked his man, I said, how was he? He said, yo, this nigga was high. He said, this nigga had the one eye closed high. He said, he came back, yo, I only slept for like 13 hours, kidding. I'm like, what? Now, before I really got the message on how fucked up he was, I said, let me try some of this cookie. Took a chunk of that shit. I swear, the chunk was no bigger than this green fish. I'm doing herb pack orders, so I'm like, you know, I'm starting to feel nice. You know, your throat's feeling that high. I'm writing, I'm signing books, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, wait a minute. I'm fucking high. I'm fucking high. So, yo, the fuck am I signing? What the fuck is this? Like, I gotta go lay down. Then Khadijah called, hey baby. I'm like this. Hello? She's like, what you doing? Nothing. I'm not doing nothing. What are you doing? This is like, you want something to eat? I was like, yes, I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking twisted. She's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm alright. And I'm like, I don't want her to know I'm high. Like, I don't want her to know. Like, I'm off my game. I hear my son downstairs and go, I hope they don't call me. So I'm laying there trying to get over this shit, knowing she's going to call back. She's like, I'll call you back in front of the house. Like, hi, baby, I'm in traffic. Okay. I said, okay, I'm coming. She's like, what? That's nothing. So then I go downstairs. I'm like, let me get dressed. My clothes felt like fucking slavery. Oh, God. Oh, no. Then I'm like, oh, God. Then I'm like lit. I'm stumbling lit. So I said, I don't want my son to see me. Not like in this way. So I sit in the dining room in the chair I usually teach class in. I just keep looking out the window. Then I'm like, oh shit, it's Khadijah. And I'm like, I hope my son don't come in. He seemed like this is going to be over. So I heard, again, I ran outside, walked. He said, hey baby, how you doing? Hey baby. I said, I am fucked up. I said, what? So yo, I ate that fucking pot cookie. I don't, what the fuck? I said, I only ate a little bit. I'm fucked up. She said, she's laughing all the ways. So she said, you still want to get the water from Publix? You get the Publix. I said, no, I can't get out.
Right.
She said, well, what do you want to eat? I said, nothing. She said, she's dying laughing. She said, look, we're still getting pizza for everybody. You probably want to eat later. I said, okay. But if we go through the drive-thru, do not pass it to me because I can't grab it. You know what I'm saying? So we sitting in the drive-thru. I'm like, oh, fucking God. She said, yeah, I remember I ate an edible and I was high for 15 hours. I said, why the fuck would you say that to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do that? I'm like, oh, I would just want this shit to stop. She said, yo, nothing you can do. You got to ride it out, nigga. I'm like, could you stop that shit? So the pizza came. She's like, you know, I'm like, no. So I gave her the money. She's like, oh, you gave me $40. She said, I should have kept $20, motherfucker. So I'm going to remember that shit tomorrow, bitch. You know what I'm saying? She's dying laughing. So I go upstairs. So I have to walk through. Walked upstairs. So my son didn't want to see me. I heard her, yo, Panic is hard. I'm like, you fucking bitch. Why the fuck did you tell him? I said, look here. I'm going in the guest room and I'm locking the door. I was in there watching, I don't know what the fuck.
That's when it's perfect.
Then, that's when it was. Then I heard my son come upstairs. Yo, Panic, open the door. No. I'll crack the door. What? He said, come here for a second. Like, fuck you little faggot. You know what I'm saying? So no, just was, this nigga playing gets twisted. I was like, click, lock the door. Woke up the next fucking day, I was still high. I'm like, oh my, I said, this bitch Danielle, wait till I get a hold of her. What the fuck? Then I said to my son, you ate a whole one? And now I'm really bugging. I promise you, I ate a little quarter of this shit.
I want some of that cookie.
There's more in the back, nigga.
Okay.
We got the cookie. Okay. Let's get it right now, nigga. Hold on, I'm gonna get this cookie right now, nigga. See, my immunity went up. You know what I'm saying?
Word up.
This pot cookie. All right. My son ate a whole one of these. This cupcake shit. I promise you, I ate a fish portion size, and that had me doing that. This cookie's a less potent one, so this is all you need. This little shit right here. Let me put it in the context so you can see the pack. It's all you need. I'm good for the night on that. And she said that's not as strong as the other one.
Smells good.
Smell like weed. Glad we in the last hour. We did this shit earlier. You would have heard a whole different tape.
Oh, much different.
You keep eating that shit like that. You're gonna be sleeping on the couch. You're gonna be sitting there throwing up on yourself.
I'm a pro at this.
Oh, hey, shit. That's okay. I promise you, I believe you. But you're gonna be sitting in that vomit. Oh yeah, you bring that one home with you, shit. I have pounds and pounds of weed. I got back into weed smoking lately.
Oh, it's good, man.
It tastes good too.
Yeah.
It tastes like, now she's getting it from Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where my boy's at.
Mm-hmm. You?
Yeah, that's where that wax come from.
Oh yeah. I gave that. She gave me that wax shit. I said, you didn't give me twice. Here, son, smoke wax. They get the benefits of all that crazy shit she's sending. But they got another boy named Kurt that sell weed, so he'll come and bless me with weed. So I bought that rolling paper. I could take 2 joints, 2 hits. I'm good. I'm not, let's smoke.
Blunt.
No. Nothing like that. This is that. Actually, because I ain't smoked weed since I was 19. Then I'm sitting around here going, why the fuck am I not smoking weed now? Like, what the fuck? I had no job, no fucking morals, no woman. She's down. What the fuck? I need to be on crack right now. I need to be on crack right now. The way this shit is going.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the one thing, like, so I used to smoke cigarettes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just smoked cigarettes for about 8 years. And, my girl, whatever, the girlfriend I would have, they'd always hate the cigarettes, you know what I'm saying? So eventually I stopped that, and then they'd be looking for me to stop urban. I was like, well, that's never going to stop. So you should probably just get used to it, because
no, I stopped that shit. I was getting paranoid.
I found it's based on quality.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Like,
oh, really?
The worse the quality, the worse the paranoia. The higher quality, less paranoia, better energy. And then you got different herbs that affect different types of your body. So,
yeah,
you got sativas, you got different types where it's more of a head high and there's more body highs. So there's a whole different, there's a whole science to the different types of herbs, man.
You were definitely an herbologist science, because all that shit was like, just smoke that shit and start laughing. That's where I left off at age 19. So now I know they got all these. I've seen so many shows like Weeds where they talk about all these different things.
Yeah.
But this shit, like when I eat a small amount, or it's all about relaxation. I sit back, watch the TV. You forget that you have a human body with neck pains and leg pains. That THC is a motherfucker.
It's a beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing.
It really is. I mean, anybody that I've seen in pain, I always recommend If they need to have some herb.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna get a recipe because all the herb that I've been buying, I'd rather make my own edibles than or like the Rice Krispie things or whatever, something.
But you a chef, I mean, so.
Well, I mean, I still got to learn the recipe.
But I'm saying you can
the
cook
good
the fuck out of shit, you know what I'm saying?
oh yeah. Well, but yeah. So I'm just gonna find out how they do it because I know there's So I used to fuck with one of them witches. Boy, that motherfucker knew how to make a brownie. That was actually the first edible. So like, eat this. I'm like, oh, this is great. And then because I ain't smoked in years, that smoke when you feel in your throat, that throat feeling. I'm like. Yo, when I ate that first edible, my throat felt like somebody was choking the shit out of me. Like, oh. And then I'm gone, trying to get that coolness. Oh, that was fucked up. That, I'm telling you, Khadijah laughed her fucking ass. I argued with her about 2 days later. You ain't no supportive ass woman, you fucking traitor. But baby, you don't need to smoke weed. You act weird. Like, bitch, I seen you laughing. I said, now remember when you said you're going to take my $20 too, motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker. Funny day, boy. My son was so, then my oldest son came, heard you was high. Like, y'all niggas, what y'all just talking ass niggas? Worry about what the fuck I do all the goddamn time around here. See me off my game, you know what I'm saying? And it's funny, it was real funny.
Yeah.
And people ask this too. Can they smoke by herbs with weed? Is that normal? Oh, nigga, go crazy. That's what it is. That nigga be saying shit. I smoke a weed because make my weed last longer. It bolts up the weed.
The sickest shit that I ever did with the bath product was I took the Satan bath and made a tea.
Oh, you can do it. It's all edible.
I drank the tea. Then I did the bath.
That's
nigga.
That's sick, nigga. And one of the ingredients, let me tell you, which I did I tell you?
You're talking about the cayenne.
Cayenne pepper. Because I don't really put it in, because you can get your own cayenne pepper. But if you add the cayenne pepper to that Satan bath, if you add the cayenne pepper to any bath, let me get some water.
Yeah,
you want no water?
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get up.
Let me get up too, because I gotta grab.
Shit, one of us should have stayed on the damn tape. Shit, one of us should have stayed on the damn tape. Did the most unprofessional shit in the goddamn lecture game. Just leave. And get some more of this sweet grass. Gonna wait for Kamani to come back. And then we're gonna end this last half an hour that we got left on the tape. Probably one more little question or topic or discussion. And then we're going to. Alright. Well, we should have left somebody representing.
Yeah, my bad.
We did the most unprofessional shit in the business of lecturing just now. We just both left.
You got editing technology?
Yeah, but it's 5 hours of this shit. I ain't even want to sift through it to be like, splice. Like, they get what they get. Some niggas get what they get.
Cool. Well, shoot.
I guess there's maybe one more question or something we can get into. If not, we can, we still at 4:30. It's a long goddamn time.
Along the lines of what we was dealing with, not really.
Okay. I guess we sum it up.
Yeah, pretty much covered everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
We good. I guess we can sum it up. I don't know what we're going to call this motherfucker, but we'll find some deep pseudoscientific extraterrestrial shit to put down on this one. I think it was good. We talked about conscious and really the conscious mentality. So it's going to be something with the mentality of transformation of constant, maybe some fancy ass words.
Yep, we talked about that. We talked about clearing energies.
Right, shit like that. So good news. So remember, we're going to do the radio show to give you more of this, but we're going to be able to factor in more of the public's questions. And Kamani's technically hosting. He's going to be running the boards. Then we're going to also have P. Nicole and my girl Daniel Saxon, the one that gave me the goddamn drugs. Drugged me and my family that day. Tell us later the dosage. No, don't do that. Like she actually texts the word no. Like it's too fucking late. This is after. My son I ate a little bit. That I was gone. He ate a whole. If he wasn't getting high, he'd been dead. If I'd have ate a whole one, I'd have worked in fucking urgent care. You know what I'm saying? Fucking emergency room. Definitely. You know what I'm saying?
That or you'd have just passed the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh yeah, you would have seen it. You would have definitely. If you didn't see this one, you would have definitely heard about. I had to wake this nigga up. He was in front of fucking Little Caesars, shaking his ass off, vomiting on himself. And Panic, lean forward. That's still a wild and shit. You think he'd be so drunk he just vomit, don't even know. Or even the quiet one, you ever see, like, y'all just be all high, drunk, and nigga be just laid back, and then you look up and he's vomiting? And the shit be long and connected, like this long.
Right. You so fucked up.
Yeah. He like, yo, Cecile, wake up. The scientific, wake up. Your life of law, wake up. Like, what?
I done seen niggas doing that.
Like, yo, son, just lean that nigga forward. Yo, I'm gonna have to put my man on. He know it and he listen to these. So when I say his name, it's gonna be real funny because he gonna listen. He gonna get at me. My man Doc from New York. One time we did a lecture. Bobby did a lecture. Brother named Rudra did a lecture. They had all the Baphomet shit out. He poured this Palo in this libation. And this was wild because we got high, drunk with Doc. Doc's a real good nigga. High and drunk with Doc all the time. But after that lecture, he drank that Palo, and we was in the back of the in LIU, all the place we see Bobby. We all chilling. Then we heard Doc making that throw up sound, but it was a weird sound. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening? Like I was by the front, he was in the back. He was bent up. Where was born? Shabazz came in and said, "What the fuck is this?" He said, "Nigga, what the fuck happened to you?" Like nothing was coming out. It was just this weird thing. This was happening. Say, nigga, them Palos, you shouldn't have drank that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then fucking. I said, yo, that shit was wild. Because I started saying, this nigga ain't been all of this nigga, why is he making that sound? Yo.
To this day, I can't even explain it. But the nigga's on Facebook with us. And he's my man. He's still over there with Doc. So Doc gonna say, I can't believe you just did that, nigga. You just told me about my vomiting experience, motherfucker. But you was making that sound. I was like, what the fuck is this? What's happening here? What the fuck is going on?
I ain't fucking with that power yet. I can't wait.
Well, I'll break you off some. If it's not up here,
I'm gonna have to get me a bottle. You gotta order that shit from out of state though, right?
Tone usually gets in. Tone called me and he has some more shit for me. But I wasn't able to catch up with him. We've been doing this all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So when he comes out here, he used to be. I tell him, man. I think he said, I know you bring me more Devil Springs with Powers from New York. Oh, you need a bottle of that. You do need a bottle of that.
And then Devil Springs.
Devil Springs. Them two motherfuckers, my health declined by 60%. Just fucking with that shit. Spirituality, nigga, I was able to see through walls. Fucking with them Apollo liquors and Apollos. Nigga, I was able to see through walls. I could smell vaginas on the train. You wanna fuck, don't you? Ooh, what do you mean, sir? Your pussy is having a thorough conversation with me right now. Oh, nigga, what are you doing? Slow down, bitch. Slow down, bitch. This is vomit science. Like, but yeah, I mean, I could really, but it was fucking my human health. Drinking, I don't even drink no more. I can't even drink for recreation. That shit fucks me up.
Hey, sometimes it's like that.
Yeah, I made it like that because I was really drinking, nigga. Nigga, I would wake up in the morning and do really some shit. Y'all niggas would put me in Alcoholic Anonymous. What's no? Yeah, let me sip this until I'm right. And then I make a to go. I be on the train with I used to put them in the iced teas because you couldn't even tell. Straight brown, a whole Snapple bottle. After I guzzled in the crib, after I got it right in the crib.
What's like some hen?
Nah, Apollo, dog Apollo.
Okay,
that's what I was fucking with. Be on the train just sipping, and that's when that shit got put on the headphones. 70s music, nigga. I told you, I fuck with everything 70s. Go back to my childhood, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Just be, you know what I'm saying? Casanova Brown, who's that fly? All that fly shit. I got legions and legions of that shit, know what I'm saying? Shame, burning in my heart. It's a shame. All the fly shit. I'm going. I'm on the train somewhere else. Niggas looking, you know what I'm saying? Don't do it, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Start hitting with how that dude made Chucky. Oh, Romeo, sing him, don't see him, how the white people dress up and do them rituals. Om di om, ring di om, dom. Om di om, ring di om. And like all of a sudden, the devil emerges. I did that on the fucking 4 train. Om di om, ring di om, Kim, om di om, ring. With the Tina Turner Buddhist chant, Om di om, ring di om, Kim, om di om, ring di om, om di om, ring di om, Kim, om di om, ring di om. Fuck you, Ike. I see you, Ike. They're like, so not to be twisted off this shit, boy, and could see spirits, feel spirit. It will put me right. I would absolutely leave every time I would fuck with this liquor. I mean, I could see shit. It was on. You know what I'm saying? If I do it now, man, my spirituality, I can't rely on it. It makes me sick. And it's another way of them telling me, no, you can't start to fall and rely on that for your spirituality. Oh boy. And like I said, my tolerance was so ill. Like, I was working in IT, white boy. They used to always sneak away from their job, get a drink. No, it wasn't like that. So he's like, yeah, you ever have an Irish car bomb? He said you put a shot in, told me, no, let's do it. I'll do it with your bill. Let's go. Went down to the downstairs bar, which was on, where were we at? We were on 9th Street. So it had, we on somewhere, 8th Street, it was just a white dive. We went in. Word is born. He counted them. We had 14 shots. Boom, boom, boom. I used to drink so much that didn't even make me tipsy. Damn. This nigga is straight slump. I gotta find my car. Like, nigga, you ain't gonna get on the train, nigga. So I remember I was lit, but I wasn't. The girls going, how are you not even moving? I'm like, here, bitch, and here's a tip. Now I'm walking, I'm like, yo, look, I'm gonna take you to the train. You ain't gonna get in your car. He said, my car is parked. I'm like, you ain't gonna do it today. I'm gonna put you on the train. You know what I'm saying? I remember going to the train and putting them on there. He said, he told me the next day, he said, yo, I was so leaned on the train. He said, people were moving away from me. He said, then I realized, oh, I'm that dude. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, you was twisted, dog. They say, you wasn't twisted because we was drinking at lunch. I'm like, that ain't it, dog. And I remember being so lit, I seen this old homeless dude. And I could see the spirits on these niggas.
Oh, wow.
A lot of homeless dudes, when I see them I could see these niggas are literally advanced beings that jump in those bodies. Just to see how your compassion sometimes. I seen this spirit, he asked me for some money. I said, here's $40. He was walking me upstairs. I'm like, all right, we had our conversation now. You're going to end this now. He was talking, I'm twisted, I don't remember what he was saying. But I see that all the time. Like, you know, these are deities that incarnate, and they tell you about that Baba Luaye, you know, all them niggas, they incarnate in these bodies. That shit is real. I've seen that. And then I remember somebody got more liquor to bring home. Went home and got baked. That's how much liquor I would drink to give me in these places. Lucid, absinthe, which is loose. It's just the wildest shit, kid. Just for that spiritual rush. I used to get channels, the worst shit. Ike Turner came through. I used to go to the store and channel with liquor to buy. So the spirits could come through. That Haitian liquor used to come through. Ike Turner, when he passed, I said, I'm gonna get Ike. What you want, Ike? Went to the bottom shelf. I said, it's so like you, Ike. Bottom shelf ass nigga, real nigga. Got me some green apple something.
Damn, it just sounds...
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I've never had a hangover that well. I wanted to kill myself. I was talking to Ike. Ike was coming through. I said, so, Ike, you need to be redeemed for that ass with me? He said, oh, hell no, nigga. We soot typhon niggas. That's the energy that's getting me over all this dumb shit. This energy of them thinking I'm that dude. That don't matter. Because in reality, I was always an Ike fan, if you know the real Ike. Ike was actually conscious. Ike was actually a father of rock and roll. And Tina finally said, no, we was beating each other's ass. Because he used to always say, it wasn't like that. We was fighting. We was doing nigga shit. And she was like, no, Ike beat me. But after her career died down, no, we was fucking each other up. It wasn't really like that. She admitted all that shit. That it was. She sacrificed this nigga to be the private dancer. Mm-hmm. I'm like, wow, this is... But I always knew that. And they showed a little bit in that movie when they asked Ike about the Beatles. See, Ike was a real nigga. The same way we talk about all this Meek Mills and shit. He used to do that back then. Mm-hmm. Like Chuck Berry and niggas. I found my thrills on... That was corny nigga sellout shit. Mm-hmm. Ike used to be on that. Them niggas ain't real. He's that nigga from back then. Niggas ain't real. We the real. The King of Swings, Little Richard. He used to name the real niggas and say all them Fats Dominoes and Chubby Checkers. Twist in the light away and all that bullshit. Let's twist again. He used to shit on it. That ain't real. That ain't rock and roll. And then they showed in the movie, they said, what do you think about the Beatles? He said, just niggas with haircuts, niggas with long hair. He said something like that. I just said they're black people, but he said it's just niggas faking out shit. Still, and they said it. That the Beatles, they said we got that from James Brown. There's a fucking show on The Doors. I don't remember the documentary. It was on Netflix. The Doors, which is one of the premier white boy groups. Mm-hmm. And if you remember that song, Jim Morrison, and from Light My Fire, which is their most popular one, them niggas was shown where they got that shit from. And they said, oh, we got that from Otis Redding. They was playing, the actual Doors was playing the shit slow. They said, oh, we got that from James Brown. That, I got this, but they just playing it fast and that, I'm like, is anybody seeing this shit? Which I told people before, if you say The Doors, which Jim Morrison, first of all, Jim Morrison said, and Jimi Hendrix came through and certified Jim Morrison, and certified, Janis Joplin. So some of these white people or some of these niggers do incarnate as white people too. So it ain't just you all white, you all black. We know white people when we see them. Cut a rug, nigga. Mm-hmm. Sing a song, nigga. You ain't doing what Tina Marie doing. You can hear Janis Joplin. You can hear this heart, man. You know what I'm saying, hold on, take another little piece of my heart. Now you like, I don't know if I'm gonna take your heart, but I get your point. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You can hear it's there, and of course the doors. Jim Morrison said when he was little, he seen a car accident with some Native Americans. He said that spirit used to follow him everywhere. They showed it in the movie. He be doing his shit, then, are you people really alive? And you see that Indian standing there. Hey, I'm gonna give it to you, Whitey, Whitey, Whitey. Hey, y'all. And, are you dead motherfuckers alive? You know, he just go into these rants, these drunk rants. But if you hear his music, there was a fucking week I couldn't stop getting this thing out of my head. That song, people are strange, whatever you do. I just kept walking around, people are strange, whatever you do. This weird shit. But I tell you, when I was in that channel shit, oh my God, this shit was never ending. I came through and just showed me some abusive ass lifestyle. I woke up the next day going, oh God, that green apple shit I was throwing out good. I was vomiting. That's when you, I was the toilet vomit. You stand up and let it, you gotta get that shit out. You got the water running. You okay?
Yeah.
Cause these is that person. You know what I'm saying? As you get sick, you know, I go to baby. I'm like, baby. Like, wait till the stops. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, so you know, Jim Morrison, all them came through. They still straight out from black shit. So that's what I said. Even the white music that they create was their most successful. They tell you it's ours. We got this. All this shit is ours. Yeah. And see, once we have that realization, we can stop acting like there's some arch fucking nemesis or some arch enemy that we're actually fighting. They're actually distracting you with you. And the more you got to get them off your mind. The more you get them off your mind, that weed cookies starting to kick in now. Should have started to look warm. You know what I'm saying? The more you get them off your fucking mind, the more they turn invisible. Just like you said, the more you got that bill off your mind, became invisible. Now that's why they call it magic, but it's actually you're attracting or repelling things, and you repel that for whatever reason. So you can say it magically, they made a mistake and it didn't show up. You can logically explain that away. Mm-hmm. I'm sure you can, and I'm sure most will. But you can explain anything logically, but don't want to explain it logically, because once you explain it logically, you humanized it and therefore took it out the realm of the mystical level or the realm of the excitement. Mm-hmm. You leave it in the realm of excitement.
If I tried to explain it logically, it still wouldn't make sense.
Right. Yeah, but technically, I bet you if you went to the people at the company and said, I paid this on this day, I paid on that day, explain to me why I have free money. Which you wouldn't do. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Which you would. But if you said that, they could say, well, I see you made this payment, I see you didn't make a payment, or I see we just don't see it. Then you're going to say, well, okay, they don't see it, or they see it, or whatever it is, and they don't have an explanation. There's no way of saying it. It's clearly a mistake of some sort because you know you didn't pay it. So if you logically think about it without asking them, you're going to say, well, I clearly know I owe that bill, and so it's clearly something they overseen. It's clearly that. So, but if you want to rationalize it, well, how come it's happening now when you needed it and you put your thoughts to it? That's what makes it magical. So that's the hard thing about understanding magic for a lot of people, because you technically can explain anything away with your rationale. That's what your rationale do. That's why you say, well, why is that there? Because I'm rationalizing. But that's what a rational mind does. It takes something and makes it rational. It starts giving proportions where it needs. Mm-hmm. It rationalized. That's what it is. So you're not trying to use your rational mind, even though you can. See, you can do it, but you're not trying to. You're trying to leave it out of the realm of ration and reason for the mystical or the event or the miracle for you to happen. The thing is, you don't want them to be random miracles or random events, things that you dictate. See, I'm at a point where I can dictate my so-called, oh, that just went your way? Like, I was like this. I was like, I know I need a new jacket. You know what I'm saying? A new coat. But I do not, there's times in Atlanta, a long sleeve shirt like this whole winter, this is all I wore. This in a long sleeve shirt. Not even halfway sweaters. Got to the point where you put on a Champion, but I promise you, this is my whole fit without no coat. You know, I don't have to convince you. Mm-hmm. So now I said, but I do need a new coat in case. But who wants to spend their money on a coat when you may not even need it?
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to get me a North Face. I'm just going to take the bullet. Went to Sports Authority. Got a fly little North Face, not the, because I got North Face, but I got the high vents. I got some shit that's built for Alaska. Mm-hmm. I would look stupid wearing that out here. So I need a little thinner joint. Got the coat, got some sneakers, got my son some shit, got a pile of shit. The coat alone was $349. Sneakers, another $70, $80. A couple of shirts and pants, another $50, $60, $100. So it was going to be, I was going to see it, whatever it was, I was going to feel it that day. So when he told me, Pratt did it, man, I went to eat, didn't even think about it. I looked at the receipt and said, wait a minute, the coat was $3-something. And I think I only paid $249 for all this. So that motherfucker didn't ring up the coat and gave that shit to me. Mm. Now I'm sitting there going, I could rationalize and say he just forgot. But if everything, because we say it in our metaphysics, is about energy, direction, my energy for that, my cause, my agenda is going out. And it worked enough to get the right guy, call it forget. So we can rationalize, he just forgot to ring it up. Where's all the moral black people emailing me now? I'd go back and tell them. I don't hear that part of the morality. Willie Lynch though, but I don't hear that part of the morality. Because nobody's going back to tell them, ooh, what a sweet score. Sticking it to the man. But the reality is those things are matched. If I probe that and deal with that logically, I'm shutting down the invisible force that I'm pushing. I need a fucking free coat like everybody does. So I was able to, the timing, the guy, the moment, all the events around made that a reality where it works out. Mm-hmm. And that's enough to call magic in your will, your agenda. But if we also can look at that as he just forgot and you scored that day. So that's why when you try to teach me, it's hard, and then people are trying to differentiate between the two. So something magical may happen, and then they start rationalizing and going, well, that wasn't magic. Mm-hmm. Or panic, how can I do magic? And they'll tell me all this magical shit and tell me, how do I do magic? I'm like, motherfucker, you just said it. You're doing it. You're making this. This is why this so-called coincidence, which doesn't exist, is happening, because you're actually doing it. You just are not sensitive enough to either understand or accept it as this is actually doing it. You want something you've seen from TV to happen. You get what I'm saying? And most of this shit is just subtle all the time.
Yeah.
Subtle. Just little things tell me, yeah, do this, do that. A little whisper to me said, you should sell that herb pack, which was my boy KL. Oh, KL. Wasn't nothing. Eureka. The herb pack. This is what I am. Nah, nigga, them niggas ain't gonna buy it. No, go ahead and sell it. Simple as that. And that shit is a fucking herbal empire at this point, based upon the longevity and only from a whisper. A whisper that even my self-doubt is still saying, ain't gonna work. But still, I know better than to listen to my self-doubt. Mm-hmm. Listen and still try it, even if it fails. I'm going to follow what my spirit said. Mm-hmm. It's not about being 100% right. It's about following your spirit instead of your reason and your logic. My reason and logic would have told me, don't do that. They're going to hear it. They're going to complain. They're going to add on to all the things that didn't work out for them, that this is just another one because they're not there spiritually. Contraire mon frere. The worst of the worst is, oh my God, nigga, I can't give me more. I need more of this herb pack. And I'm like, really? Because following my spirit. So it's not about being right or wrong, but I would say my shit has never let me down. I never said, oh my God, what did I just do? I've now lost my left arm because of nothing like that. Everything has been the right as it could get in this earthly toboggle. And that's really, if you want to be as right as you can get, because you're dealing with a higher intelligence. So instead of moving around with your lower intelligence, you move around with your higher intelligence. That's the point. That's the key to this shit. Alright, so we can end this out. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we'll do next week, one more at least, before I do another class cycle.
Okay.
And we'll come up with some Q&A, give you a whole long time to come up with some shit. And I guess we'll end it on that note. Peace, blessing. Remember, the radio show will be soon. Also, remember to come see me for my services and products at occultlectures.com. Oh my God, just dealing with this mouse is fucking ridiculous. At occultlectures.com, where you can get readings and Akashic record readings from my wife Khadijah, my herb products, my spiritual baths, things to clean your house, as we talked about negative space, my classes, my book, all my shit for sale is up there. Soon I'm going to link a t-shirt company that my friend has, which is going to have occult symbols and shit like that, the Apollo symbols on these t-shirts. It's going to be a website called Occult, ERCKTEES, I think, Occult Tees. I'm going to link it, but you can go there now. Occult, how does he pronounce it? It's like Occult SOTs or some shit like that. The word occult, ERICTEES.com. Go there. He's already got a few things up, but I'm going to link it to make it easy to get there soon, probably this week. And, you know, there's products, there's shit that we got to support. And if you can't support, you don't have the money, please enjoy the free lectures. Because we up to the 4th show at 5 hours, and we got 20 hours of free shit just from us alone. You know, and what we're doing. So with that being said, enjoy that. Don't feel obligated to buy something unless you have the money and you want to do it because you need it. You know what I'm saying? And it's important. Get what you get. So peace, blessings. We're going to talk soon and look forward to the radio show. We're going to turn up on that shit for real, for real. All right, peace.
All right.
All right.